Okay, there we go. Tell me if you see the video, because I can't. It's not live for me just yet. I know there's like a delay, but we have to be sure, of course.
Yeah, it's live for me.
Oh, it's live for you.
Yeah.
Like, are the voices working and everything?
Yeah.
Okay, that's perfect. There we go. It's perfect. Okay. I'm gonna tweet out the link right now. If TweetDeck will let me. All right. I've been using TweetDeck for the Not Your Shield account. Basically, once I've done this tweet, I'll give a brief introduction to what this stream is.
Alright.
Okay, cool, perfect. All right, thank you for stopping by if you're watching this stream. The purpose of this stream, as the Women of Gamergate, is it's a follow-up to the Not Your Shield video. If you've already seen the Not Your Shield video, the whole point was to give a voice to the many diverse people within the game community who supported Gamergate and hashtag Not Your Shield. And with all the streams going on and such like, I felt like with my role to play in all this, I decided to try and give the women supporters of Gamergate a chance to voice their concerns about basically how they've been treated in all this. Because I think that while as a whole, Not Your Shield has been good and it's promoted diversity for everyone, straight white males included, a lot of women have been getting called sock puppets, people who have internalized misogyny, people who are misguided and are being used, etc. And it's obviously it's wrong, and so many times we've tried to explain that no, this isn't the case. Here's this picture, here's this tweet, etc. But people just haven't been listening. So, as the person who owns the Not Your Shield account, I thought what I want to do is give a chance for all the many women who support Gamergate to have a voice. So that's what I've been tweeting out, and so far we have what's your full name? It's not your full name, but rather your Twitter name. Shadow Walker. There we go.
Yeah, you can just call me Shadow Walker.
All right. Yeah, thanks for joining in, Shadow Walker. Obviously, a lot of people have seen the tweets, and hopefully they'll be getting involved soon enough. So, yeah, Shadow Walker. I think we talked before in a separate stream. I think it was on the Hat stream, if I remember, if I recall correctly. So, basically, tell the stream, what has your experience been with Gamergate so far? Like, as a woman in Gamergate, how do you feel like the response has been to you? Like, have you been called a sock puppet, etc.?
I haven't actually had anyone call me a sock puppet directly, but I have seen several women on the #Gamergate hashtag on Twitter being labeled as sock puppets, being asked to prove that they're female, being asked to tweet pictures of themselves because people don't believe that they're actually women that are supporting the Gamergate movement. And
Right.
I've also seen a lot of people argue that the reason the women that are supporting Gamergate are misguided and don't know, and I'm putting this in the sarcasm quotes, don't know what's good for them.
Exactly, yeah, I've heard that too.
So yeah, and that really annoys me as someone as a girl who's been playing video games for a very long time in support of this movement. It's really disturbing to see the fact that these social justice warriors, or whatever you want to call them, are oppressing the very minorities they claim to represent.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, the thing that I don't understand, I mean, part of the reason why I made the whole Not Your Shield video and I tweet with the account, is that with all the times that the people have said that, gaming isn't diverse, that, there's not enough women playing games, there's not enough women in games, etc., why hasn't this been, and obviously people have explained because it ruins the narrative, why hasn't this new revelation been a chance for them to say, oh, okay, so there are girls here? I mean, Gamergate, despite some rocky origins, has essentially proved that the gaming community does have tons of female voices, tons of female gamers, but it disturbs me. It actually legitimately disturbs me that people then basically use the fake gamer girl argument that, oh, I'm sorry, you're not real. Like,
Yeah,
why would they do that? That just seems so disturbing to me
like
because like these are the people who talk about all the time how we need more women playing games, that 45% isn't enough, the statistics need to rise, and then when girls say, "Oh, I'm a gamer," like, "No, no, you're not."
yeah, there's a lot of interesting things to note there. The first of which is that a, a lot of what social justice warriors in gaming have against men is the whole fake geek girl argument that
Yeah.
they perceive men to be making against them. They think that men are calling them fake for being a woman who's interested in the same things that they're interested in. And it's funny when they use that same argument against
Yeah.
us women in gaming and expect us to not call them out on their hypocrisy because they're so self-righteous in what they're doing. They think they're doing absolutely the right thing and they will not consider anything else.
Precisely, and I just don't understand why. Because to me, I mean, more than anything else, the thing that gets me, and granted, I am a guy, I'm not a girl, but the thing that gets me personally is that and this has been happening for a long time, and admittedly happens on both sides of the equation, this gross generalization that, uh, well, women think this or women think that, and it's just, I always gave it this kind of look like, why are you saying that? Why are you presuming to think what all women think? They're half the population of the earth. They're not a hive mind. They're people too, but you're treating them like, I don't know, children, like a statistic. Like you think you can, I don't know, like you can get into their minds and figure out what they're thinking. And I just don't understand why that's a legitimate way of thinking at all. I just think that's really wrong.
Uh, the answer to that question is probably somewhere way back in the origins of feminism and why feminists, especially radical third wave feminists, are so compelled to think that there are these things that women need and they should fight for them, and they cannot in any circumstance believe that no woman would want these things. It's insulting to me as a woman to be labeled a misogynist for supporting Gamergate because I am the last person that would be a misogynist. I'm a woman.
Exactly. I mean, and that's why they use that whole internalized misogyny spiel
Which is
because
bullshit.
it's basically saying that, oh, you're a guy and you support this, you must hate women. Oh, you're a woman and you support this, you must be misguided.
It's bullshit. It's just it's another form. At best, these feminists are just really self-righteous and don't know what they're getting themselves into. At worst, they're a cult.
Yeah. It doesn't it's messed up. It's very messed up because while obviously I'm not saying, and I don't think anyone's really saying, that it's all feminists or whatever, because the whole point isn't to generalize, but rather people who subscribe to this type of ideal that, not just in the case of gaming, but in most cases that any woman who could possibly think something other than what we think women should think, either one, isn't a woman or is being controlled or is a sock puppet, etc. I mean, it has wider implications far beyond just gaming, because it says a lot for the contempt people seem to have for women's opinions, really, because it's like, when you step outside of the stuff they're trying to say, these people, I'm going to say it, these people must be the real misogynists, because they don't seem to care what a real woman thinks if it's not what they think every woman should think. And that's disturbing because I feel like that's a line. I mean, to be fair, it's misanthropic. It's not even like misogynist. Like it's a hatred of humanity because they think all guys probably think this way, all women probably think this way. This GamerGate thing is happening. Oh, clearly this is a misogynistic attack on all women. Oh, you're a woman and you don't support it. Nah, I think you're wrong. I think you're wrong or something. And I just it hurts. It actually hurts me just thinking about it.
It's sad and it hurts me as someone who's been playing video games since I was a little girl to know that there are people that actually think this way right now. And
Right. Exactly.
it's so surprising because okay, let's be real here. How many women do we know in video gaming that aren't as vocal as Zoe Quinn or Anita Sarkeesian? There are loads.
Yeah.
And these are the women that you should be giving your attention to instead of Zoe Quinn and Anita Sarkeesian, who use victim blaming as an excuse for attention and, let's face it, money.
I mean, yeah, you're right. Because it's funny. Because when Anita Sarkeesian started making her videos, right? And I'm not going to generalize, but I noticed that it wasn't like unanimously the female gaming community that said, yes, Anita, our savior. A lot of women in gaming criticized Anita Sarkeesian. I remember, I think was it Kite Tales made like a pretty good video, and several
Yeah,
others made good videos. They're basically saying no. And the fact that Anita presumed to speak for the female perspective was another part of what people weren't really happy about. They're basically saying, why would you presume to talk for me? Okay, fair enough if you're given like feminist criticisms of video games, that's fine, but why are you saying that you're speaking for me? Like we may be both women, but I'm a different woman than you are. Why would you tell me that you know what I want?
I think it's just the whole, it's like a high school clique, you know. If they feel that if one member of the clique wants something, naturally everyone else would want it too, and they can't think of anything other than that. These people, these feminists, these people who are just so blindly supporting Zoe Quinn and Anita Sarkeesian and all of these other feminists in gaming seem to have lost all ability to critically think about the situation and find solutions to the actual problem, which is not misogyny in gaming. I mean, I'm not denying the fact that there is misogyny in gaming. You'd expect it from an industry which is, you know, fairly male dominated. You can't deny that. There is some amount of misogyny in gaming, and I'm used to it. I still get certain weird looks from guys when I tell them, yeah, I'm a girl and I play video games. And they're like, really? And I'm like, yeah, sure, I do. That's a thing that I do, but it never goes beyond that. It never escalates into harassment.
Yeah, I mean, it's the way I see it is like with anything, it's a case by case basis. It's like with going on Xbox Live. If you're a guy or a girl, chances are you go on Xbox Live or Steam or whatever, PSN, you're likely to meet some people that are douchebags. You're likely to meet some people that are nice, right? But it's not based on the culture as a whole. It's not based on the environment. I mean, sure, maybe these environments might harbor these people, but it's not like they promote it. Places like Xbox Live, Steam, and PSN, they are very strict about abuse. They have so many like tools in place to deal with harassment and abuse. The first line of defense is the mute button. If someone's giving you trouble on any of these websites, like through chat, you mute them, you block them, whatever. But if this person is genuinely harassing you, going after you, you can report them, right? You can give them a player review, etc. Right? These sites are very, very strict with this kind of thing. So more often than not, if you meet somebody who says nasty things, it's because, well, they're a nasty person. If it was a good person, they wouldn't do that. So to say that it's a systemic problem that occurs just because you're a woman, that if you're a woman, you'll go online and get harassed, I find that very horrible because not only is that I don't know, overemphasizing something that happens, but it's just you're sending the wrong message to people. Part of what bothers me about the rhetoric coming from these people is if we're supposed to get more women into gaming, why are we trying to shock and scare them?
Yeah, why are
Just
you trying to scare them into submission? Why are you trying to shut them up, in essence? It's not just the fact that they're broadcasting the wrong message to women in gaming. The problem is a lot bigger than that. They're killing feminism, and there are certain places where feminism is needed. It's
exactly.
I'm not talking about, like, okay, like for a bit of context.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
half American and half Indian. So I
Uh-huh.
come from a society, and by Indian I mean like India in Asia, not India anywhere else.
Okay.
So I come from a society that actually has to deal with stuff like the patriarchy and victim blaming and and misogyny and harassment against women. We actually have to deal with this kind of stuff there. And when you, in developed countries like the United States, when you talk about feminism and you give it such a bad sort of perspective, I guess, when you push this radical feminism idea that goes like, if you don't agree with us, we're going to shut you off, you're not really giving the movement a very good name. It's like generalizing Muslims as bombers or something.
funny because one thing I really respect are what the fine young capitalists are doing. Obviously, throughout the entire game, we talked about them. But if you follow their Twitter posts where they respond to people on Tumblr, they give the most professional responses because the people asking questions like, "Well, what do you think of this industry issue? What do you think of that social issue?" And they're basically trying to say, they're, above all, their message is this: that we, as a group, as a collective, we're trying to get everybody into gaming. We're trying to, generate interest, trying to generate money, give people jobs, give people, better perspectives. We're trying to provide a situation where women can get their foot in the door in the industry. They're basically trying to promote positivity, and it bothers me that in a time like this, it's positivity that gets you shut down, but doing the wrong thing, being ignorant, is celebrated. That basically saying that trying to promote positivity for women in gaming is something people don't care about because people want to fuss over all of the problems, and that seems heinous to me because it's like, aren't we supposed to be encouraging women to play games? Can't we just say to them that, well, like with any other industry or entertainment medium, of course you'll meet some nasty people, but gamers as a whole are pretty nice people. But then no, we get people like Leigh Alexander going, "Oh, gamers are dead because I said so." Come on, like why would we?
I am a megaphone and you will listen to me.
Yeah, why are people trying to systematically find a way to not only push a narrative that women are victims in everything, but also push a narrative that, oh, you know, your women don't, you don't exist. I mean, obviously this is slightly related, but I always find it strange how, at least with the topic, because this is just like what I see happen a lot of the time with this whole Gamergate thing, where a woman says she supports it, and everyone's no, 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 be quiet, you're a sock puppet, whatever. Whenever people say stuff like this offends women in the game or this offends women because of this feature, etc., you always point, but what about these women who enjoy this game? What about these female artists who draw fan art of the game? What about the female cosplayers who cosplay as these characters? And either people give really lame excuses or they just ignore you, like, oh, they don't exist. No, you're
Yeah, it's
wrong.
it's like the common Twitter reaction of someone who's on the Gamergate side trying to argue with someone, a feminist who's anti-Gamergate, and then the only response they get is blocked. And I find, you know what you said about the fine young capitalists trying to
Yeah,
promote women in gaming. You know, one of the principal reasons that they chose to make the game themselves, rather, they told us that they'd be making the game with developers, because the women who had the ideas for the game couldn't make the game themselves. They couldn't code. And
yeah,
it's interesting because when you consider women in STEM fields, the problem lies a lot deeper than just misogyny in video gaming. You can't. That's not the problem, and you're not gonna solve the problem of less women in gaming by trying to solve the problem of misogyny in gaming. You're gonna solve that by teaching women how to code, teaching your women how to make their own games, teaching them how to also not run away from their homes when random anons on the internet threaten them.
yeah.
Do you see where I'm coming from?
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you mean. It just seems odd to me that it's one thing to, I don't know, it's one thing to suggest that, yeah, women have it hard within the industry because of certain actions. And obviously there has been harassment, there has been misogyny, but these are from the vocal minority of people. And I think what disturbs me is how come every single time there is harassment or misogyny or trolling, and the overwhelming response is support, money, donations, Twitter hashtags, and then people say that the culture is sexist. I'm like, wait, doesn't the response show the opposite? That
I
the
have a
culture
theory.
actually supports women?
I have a theory as to why the women that gather attention through what's happened to them get so much respect and attention and money and funding and sympathy. And I think it's for a lot of states, women did not have the rights that they have today. I mean, when you look back at the civil rights movement, is what I'm women
Yeah,
giving them the right to vote and stuff like that. And there's always been this perception created by the social justice warriors that now, and it still exists because they're perpetuating it even now, that women are they themselves propagate the notion that women are inferior to men, and then they bank on that notion to give them more attention, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I I think that's pretty much what's happening because
Yeah.
it doesn't seem to be any kind of positive move for, oh, let's find a way to promote positivity for women. Like, let's take our weaknesses, our shortcomings, work together as a community to work around them and work with our guy friends, work with our guy partners to find a better way to make this for everyone. But instead, they keep spinning it as, oh, we're weak, we're defenseless, we're helpless. When some girls say, oh, no, we're not, we're like, oh, no, don't listen to them. You know, they're the outliers, they're the exception, not the rule, etc.
All
And
right.
it's just
Someone's
like, but
just.
why would you do that? And oh yes, I know, I see someone else has joined. Hello, are you there?
Do you want to introduce yourself? Tell us something a bit about yourself. Are you there?
Yeah, I see that the maybe she's having technical difficulties because the mic is working. Um, hold on. I'm gonna have to send because someone else just messaged me. I'm gonna have to resend them the link.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, I just heard something.
You can hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
I
can
can
hear
hear
you.
you.
Oh my gosh, it's taken me 15 minutes, but I'm in.
Perfect. Yes.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Shield.
Oh.
I don't know if anyone's actually read my thing, but yeah, I'm that person. So hey.
Hello.
Yeah. Hello there.
So,
Yeah, so tell us about yourself. Tell us about your experience with Gamergate and what people have said to you, what you've been saying to people.
Well, I originally got involved in Gamergate because I was on my Twitter and I wanted to just hashtag Gamergate and say, hey, I'm out here. When a person tweeted at me using the wrong hashtag, by the way.
Oh.
She tweeted me gamer shelled or something like that. That what we were saying as a group, the Not Your Shield people, was problematic.
Problematic, and why is that?
Their main point was that we were supporting the white hierarchy and the male the misogynists and shielding them from everything. And I said to them, well, no, I'm not really shielding anybody but myself because I'm actually kind of sick of you guys taking my voice away. And that spiraled into an hours-long conversation about how I was too stupid to understand what I was saying.
Oh, really? They called you stupid over that? That's insane.
yeah,
That
that's
is
the whole
absolutely insane.
That's the whole you don't know what's good for you.
Yeah, because the thing is, I'm okay with being called stupid. I'm not exactly the most brilliant person at times. It was the way they were saying it, like, hey, you don't know that you're not smart enough to know this, and I know better than you, so I'm going to tell you that your actions are problematic, and that should be enough to keep you quiet. And
ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. In fact, it's funny because I remember having a conversation with someone, and this isn't on my Not Your Shield account. This is actually in real life, like in my personal life, with somebody saying that, oh well, aren't you just using this? Aren't you just using these people to push your agenda? I'm like, using these people contributed of their own free will to something they believe in, and you're saying that I'm using them. Real clever.
If anything, they're the ones using us. I mean, us women to further their own agenda.
Exactly.
Absolutely. And that's what I argued with her about, and it kind of ended with, oh my god, you can't possibly understand what I'm saying, so I'm just going to stop talking to you.
Amazing. I don't...
And it was that got me into the larger movement and prompted me to be as vocal as I have been.
That's good to hear, because I mean, it just... Because that's the general story that I've been hearing from people, from the female Gamergate supporters, that it's like well, even if you've confirmed, even if it's 100% obvious that you are a woman, they'll still say something like, "Don't you get it? This is sexism. Don't you understand that I'm doing this for you, for your benefit? Don't you understand that, you know?" And it's like, well, I don't. It's like you're talking down to an adult like it's a kid, like they're too stupid to understand the wider implications of something that's going on. And
Mhm.
that infantilization of, well, I mean, obviously of women, but that infantilization of anybody just drives me nuts. Because I just can't understand why they do that. Because if we are trying to promote diversity, why are we not listening to the very people who we're talking about? Why is it that it's come time for the people who are pretty much at the crux of this issue to why are we basically saying that, you know, oh, shut up you and listen to what we're saying, you know, listen and believe, etc.
Well, I mean, another thing is, and not to get too far into my life, but I have a psychology degree. I
Right.
went to school for a lot of what these people are talking about to help other people in my position. And when I told her that, and I told her, hey, look, I studied this, and yes, internalized misogyny happens, but it takes a lot more than what you're claiming it does, and especially in a gamer community, it wouldn't go very far because ultimately this is the ultimate meritocracy. If you
Yeah.
aren't good at games, you don't get it.
Aha. I'm glad you said that because I was having a conversation with someone earlier who actually pointed this out to me. That what these people, I mean, I don't know what we want to call them, SJWs or whatever, what these people don't like is that in gaming, race, gender, sexuality, whatever, it doesn't matter. People will treat you as an equal and you will rise and fall by your own skills. And the thing is, you can't politicize that. You can't govern that with social prejudices because there's nothing to govern. But they don't want that. They want to change that. They want to make it so that they can get leverages based on, you know, social issues. They want to change it so that if you're a woman, they can change the rules however they want. And that's what's so disturbing because gaming culture has been something untouched by that kind of bias. And
And
they
I
just want
don't
to
and I
go ahead.
don't think I don't think people like Leigh Alexander and Eva Sarkeesian, even Zoe Quinn, just not even looking at how her actions have impacted the video game journalism industry, just looking at her actions as a person, I don't think they give women in gaming a very good image, which is obviously completely contradictory to what they're trying to do here.
Yeah, pretty much. Because I mean, the thing that people seem to think, I mean, let's just say the media. Let me be direct with this, is that they're trying to say that, oh, people like Anita Sarkeesian are giving, you know, female gamers a voice and spreading the truth about the problem with our games. But no, instead she's promoting this idea that women are hive-minded, easily offended children. Who is that helping? That's not helping anybody.
Yeah,
Oh,
and go on.
obviously, I get offended whenever anyone mentions how I dress, even if it's to compliment me. I mean, aren't we all just as hive mind guys? Come on.
That's
Um,
just insane. Also, hi. Sorry if we've been ignoring you, Rebecca Johnston. I've seen you've been here for a while, so I
Yeah,
didn't mean to
sorry, I
ignore you.
didn't wanna. Can you actually hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We
Yeah.
can hear you fine.
Okay, I didn't know if it was my laptop mic or my actual headset mic, but yeah, I didn't want to interrupt anyone talking. But hello.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
pleasure to meet you.
Thank you. Good being
Right.
on here.
So now that you're here, and I do remember talking to you before. Obviously, the point of this
Yeah.
stream is to give all the female Gamergate supporters a chance to share their experiences. So
Yeah.
what's been your experience in all of this? Has it been as, you know, revealing as it has been for the rest of the girls here?
Well, I used to go on some of the female-dominated subreddits on
Right.
Reddit and just talk about cool things like, oh, they had like makeup tutorials and all this cool stuff to do with being a girl gamer. And
Yeah.
but then as soon as all the Zoe Quinn stuff hit, um, if you weren't supporting her, then you don't belong on that subreddit. Like they would just shout your opinions down,
Wow.
and eventually I just had to go to other subreddits like Kotaku in Action and Tumblr in Action, when I was like, oh, I actually feel like there is sanity in this area. Like I don't know what it is, and you try and have a discussion with them on the other subreddits, and they don't want to hear it. They just tell you that you're wrong, and your experiences are wrong. You haven't experienced what they've experienced, so it's not right. You don't exist.
I mean, do you
I
think that this is a general? I mean, sorry to interrupt for a second, but do you think that this is a general problem with how the narrative has been pushed so far, that the stereotype of gaming being a male-dominated space and women being on the fringe, has this narrative been pushed so hard that people want to believe it even if they're told otherwise? Do you feel like that's what's happening?
mhm.
I don't know, because I'm not sure if like the reason that the girly subreddits were all of that same opinion is because the people, like, I only went there because there was like a nail art tutorial and I thought it was really cool. But
Nice.
the people like me who call themselves a gamer but not like a girl gamer, like, we just hang out with all the other in all the other subreddits with all the men as well. So all the people with their hive mind opinions all end up, what's the word, kind of congregating in that one corner of the internet. But then they're the corner of the internet that's shouting the loudest. So I don't know if it's like the majority opinion or the minority opinion, or
It's
no
an
one
echo
knows.
chamber.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful echo chamber. As a former social justice warrior, yeah, this is less how the narrative in this particular case has been pushed, and how the mindset of a social justice warrior is.
It's
Once you've
I'm sorry. Go on.
Okay. Once you've formed your opinion, to deviate from that opinion is to slide backwards from this enlightenment thing that they push. So you're celebrated every time you go forward into this stubborn set viewpoint. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, and I used to be a radical feminist, right? I used to support left-wing, third-wave radical feminism. And yes, it's a mouthful, isn't it? And,
It is.
and as someone who used to do that, I understand the sort of herd-like I think the best word to describe this now that it's coming to my mind is a herd mentality.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they have this strong urge to stick together and just stick with the group that thinks like you. And I'm a psychology student too, so
Mm-hmm.
so yeah. And King of Pole on his stream earlier today, he was having an interesting discussion about the fact that these people are motivated by the thought that they're right in what they're doing. It's an intense compulsion to be right in what they're doing, and they think they're so right that they will shut out anyone else who thinks otherwise, because that person is very obviously wrong, because no other viewpoints other than their own exist.
That's pretty much it. You're right. And in fact, what irks me about that, I guess, SJW mindset, as it were, is that if you're on Tumblr, you will run into a lot of these sort. And I knew one or two people that I followed that, I guess you could say, reblogged a lot of SJW-related content. And I think what disturbed me is that it's such a harrowing existence that you constantly, it's like asking for sympathy, but instead of asking for it, you're browbeating people and humiliating them and insulting them to give it to you. And that just disturbs me. It's like, look, if you wanted help, if you wanted sympathy, you could just ask for it. You don't have to insult people and force them into your way of thinking just to gain that sympathy. That just seems really unfair. And
They
why
demand
live
it.
that existence? Yeah, they demand it. Like, why live that kind of existence where you're constantly bringing yourself down just so people can have sympathy on you? It just seems really, it seems hurtful, and it seems harmful as well. And if it was just something as simple as, this is my opinion, my life's not that great, I wish this changed, I wish that changed. No, it's like, the world is wrong, you are wrong, all women feel this way, etc. And once again, I have to say, right, I'm not a girl, so I can't ever comment on that. But it's just from an outside perspective, I always feel like, why would you do this to yourself? Or better yet, why would you do this to the people you seem to represent? I don't think they appreciate you talking for them. I don't think anybody appreciates being talked for in general.
Nope.
Yeah, which is like the point, when it's the irony when they misrepresent the very minorities they want to represent. I mean, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I know exactly what you mean.
You're going to hear that a lot because that just seems to be a thing that psychologists say, if that makes sense. But, you know, it's the demand thing. If they asked me to consider their viewpoint, I might. And upon considering, yes, feminist theory can be applied to video games and be applied well. But really, in the end, demanding that I hate something I love because it just happens to have a few guys who might objectify women a little, that doesn't make me want to even consider it.
Yeah, I mean, and the really another thing about this that really nags me is the fact that these women are complaining about harassment on the internet, like the internet is a place where you can't talk freely, and anyone and everyone who associates with a community which might have some amount of assholes in it should be shut up. Like, I mean, we've all experienced harassment on the internet, right? We've all seen our fair share of trolls. We've all seen our fair share of idiots that think girls can't play video games. But is that really represented? Is that really, like, the whole community? No, it's not.
Exactly. I mean, I've had, even as a guy, in fact, to be more precise, as a guy, I've had an unbelievable amount of, like, harassment just for really playing online or talking to people. But the funny thing is, at the same time, you can have these beautiful moments, like, I don't know, people say a lot about Xbox Live, to use that example again, and to use myself as an example, about, like, oh, Call of Duty and the screaming kids, etc. But then you'll have this moment where, you know, you're playing in the game, you hear a girl talk, and everybody's super nice to her, and everyone's super supportive. She's a decent player, everyone gets along. You know, that happens a lot on occasion. So this really strange idea that it's like, oh, you're a woman, don't go on the internet. That place is dangerous for women, you know, or whatever. It's like you're not helping. You're not helping them. You're not helping anybody.
From my own perspective, now I do play video games, but I'm primarily a League of Legends player, and the League of Legends community, as everyone knows, has a reputation for being so toxic.
Yep, you're right. You are right about that.
Okay, and let me tell you this: League of Legends has a 1% female player base, according to Riot.
Mm-hmm. Really?
Yeah.
I wouldn't doubt that. I mean, strangely enough, considering there's so many female low players, you can see them, like, streaming, you can see them talking about it and stuff. But yeah, you're right. Compared to the amount of guys who play, considering the numbers of low players are in the millions, I can see why that statistic would end up that way.
Yeah, and we use Curse Voice when we play, and Curse Voice will automatically connect you to people in the same game as you, so you can have voice chat. And on North America, in potentially the most toxic community of any video game ever, I have not to date been subject to harassment while on voice chat.
And that's a good thing. That's a great thing.
The worst harassment I've ever experienced was on Xbox Live. I was actually playing Uno, and someone saw my username and went, "Oh, you're a girl," and started singing me a song about how I should sleep with him. And I was like, "I'm sure you would have done that anyway." Thank you.
That's just weird.
That's some kind of.
But like everyone else, like that was like one experience out of all the hundreds of times I've been on Xbox Live. Like no one else was like that ever.
Let's see. I play World of Warcraft.
Yeah. That's the community.
For the Horde! And, sorry, Alliance players, you guys are cool too. But I think the worst harassment I've ever had was because I sucked. Like, that's the thing. And again, we're using harassment as, like, a prolonged campaign of whisper harassment, not like, oh my god, you suck. And,
that's just someone telling you suck.
Yeah, but I mean I'm talking. This guy whispered at me for about a day and a half, and you know what I eventually did? I used this magical spell called block, and I never heard from him again.
I could just picture him just following your character around, going, hey, you suck.
Yeah, he did nothing but follow my character around. The guy was a level 35 to my level like 15, and one of his friends had dragged me into a raid I was way underleveled for, so I just kept dying. And the idea was I was going to eventually level up if they just threw me into this situation over and over again. And so when I finally went, hey guys, I'm going to go level on my own for a while, the guy was like, well, yeah, you sucked anyway. And the other guys were just like, okay, go level, come back when you're ready. But this guy followed me all across the Tauren leveling area. He would sit there and whisper at me, doing nothing but whispering at me, and every now and again ganking me when I wandered into contested territory. Because he would bring his other alt in and gank me. So he did nothing but that for a day and a half. And then when I blocked him and any other account he tried to use, he lost interest because I was no longer a target.
Wow.
I didn't get much XP.
I mean,
that's kind of
in summary, it's just so interesting to know that women on the internet don't experience as much harassment as people make it out to be. And the women that do experience harassment on the internet are very wise and block the people that are harassing them or just ignore them.
Well, I was talking to someone from the anti-Gamergate side, and they was like, I said, like, I've never received harassment because of my gender, like specifically my gender, and they went, oh, you sure? Have you even played online? You're doing it wrong if you haven't been harassed. You're lying. And I was like,
what,
well,
as if harassment
I thought
is
you meant to listen and believe here.
I like that you're doing it wrong.
It's fucking weird.
I mean, one of the first things that you learn going online, I mean, it took me a while to figure it out, but back in 2007, one of the first things I learned is, like, you need to get out of this kind of childlike mentality of, I have to respond, I have to stand up for myself. Like, these are random people that you'll never meet, you'll never even hear from again. If somebody's giving you trouble, you mute them, you block them, whatever, you move on. I feel like that's something that both guys and girls need to know. It's not like every little incident has to become a catastrophe. Everything that happens online can be dealt with on a case-by-case basis. If somebody's talking nasty to you, if this person's being belligerent, then you block them. Simple as. You stop talking to them, you cut off the source straight away. I feel like when people take any little infraction as a huge problem or a symptom of a bigger problem, I just feel like you're being immature. You're taking something that shouldn't be an issue and you're making it one.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
And as far as the whole misogyny on the internet thing goes, and the 4chan as a whole cesspool of misogyny and idiots, okay, I think what these people need to do, to paraphrase one of my favorite movies, which is Fight Club, I think these people need to turn themselves from wads of cookie dough into wood. Like, they really need to grow a thicker skin for some of this stuff. First of all, 4chan has its own inherent subculture that you won't understand if you just wander onto a board and start reading stuff that's posted there. You'll probably think they're all homophobic or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we call each other faggots so much we might as well be homophobic to anyone who does not know that it's an in-joke. And exactly, and if you do go on 4chan as a woman and you find yourself personally offended by something someone said to you, you need to remember that this is someone who probably you will never meet in your life, and you will never meet you either, and you need to just shrug it off and move on. You can't mollycoddle yourself.
No, you stop growing.
That's true, and I've noticed that even suggesting that somebody have thick skin seems to be a cardinal offense these days. Even because it's not saying to people that don't ever get offended ever. No, they're just saying that, like, have some maturity. Every so often you'll run into some people that might not be that agreeable, and the best thing to do is to understand that this is a person, they don't know you, they don't know about your history, they don't know about your past. If they say something insensitive, it's not like they're your longtime friend who suddenly forgot how you feel about stuff and said something completely inconsiderate. No, this is a random person on the internet. They don't know you. They're going to say something inconsiderate because it's anonymous. They don't care. So for these people when we suggest have some thick skin, that's not saying that you have no right to get offended. It just means that you have to understand that you go online, that comes with its own terms and guidelines, I guess. And that's all on you, basically. That's all on you. That's not the responsibility of someone else to gauge how offended you may or may not get.
Absolutely, I agree completely. And like you said, it's not the responsibility of someone else to come and protect you if you get offended and to gauge how offended you may or may not get. And the very fact that people are so offended by things that they see on the internet, they're not even offended by offensive things. They're like offended by people disagreeing. Someone's going to disagree with you if you're being stupid.
I mean, precisely. And I mean, like, to get one of the major elephants out of the room, it also has to do with the in-game content itself. And obviously we're talking about Gamergate and the experiences of women within gaming overall, but one of the biggest points of contention is, and has been for years now, is that it's the gaming content that's scaring away women, as well as the gaming community. That it's what's in games that are offending them, or perhaps what isn't in games that's offending them. And while I won't lie to you and say that everything in games is perfectly fine and doesn't need altering or changing, I'm not going to say that, but I don't think we should hide behind the excuse or perhaps use the shield of women in this case. I don't think it's right to say that, oh, digital boobs offend women, therefore that needs to stop. I don't think that's what we should be saying. We should be saying that we need more diversity, we need more better writing, we need more interesting ideas, right? We need women perspectives, we need women developers. Don't say that this offends women, so stop doing it. It's like, no, you already messed up. You already missed the point. It doesn't offend all women. The point isn't about women. The point is about game design. Game design is something we could talk about as a general issue. It's wrong to use, like, women as a whole to further your point, because women as a whole don't agree with your point. So that's not the issue at hand at all. I mean, obviously, I'm sure all of you girls here have your own individual opinions, of course. And that's what I mean, that if I were to ask you how you all felt about game design, you wouldn't give me the same answer. And I can't then say, oh, well, you guys are wrong, this is clearly offensive to women, that's why it needs to change.
I find boob physics funny. So
Yeah.
I mean, that's not how they work, dears. That's really not how they work. But okay. I'm sorry. I've been reading the YouTube comments, and Letum Complexo has asked us to read an article.
Article?
Where are they?
There are a few YouTube comments, and I'm going to link you to it. It's called "Why So Many Girls Have Trouble with Gaming Culture."
Oh, this is on A Voice for Men, which is one of the MRA websites.
Oh, is that why they wrote it? That's who wrote it, sorry.
We should point out that MRA is highly anti what is currently known as third wave feminism, and it acknowledged the bias, but we should also read it and consider what it says, and he'd like our opinion on it. I've gone over it really quickly, so I'll give you guys a second to go over it.
Oh, well, I mean, if this is by A Voice for Men, I know for a fact that it's basically trying to send a positive message overall, because they support Gamergate and they support the idea. So I don't know. It feels like it'd take quite a while to read this, so I think we'll have to do that later.
Okay. I'm sorry. I just want to give my opinion on it real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
It seems all right. I agree with most of it. I don't agree with some of it. I mean, I wish I had more opinion than that, Lex.
I think it's about fair enough. I think that's fine.
Yeah.
Sorry. Let me, as I said, with the previous topic before this article thing, it's just one of those things where I just think that if we have women who are clearly into something and they like how something is, as well as men, right, then it is completely unacceptable to use women as an excuse to want to change or censor something. Like, people complain, I mean, we mentioned League of Legends. People complain a lot about the art in League of Legends, right? especially for the female
Oh,
characters, saying how
yeah.
offensive it is
Yeah.
and how over-sexualized the female characters are. But the fact of the matter is, and I mentioned this in a previous stream, the fact of the matter is the most popular characters in League of Legends are the female characters among both the male and female player base. You'll find more
I do
cosplay
understand.
for the female characters.
Yeah,
I
And
understand where they're coming from because they recently updated the splash art for Vayne, who's
yeah, and I love
but the
Vayne.
new one I think looks really like comic book tits and ass style, where the old one was just fine.
Yeah,
I feel like they are kind of more sexualizing some of the characters that don't need to be, but at the same time, like, it's not. Like, I'm making it out to be a bigger deal than it should be because I'm just being like, oh, I don't need it to be sexy, but it's okay if
no,
it's
but see,
sexy
that's,
too.
that's a fair opinion, right? Like,
Yeah,
it's fair to not be okay with that. It's fair to voice your opinion on that. But
and,
you
like-
would, and obviously you personally, you would never say, this is wrong. Women are going to be so offended by this. You shouldn't do that, right, Game?
Yeah,
Like, you'd
all I
never
can
say
do
that,
is
would you?
I am offended and then not speak for every person who is my gender.
And, like, to be entirely fair, I used to be a very radical feminist, and I wouldn't distance myself from feminism now. I'm still a feminist. And I'm I'm more of a sex-positive feminist than a sex-negative feminist. So I don't have, like, a problem with boobs in video games. And Vayne is one of those characters that I had a problem with when the splash art was changed because it doesn't fit her character anymore. She's meant to be a sort of dark hunter.
Yeah, can someone link me that picture because I don't think I've seen. I know Vayne, and I know what you're talking about. She's one of the more well-dressed, I guess you could say, characters. So I don't think I've seen her new splash art.
I happen to main Vayne.
Oh, you do? That's cool. I played Vayne once. When she was on free rotation, I played her. She was pretty cool.
Yeah, and I also main Katarina, who
Oh, I love Katarina.
Katarina.
I love Katarina personally. I mean, if a quick tangent in LoL, I play Shen, Katarina, and Ashe. I've got into it recently, so I've been having some fun with it. And the reason why I brought it up in the first place is just as I said that it's a common idea that people think that it's the art that offends women and that's why it should change or that's why it's not good, etc. It's like, well, no, you can be offended by the art. That's okay. Nobody's saying you can't be offended by it. But don't say something stupid like it's because of women. I'm like, well, no, because not all women are offended by this. If you're offended by it, that's okay. And we can all accept that opinion, but don't make up some stuff because that's one of several excuses I hear from people, especially this SJW lot. You want to know what the other excuse is? Perhaps the one that blows my mind the most. It's the excuse that it's not realistic. That's the one that actually hurts me. That's the one that drives me insane.
Yeah, and Total Biscuit made a very interesting video on this like some time ago. I don't remember the name of the video, unfortunately, but it was the one where he was talking about games media and he ranted for a good 29 minutes.
Yeah.
But he said, and I agree with this completely, he said that sometimes the sexualization of these characters in video games does not have to do with the fact that they're being portrayed sexually for mass appeal. It has to do with the fact that it actually fits their character. Katarina in League of Legends, for example, is known to be a sort of seductive character. So you could say it does fit her character.
Yeah, precisely. You're right. Like sometimes it's gratuitous, sometimes it's done for a reason, and we can tell when it's gratuitous, and we can tell when it isn't gratuitous. But I think that at the same time, we don't. It's wholly unnecessary to use arguments like it's unrealistic or it offends all women or offends all whatever, because those are beside the point. And because, like, for example, to give you a more recent example, what's his name? A new Tekken 7 character was announced, right?
Really?
Yeah, her name. And you know what's funny? It's funny you mentioned Katarina. Her name is Catalina, except with a C and an L. It's really weird. She's like, she's a, I guess, Latin American woman, and she uses a French fighting style called Savate, I think. And in her character art is, well, it's not sexualized, quote unquote, but she has big black sunglasses on. She wears a jacket, but she's got like a bikini on, and she's wearing trousers over her bottom, but she's not wearing anything over her top. She's literally just got a jacket, trousers. That's pretty much it, and shoes, right? And as you can imagine, people made a fuss about this, saying stuff like, blah, blah, sexualization, blah, blah, stuff like that. But then they started saying stuff like, but she's not realistic, etc. And that was like, I don't think Tekken's really a realistic game in the first place. And people were saying that, oh, it's sexist, she's showing too much skin. I'm like, the
Yeah,
male
but
characters in Tekken show more skin than she does.
how can it be showing too much skin? Like people wear bikinis in real life. Like
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
what?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
I'm fairly sure Kim Kardashian shows more skin than that.
Yeah.
And by that logic, we should be offended by Kazooie in Banjo-Tooie because she shows a lot of skin and she's completely
She's
unrealistic.
completely naked.
Yeah. No.
Right, so
That's the problem that I have, because it's like, okay, look, if you don't like, as in regards to Tekken 7, Catalina, if you don't like Catalina's design, if you don't like the fact that she's another character who they just decide to sex her up for no reason other than why not, fair enough, but it's like, don't give these stupid roundabout, just give the real reason why you're offended. Say, I don't like this isn't that great, blah, blah, blah. Don't say something stupid like, oh, the guy characters wouldn't do this, or this isn't realistic, or blah 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 women. It's like, well, no, that's not the point. Just say that it offends you and explain that I wish more characters were designed a bit differently. Some variety. And mind you, Tekken does have variety in the first place. That's another thing. So I just think that in regards to that, it's anyway. So I mean, tangent aside, we just got a new someone just joined. We got a new contributor. It says your name is Becky. Say hi, Becky. Hello?
Hello. Hi. Sorry.
Yes, hello there.
welcome.
My name's Evie, but I use a different email address because I've been doxxed in the past, and I just try and keep my communications airtight as possible.
All right, that's okay.
All right, that's okay. So thanks for joining. And obviously, the point of this stream is to have the women of Gamergate give their experiences within the movement in the past 5 weeks, I guess 6 weeks now, as well as just their general experience in gaming. So yeah, I know, right? It's insane. So what has your experience been within Gamergate, like within the whole framework of people saying stuff like sock puppets and internalized misogyny, etc.?
That's exactly what dragged me into this. I was just I didn't understand what Gamergate was initially. I wasn't following the games journalists or the whole Zoe Quinn thing that closely. It really didn't interest me that much. Like, I watched my friend play Depression Quest, and no offense to Zoe Quinn, but I honestly didn't make much of it as a game, if you want to call it that. But basically, after comment,
it's like a text-based adventure. So I mean. If that's games or
I made stuff like that in Python. I don't know if I could win awards for it. So I commented on the Gamergate tag, and I was immediately attacked and accused of being a cishet white male, and I did the thing with the picture and
Hello?
the piece of paper and.
Yeah, and I think I'm beginning to think, I mean, just stop me if you think this is perhaps too extravagant. I'm beginning to think that people seem to be going after the women more in this, because obviously they've had all the articles saying gamers are dead and gamers are misogynist and so on, but I seem to see a lot of people just attacking the women specifically. Like, whatever they say something.
It's really interesting to note that a lot of the people that have been so anti-Gamergate so far have been cishet white males themselves.
You think so?
I mean,
like, a lot of the people who've been saying, like, oh, you're not real, etc.
Yeah, and you have, like, very vocal people like, I don't know, Phil Fish, Devin Faraci, Ben Kuchera, who are all cishet white males. On the other hand, we have a gay journalist that's on our side.
Yeah, we have a gay journalist on our side. We have, a feminist. We have people who are from, like, the conservative right. Like, what does that tell you?
we have Adam Baldwin on our side.
I know, that's pretty insane to me. And, yeah, Jade Fox just joined. Say hi.
Hi guys.
Hey,
There's a lot of people.
Hey, love your username. I'm a personal Fox fan myself.
I'm a very big fan of yours. It's an honor.
Could you guys like introduce yourself for your Twitter names, because like all I see is images.
At APHY fan, also known as Shield.
Oh, okay.
I'm at Sterilized Eye. You can just call me Shadow Walker.
Okay, hi Shadow.
Hi.
I'm at that beach chick. Just call me Beach or Catsuit, apparently.
Okay.
I'm at Show Bitcoin or Airport, or you can just call me Evie.
Oh, okay. Nice to meet you guys all.
Right. I mean, and definitely thanks for joining, Jade. I'm not sure if that's your real name, and I'll just call you that. But
just call me Jade. Everybody knows.
Obviously, you're one of the more vocal people about Gamergate I've noticed, and obviously you've been talking to people, and just from following you on Twitter, some of the stuff people say to you just blows my mind. It's like they don't process. They can't process that you as a girl could possibly be saying the stuff you're saying, and I just look and I'm like, are these people insane? It's happening in real time. Someone could have told me.
It's happening to a lot of people. It doesn't matter if you're a girl, if you're transgender, if you're, a minority, if it doesn't matter if you're a child. These people, to me, they seem really extreme, and I don't think they really care about the stuff they're saying. They're just using it, that's why the Not Your Shield thing came up. Because they were, and it seems like to me that the most people who are getting threatened and harassed, like you said, I kind of heard it. It is women. It is people of color. It is children. I haven't heard any guys really get harassed really, besides Milo with the syringe and stuff. I don't hear too much about that. One of my friends, Polar Roller, you might know him. He's the one who made the Not Your Shield hashtag. He got fired from his job.
Yeah, I know. I heard about that. I thought that was insane. When I heard people were getting fired and doxxed, I was just like, this is insane. It's funny too, because didn't part of this whole Gamergate thing begin with doxing and harassment? They don't see the irony in starting to do this to people, as if we're not gonna like screen cap it and say it's like people think that the internet forgets easily, like we have selective memory or something, as if we don't remember how this started, and as if this happened to us, we just take it lying down. I think a lot of people seem to think gamers will just take stuff lying down. That I'll just do it to them. They're gonna take it. Who cares? And that's the problem. And also with the girls who play games and the girls who support Gamergate, it's like there's another assumption. There's an assumption that, oh, she's a woman, she has to agree with me. That's another assumption, and I think that's perhaps the most heinous one.
On the end of gamers, and us taking it lying down, we have a lot of the previous generations of gamers to not so much thank for that, but who have taken it lying down. I play pen and paper games, and some of the older generation that I've talked to who are pen and paper players don't understand why we're so up in arms about it, because that's how it's always been. And with the 80s and the Dungeons and Dragons being demonic, and then and then the video games cause violence, and it's been this constant just push, and now it's stopped, because they've gone from deriding us to all the people we don't care about, to deriding the people we do care about, and we've drawn a line, and now we need to push back. Okay, but the whole thinking we're going to take it lying down is because we've had a history of it,
You're right. It's just, to me, I don't particularly understand why on this. I mean, because I watch a YouTube channel called Cheshire Cat Studios, and they talk about this a lot. They're pro Gamergate, and they're on this side of all these people. And I think I think we just lost Jade Fox.
We did just lose Jade Fox.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Hopefully she'll get back in. But no, it's just we've had a history where it's been one thing after another that, like Pokemon promotes Satanism, and that GTA is going to make people kill people in real life, etc. And everyone's like, no, that's crap. No, that's crap. No, shut up, that's crap. Right? Every single time we've proven, no, it's crap. Leave it alone. But the second it hit the topic of women, suddenly the tune changed. and I think that's when Anita Sarkeesian first hit like her first videos and all this started happening. It's bizarre, but suddenly all the websites that were on our side, all the people like the gaming celebrities, etc., who supported gamers and who believed in gamers, they suddenly changed their tune. They suddenly started saying different things and basically saying that, oh
Yeah.
no, she's right. Ah yes, games misogynist, gamers misogynist, whatever. And
Yeah,
everyone is
and
like,
I'd
what?
like to interrupt you there for a second, if I might.
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
When Anita Sarkeesian first complained about the fact that she was being harassed, it's really, really important to note that a lot of websites took it at just face value because of the fact that she was a woman.
And clearly, we won't lie about anything involving harassment because we're perfect children.
Exactly.
There's been this really
I
weird
hope I'm
flip.
perfect.
There's been this really weird flip in the dynamic where basically there used to be this stereotype where women just kind of lied all the time. So it was okay for women to hold an opinion, but it just wasn't taken very seriously. Now it's flipped the other way so that women never lie, so women as a group are only allowed to hold one opinion, otherwise it's wrong.
I read this lovely article on Slate a while ago that was about how women do lie about rape sometimes, and there was a very, very interesting quote in that went, in sort of removing the myth of the woman that is lying, feminists have perpetuated their own myth of the woman that never lies.
I'll chalk that up with never pooping, because...
Yeah, I think that there has been both in terms of society and in terms of the media very silly stereotypes about women as a whole, and it's, in my opinion, it's promoted this idea that women aren't people, and that's what's so horrible about it. That in our attempts to not offend women, we basically said they're not people, they're fairies.
That's a nice description, thank you.
And and for me, I was just like, that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Why can't we treat them equally? Why can't we talk to them the same way? Why do we need to have a set of rules just to figure out how to deal with them? You're not treating them like people. You are quite literally treating them like fairies.
Well, this is one of the problems I have with like I really like the what's it called, the thing with the Vivian James and the charity Fine Young Capitalists.
Yes.
Like I think it's really nice and cool, but at the same time I'm like, do you need to treat us like little fairies? Like we really can't get our own ideas out there? Are we really that bad?
Well, I think it was more like they're. I know what you're right. You're right. I get what you're saying. It seems patronizing, but more it's like they're trying to change the narrative. They're trying to give people a chance. It's more like an outlet.
I'm like in two minds about it. I'm not really sure. I think so.
No, I can see what you mean. It's like on the one hand, it's like, oh great, it's an opportunity for people. On the other hand, it's slightly patronizing, like saying you can't do it yourself. But I think that's better than saying you're too stupid to know how to go online and deal with things. I think it's much better than saying like, you know, oh, y'all women are so easily offended. I mean, look at these digital boobs. Don't they offend you? I don't know. I just think that that's, you know, part of the issue in and of itself, that we can't, that either it be it the media, society, functionalism, I don't know. Something has for a long time created this idea that we have to hold women in one way. It's very binary. It's like either you think this way or you think the other way. There's no room for nuance. There's no room for thinking that...
Well, that's the hilarious thing. Again, coming out of the social justice warrior thing, they preach not being binary. I mean, you've got all kinds of sexualities, all kind of soul types. But at the end of the day, by dividing us up and claiming that you can only be one way to be X, they really just reinforce binaryism.
And let me just get this out. I find the whole kin thing really disturbing.
The what thing?
The what?
The whole kin thing, where people identify as
turtles,
right. or dinosaurs, or unicorns, or flying potatoes, or I don't even know. But that's just really disturbing.
I know. I've known people who are like wolves and dragons and stuff.
It's kind of like weird, but I think it's I never really heard. I don't have much interaction with people like that.
Well, hello. Let me introduce myself. I'm an otherkin, specifically of the fox variety. And you're right. Looking at it from the inside out, from the outside in, it's extremely disturbing. And if you don't do it right, it can do more harm than good. So I'm with you. I'm another kin, and I'm like, holy crap, guys. I'm stepping back now. So that doesn't change my base belief, but it does show you how bad it's gotten. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
I know it does make perfect sense. I think there was oh, sorry, go ahead.
And the problem I have with my initial problem with the kin thing was where it was, I believe it was something related to a sort of fat acceptance movement, and it's okay to do that until it gets unhealthy for you, in which case, please don't do it.
Actually, there was a music video. I think it's by I don't know, where she kind of looks like dresses like Nicki Minaj. It's like really bright colors and everything. And there's like a line where she calls skinny girls bitches and stuff like that.
All about
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, that video. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. Like, okay, I was okay with the video up until that point. I'm like, you shouldn't try to shame people for being skinny because some girls.
I admit it got belligerent down the line, because at first the video was just kind of like, well, this is clearly for one purpose and one purpose only. But then when it got to that part, I was like, and just like
I was okay with the overall message, but when, like, okay, we shouldn't shame fat people for being fat or whatever, right? But we shouldn't try to shame people for being skinny. What if they have some sort of metabolism problem or something where they can't metabolize their food?
Exactly.
Is that their fault?
No, of course it isn't.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I think I think once again, as a guy, I just seem to see it happening from the outside, because I know it's one of the major feminist issues throughout time about like how society handles just women as a whole. But I feel like it's not just that. I feel like just how anybody goes out of their way to try and control or direct how they want women to think as a whole. I think it always strikes me as very disturbing and, well, downright creepy. And I'm not saying feminism in particular is guilty of doing this. I just think that general narrative as a whole, because it's what informs this kind of situation where if a girl says that she supports something like Gamergate, for example, they say something completely contrary. They say, oh, that's, internalized misogyny, etc. Like, if you go on Tumblr and you see female artists who draw like erotic art or something, some of the comments they get, people say stuff like, first they assume that they're a guy, then they say, no, I'm not a guy, I'm a girl. And then they start saying stuff like, oh, did your boyfriend put you up to this? Or are you being forced to do this or something? It's like, oh my god.
It's the idea of sex positive, versus negative sex. Yeah, sex negative, and that's the big issue with SJWs. Even within SJWs, they're not exactly a hive mind either, because some of them are like, yeah, you can't slut shame us, and then the other side's like, oh, all sex is bad.
Yeah, like
it's weird.
Anita Sarkeesian is what I would describe as a sex negative feminist.
Yes.
I would be a sex positive feminist myself.
I mean, and it shows that I find, having been on the low end of the female spectrum for quite a while, because I hang out with guys. I don't know about you guys, but that was always how the girls reacted to me. It comes out of the way we socialize as females. To some extent, and I'm going to spoil this right now, 99.9% of SJWs are female.
Really?
Oh my god.
That's generalization.
I'm joking here, but the tendency to shame people into social obedience comes from the way females tend to work, and we're nowhere near as bad as people make us out to be. We're not the mean girls, but we're more likely to respond to threats to ourselves through social means than through physical means. And I mean, this is something that's taught in Psychology 101.
Yeah.
So it's not the movement of shaming comes very much from the way females interact. I mean, you'll notice when we...
It's funny you say that. I mean, just to stop you there for a second. It's funny you say that because whenever somebody tries to give some kind of either social or biological explanation, people are quick to use very funny buzzwords like I don't know, what was it? Like biosplainer or something? I don't even know what it was. Something along those lines. Like,
Biosplaining.
Yeah.
like it's like, oh, how dare you use biology to back up your point?
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's
I'll tell that
it's
to my
awful.
universe.
It's so bad. And this is another point that I want to bring up, where the feminists that talk about how women have no power in video games fail to acknowledge that video games have so many great female characters in them.
They really do.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, it's funny.
Let me just name two popular ones. We have Clementine from The Walking Dead, and we have Elizabeth from BioShock.
Aha.
Oh, yes, yes.
But you know what I can criticize about Elizabeth? You see, the thing is, when you start down that path where people tell you SJW stuff, you hear some of the most ridiculous stuff. People say that characters like Elizabeth, actually, funnily enough, Clementine and Ellie from The Last of Us, they say they aren't strong female characters because they have a daddy complex. And they have to be reliant on the male character. No, I've heard
That's
this
the thing about social justice. You can't represent a community or a minority that doesn't want you. So the first thing social justice warriors and advocates have to do is they have to silence the people that they claim to represent, because otherwise they can't push their own agenda.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's completely gross. And it's funny because obviously I would agree that Clementine, Ellie, and Elizabeth are all strong female characters.
Wait,
and
Clementine and Ellie, the kids have you're not allowed to have a daddy complex as a kid.
Sorry about that,
In
guys.
apocalyptic situations,
Hey.
I want to point out. Not a
No,
problem.
because it unfortunately creates a situation where they are reliant on a man in some way, shape, or form, and people can't have that. And you know what's horrible about that? People seem to think that if a female character shows any kind of emotion or weakness, then she somehow loses her personality. She loses her good writing.
I think women should be proud
and I find
of
that that's the most unempathetic thing.
I think women should be proud of that. We're emotional people. Why shouldn't we be?
Yeah, but
And it's funny because male characters are just as emotional in games. I mean, some of the crap that male characters
of
go
course.
through, like they go through hell in most games, and they get emotional. And they depend on people.
If you want to look at strong women in video games that don't display that much emotion, just look at any of the female characters in the Resident Evil games.
Aha, perfect. That's a perfect one.
And I want to tell you what's really driving this view, is you can have 100 good examples, but one bad example just erases those. I remember one of my SJW friends going on a tirade against Samus in Metroid Other M?
Oh, Other M, the classic example, yeah.
Classic example, and I went, and this was one of the defining moments for me. I went, I actually kind of liked the emotionality in that. I guess I have bad taste. I tried to laugh it off, but but
no, I don't think that's a bad thing. I don't think it's a bad thing at all.
I liked her bonding with the enemy, and that's what they're going to do. Is they're going to take anything that they perceive as a setback, and they're going to use it to whitewash every good example. Forever.
Yeah, and
that's wrong. That's just wrong.
That's like another thing with these social justice warriors that I've noticed is that they don't have any gray area. Everything is just black and white for them. Even in terms of morality, they don't seem to have a moral gray area. It's just like, I'm right and you're wrong. You can't be in the middle.
The issue with them.
That's very stupid. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, the issue with them, I find, is that they tend to kind of echo what whoever they follow or whoever they look up to or whatever. That's why they can't really find a gray area, because most of the time I see it, they don't know how to think for themselves or actually just kind of take a step back and kind of look at everything and be like, well, I have this information and this information. How do I connect the dots? How do I make a conclusion from all this information? They don't tend to do that. They tend to just, reiterate or just repeat whatever, their friends say.
Like I said, they seem to have, and this is a point I've been pressing for some time, but they seem to have lost all ability to critically think, which I think, especially where social justice and feminism and and trying to find examples of feminism, misogyny in video games is concerned, that's a very important ability to have.
Hey guys, just a pause. We've got some questions on the YouTube feed.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on it. Most people are agreeing. The Guardian has asked, do you have live commentary? We're trying our best. I think we're having trouble setting up like an actual.
Yeah, I'm
You
not sure
can't
how to
set it
make
up.
like a. Yeah, like a
You
comment
have
flow.
to, whatchamacallit, there's like a special way to do it, but your account has to be enabled with it in the first place, I believe.
Oh, really?
If you, yeah, if your account doesn't have it, then you're just kind of screwed.
Yeah, that's
Maybe-
unfortunate.
Maybe we should plug your Twitter as a way to ask questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
So
Yeah, I put
that's
in the description that if you want to send any questions regarding the stream, if you want to ask these ladies any questions, just tweet at @NotYourShield. That's quite literally it, just at @NotYourShield, and I will endeavor to see the tweets and ask the questions.
And did your boyfriend put you up to this from an anti-Gamergate? Wow. Isn't that what girl gamers usually get asked in game? Irony. I just wanted to comment on that. Yeah, I've gotten a lot of, oh honey, where's your boyfriend? Well, my boyfriend is going and designing his own game, so it's just me today.
Wow, that's wow, just wow. I mean, but to reiterate on the topic of like with female characters in games and obviously how people can criticize stuff. It's just with the whole thing about showing weaknesses and stuff like that. Obviously, people have double standards when it comes to female characters, and I mentioned that, in fact, it's having those weaknesses and stuff like that. That actually helps people relate to characters more, and I mean both male and female gamers. In fact, people find it harder to relate to characters who are way too perfect and, aren't really given any chance to grow as a
Of
character.
course, that's your Mary Sue. No one would be able to relate to that kind of character.
Christopher
And I know Evie and I believe it was Rebecca that touched on this before, but women don't have to be defeminized to seem strong, which is what Evie said.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you don't need to get rid of traditional roles or certain aspects of a character that may or may not seem feminine, etc., to make them likable. I mean, in a lot of the thing is, and from a lot of games, right? In a lot of games with male leads, you see them go, as I said before not too long ago, you see them go through hell. Like, to give one example, if anyone's played the game Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance, the main character, Raiden, sure, he's ridiculously overpowered. He can throw machines the size of buildings, fair enough. But within the first chapter of the game, like, he fails to protect the president of a foreign country. He fights a samurai who completely outclasses him. He gets his arm chopped off and he loses his left eye. It all within the first chapter of the game, and then throughout the rest of the game, he's trying to get revenge for the events of the first chapter. So that situation where he's shown to be weak and vulnerable, you're given a chance to connect with him, and you're given a chance to, relate to him. So when he becomes powerful, you can be excited. And I feel like when this is done with female characters, this isn't victimizing them. This is humanizing them. This is giving them a chance to be seen in a way that is vulnerable, but you can relate to them as a player. Right, and that's why I think the new Tomb Raider works so well, because that game pretty much begins with her just getting effed up, and then eventually she just starts killing people one by one, and that's why you're so excited by it, because the game begins with her like getting impaled on a spike, and then she has to like, find her friends and all that kind of stuff, and people really dig that. I really dig that, because that's what's made me enjoy some of my favorite heroes, not because they're perfect, but because they're relatable. So I think that's another element of it. Obviously, I'm not saying just victimize female characters just because. Of course not. I'm just saying give
There's
them.
a narrative, which
And
is
it's really...
there's the narrative. It's the rape revenge narrative, which is what you see in Kill Bill, what you see in a lot of movies, where in order to get a male audience to identify with a woman, bad things have to happen so they understand like being a woman's fucking hard.
Yeah.
And then they're with her for the rest of the story.
Yeah, I can see how that would apply to Kill Bill.
Yeah.
I love Kill Bill though.
I mean, admittedly,
Kill Bill is an awesome
they
movie, and especially where Quentin Tarantino, who obviously directed it, is criticized so much for not portraying women in his movies as they should be, and he's criticized so much by feminists for doing that. But then you have Uma Thurman in Pulp Fiction, you have Uma Thurman in Kill Bill, both of which are absolutely amazing movies.
Yeah, I mean, and obviously, I'm not saying that we need something specific, like, because I admit that's a trope, funnily enough, the whole rape revenge thing. I'm not saying we need something like that, but something
Tropes
along the
exist for
lines
a
of,
reason, though.
Yeah.
like, we just need something along the lines of just something simple that happens to this character, even if it's something as cheesy as they killed my father. You know what I mean?
Okay, so
No
for
narrative
you
really
guys,
starts out with a good thing happening. Like every story in the world, it's some kind of complication to someone's life, and then they have to fix it.
Yeah, that's just the boil. That's like our tutor boiled down the when we were doing media theory. He was saying about you can boil down every story to just the resolution of a conflict.
Yeah, exactly.
There's two stories. A stranger comes to town, and a hero takes a journey, and those are kind of the only narratives you ever really see.
Yeah.
What do you guys think of Cersei from Game of Thrones? Then I'm just kind of curious.
Oh my god, she's so amazing, but I hate her, but I love her.
Yeah, I love her, but I hate her.
I haven't seen much of Game of Thrones, so I can't comment.
Game of Thrones is like an entirely different can of worms. I know Jezebel has had some really. Jezebel tends to be a really radical feministic website, but they've had some really interesting pieces on Game of Thrones that I think are worth reading. And as far as the Game of Thrones TV show is concerned, there is just... If you read the books and then you go and watch the TV show has just so much more sex and gore than the books will ever bring to your mind.
Yeah.
And in that regard, I believe that HBO has just innately sexualized the show to an extent that it's about sex and not much else, which is disturbing to me.
Yeah, I don't know. You know what's funny? Like, even like, okay, I'm not even gonna say even as a guy, I don't mind the sex, but it's like it is somewhat distracting, mainly because it's not actually that appealing visually. It just kind of happens. And if I wanted to look at it, I would look at it when it's appealing, not just when it's just happening and it's like, okay, that's okay. Like, I think it's like with The Wolf of Wall Street. Like, The Wolf of Wall Street is an amazing film, but the sex scene happens so randomly, so consistently that they just kind of catch you off guard. And you're like, oh, okay, whoa. But it's not like, oh, they're terrible, but it's like you're not really watching the film for that. So when it happens, it's not like you're prudish, but it just doesn't do it for you. Oh, by the way, I just got a question. Dr. Shy Guy, at Dr. Shy Guy on Twitter. He just said, question, what female game characters do you not like and why? So I guess we can do this one by one. I will start off real quick. Obviously, I know this is for the girls here, but I'll start off real quick. There's none in particular that I necessarily hate. If I hate characters, I usually just ignore them. A lot of the time, if it's a female character that I don't like, it's usually because they have some kind of annoying trait that has nothing to do with gender, it has nothing to do with being female, but rather female characters I don't like just tend to be characters that have things that I don't like in them. And I will say something controversial here. The only female character off the top of my head that I don't like, not because I hate her, but because I can't really... The reason I say that isn't because Bayonetta's a bad character, or isn't because it's a bad game. In fact, Bayonetta is one of the few games I got all the achievements for. I love the gameplay. My issue with Bayonetta as a character is while she's cool, she's got cool weapons, she's sexy and all that, that's great, but they don't do anything, because I talked about this before, they don't do anything to humanize her, not until like the second to last chapter of the game. She doesn't seem to care about her story, she's completely blasé, she completely jokes about everything, and there's not a moment in that game where they make her feel, not weak, not underpowered, but they don't humanize her for me to enjoy playing as her. So sure, I like playing as her for fun, but I just feel like as a character, I mean, it's fine because they wanted to create like a power fantasy, and that's great. But I don't like her as a person simply because she doesn't seem to care about her story. So I don't think I should either. That's just me, though. Anyway, I'll give it off to you, you girls, to say what female characters you don't like.
So who's first?
Just go.
Okay. You guys are going to laugh, but it's Bronca from Dragon Age.
Oh yeah.
Well, I think Dragon Age Origins.
Yeah.
She, not for being a female, but she did piss me off. She abandons her culture. She cheats on her husband. I think they're husbands. I've never been totally clear.
Yeah, she does.
With a woman who she then experiments on and leaves to morph into a horrible monstrosity. The least she could have done for this woman is kill her. Okay? And then she fucks around with you for a while to get to her prize, gets to her prize, and then holds your entire quest hostage because she wants to entrap oh, sorry, spoiler. All of this is spoiler. Entrap souls in armor and use them to fight only for her race. And then she begs you to spare her, and if you spare her because I'm a nice person, she turns around and backstabs you anyway.
Wow.
So I took immense pleasure in causing her to commit suicide. I'm a horrible person, people. I'm really bad.
I would have done the same thing.
But and I've never chosen her path again, even though it gets me minuses with the dwarf. But you know what I'm saying? That's my most hated character.
Absolutely. You know, honestly, if I hate a character, I tend not to play the game. Like, I think a lot, like, an issue with Anita Sarkeesian is that this seems to be kind of outrage porn. She's doing things to offend her, so she can to offend herself, so she can complain about being offended. And I just don't support products that I find offensive. Like, I mean, I enjoyed Resident Evil 4, but I remember Ashley Graham, the president's daughter.
Oh my god, she's the worst.
Oh god. You know, she's
the game also has Ada Wong in it, and Ada Wong's fucking amazing.
Yep.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Yeah, Ada Wong is amazing.
Ashley Graham is like that typical woman that doesn't do anything and she's kind of useless and she just tags along with you anyway.
She's the president's daughter, though. She's literally some, like, Ivy League sheltered child who just got caught up in something she wasn't supposed to. That's kind of, you know what I mean? So, like, when people say that, oh, this is an example of how crap women are in games, I'm like, she's the bloody president's daughter.
and she's also, and to be entirely fair, she's also not, like, really important.
Yeah, she isn't.
No, she's just your escort.
Yeah, she's like your
It's
sidekick.
an interesting twist in the story when you play as her and you don't have any weapons. That's kind of far into the game, but I thought when you played as her, that was a really interesting twist because that made me connect more towards the character.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have any weapons, and you kind of feel like, you know, she's defenseless and like she doesn't really have much to do except bitch and panic.
Yeah, that was one of the hardest parts of the game, actually.
Yeah.
That part was difficult. Because you're no longer Leon with all the weapons, suddenly you're just Ashley and like, yeah, suddenly I see why this is...
changes the context.
Yep. Alright, so who else wants to explain their...
Mine's really stupid, but it's Navi from... No, she's just so annoying, okay?
That's completely reasonable.
She's so annoying.
Oh man.
Hey, listen.
Wait, no, please don't.
You guys took all the best, worst characters already.
I know my one's Leliana from the Dragon Age series.
Yeah.
Like, I know she's kind of popular, but everyone keeps pushing. Like, she shows up in the DLC, she shows up in the second game, she shows up in a different area, and it's like, oh Jesus, please stop trying to push her on me. Okay, I get it. You want me to like her, but I don't like her.
Oh, there's one more I have who's not as stupid as Navi. Her name was Ashley Williams. She was in Mass Effect.
Oh God.
Oh my God, Ashley. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Weird.
She's like, if anyone's watched Lost here, I don't know if you guys have watched Lost.
No.
But she's like a certain really annoying, brusque character from Lost that comes to mind every time I think of her.
Ashley, yeah, I don't like Ashley. I'll just be real with you, I just don't like Ashley.
It's funny, we have an Ashley Graham and we have an Ashley Williams.
Welcome to Gamergate, where we're actually hating on characters for reasons other than their gender.
Yeah, I know, exactly. Like,
I mean, you can't hate on Navi for the fact that she's female, but she's just so annoying.
yeah, because like that's why if you were to ask me, oh, what's your least favorite female character? What female character do you don't like? It's like, well, I can tell you what female characters I don't like, but it's not because they're female. It's because of certain reasons. Like, for example, I played Street Fighter, and if you ask me which female characters in Street Fighter I don't like, I'd say I don't like them, but not because they're female. I'd say, oh, this one's annoying, this one has this annoying move, etc. But I can say the same for the guy characters, because there's guy characters I don't like for equal reasons, i.e., annoying, they're an eyesore, etc. You know, that kind of thing.
Men are always exempt from this criticism. Like, they're always exempt from having character. Like, they don't do it for some reason.
Since we're doing this, why don't we name some male characters that we don't like?
Where to start?
I know,
Oh,
right?
I have one female character I really hate. You know Vanille from Final Fantasy 13?
Oh my god.
I like
Vanille, though. I like Vanille.
Yeah.
She has a
I
weird
hate her. I hate her. She's so annoying. And she's like useless and stupid. Because of her, I couldn't play the game, so. Yeah.
No, it was her accent, wasn't it?
Yeah, that.
It was
She kind
her
of went from English
weird
to
accent.
Australian to just kind of everywhere.
Yeah,
Master Chief. I don't like Master Chief. They had to bring in Cortana for him to actually have any kind of, for there to be any way to relate to him.
Well,
Okay.
I think he's supposed to be a kind of insert character, isn't he?
On this
Well-
note, we have Becca with us now.
Yes,
Hi,
Becca.
Hi.
Hi.
based Becca.
Base Becca.
Can we just
Pretty Becca.
can we
Had a
just
long day of classes.
kind of appreciate that there are like 5 or 6 women and 1 guy in this room,
Yeah.
and we are not being oppressed at all?
Nice.
Guys I don't like in gaming. I'm gonna have to say I actually don't like Francis from Left 4 Dead.
Really?
Ooh, that's interesting.
Why?
Why?
Is he annoying?
No, he's useful and he's not annoying and his jokes are funny, but I just don't like how he picks on the other guy characters. He never ever picks on I'm a Left 4 Dead 2 player mostly, but I've never seen him pick on the girl, but he always is bad mouthing, Bill and the other.
He's a bit of a douche, isn't
And
he?
Lewis. Yeah, he is a bit of a douche, you're right.
I mix up Lewis and Nick all the time, so I didn't want to say anything. But yeah,
Nick's a bit of a dick.
yeah, but I'm a Nick Ellis fan, so I can't really say much on that end.
Like Coach and Rochelle.
Coach and Rochelle are so awesome. But yeah, no, Francis, and the main reason is he's just an asshole to the other survivors, and I don't know, I don't get that.
And also, by the way, now that Becca's in here, obviously, Becca, yet another prominent voice within Gamergate. Obviously, we've been discussing
Prominent.
what your experience of Gamergate has been and the stuff people have said to you. So obviously, you've said some stuff before, but let the listeners know what your experiences of Gamergate has been.
My experience has been very good. People are nice.
Oh my god, you sound so cute.
See, that's pretty much been my experience. Is everyone being like, "Is Becca gonna be on the stream? She's got such a cute voice."
Becca.
I'm sorry.
No, I don't. It doesn't offend me. It makes me feel a lot better because I don't like that I sound 12, but it's good that people like that. So.
I don't think you sound 12.
And other people are like, "Yeah, I don't sound 12," but
Yeah, I think you sound very well spoken, actually.
You sound, but you have that sweet kind of way of speaking.
Yeah.
yeah, It's just really funny that people think that because that's not my approach.
Right. So I mean, have
Yeah.
you had
But
that
yeah, everything's
thing?
been really great. As far as like pro Gamergate people, everyone is pretty nice. I started using Ask FM because I noticed people use that, and I'm like, oh, this is a cool idea. And I got a lot of really good questions, and I only got like 4 creepy weird ones like kick me, and I'm like, oh god, you guys are weird. But most of it's been pretty good.
Have you had any untoward comments from the other side, such as Stock Puppet, etc.?
Yeah, I definitely got that one. Though actually, I didn't get sock puppet as much because by the time I guess I was more interested in it, it had already turned to internalized misogyny.
Internalized soggy.
Yes, internalized sogginese or internalized mahogany, however you'd
Or
like to say it.
internalized
I
heat.
have internalized mahogany quite deeply. It is my favorite wood, and I appreciate any usage of mahogany.
Oh my god.
So
It's
yeah,
the best wood in Minecraft, man. Best wood.
it is. It's just the best, and as a Hunger Games fan, I support mahogany.
Okay,
No.
I just
So
got a question on Twitter a while ago that says, I've got female friends who constantly share pro Gamergate or Not Your Shield female posts, and say, hold on, I have to read this again. No, it says, I've got female friends who constantly share pro GG or Not Your Shield female posts, and say they don't get it and shun them. What do?
Ooh. Ooh.
As
So
in,
you're asking us for like a solution to the problem?
Wait. Can you re-explain the question? I don't understand.
Yeah.
it was phrased weird. I guess what this person is saying that he's got
they
or
have
she
female friends
female
who
friends
don't
who
want
are
to listen to Gamergate girls.
yeah, like they're sharing it. They're sharing posts from other female gamergaters, and they're saying, I don't get it. Like, why would girls support this? I guess is what they're saying.
Could be as simple as the fact that they're not gamers and they don't have that experience, and that they don't have the experience
They're
to understand.
probably just not very informed. Yeah, I mean, if you buy the outside narrative that it's about misogyny, then when women are involved, that kind of looks weird. Like, oh, these women are supporting hating women. So I think hopefully it's just a matter of ignorance.
And in fact, for the record, like, let me ask you girls here, right? Like right now, does anybody honestly believe that this is about misogyny? That the only reason people are talking about this is because Zoe Quinn and Anita are women? Does anybody really believe that?
No.
There
I
are
think
so many reasons that people are mad at the gaming press right now, and absolutely there are some monsters in Gamergate. There are some people who are explicit misogynists and explicitly want to target people, but they're a tiny minority, and the same is true of anti-Gamergate.
And
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I think that the whole focus around Zoe Quinn and Nina Sarkeesian is just not even Anita Sarkeesian. I don't see her doing this as much as Zoe Quinn. Zoe Quinn constantly puts herself in this as the center of attention. And I think people need to understand, especially for if someone is anti-Gamergate and is listening to this, this was never about Zoe Quinn. Zoe Quinn was just a catalyst, and it just sort of everything just sort of flew off the handle as soon as we read the Zoe post.
Yeah, precisely. And
It's
but
not
people
about
have then
her.
countered and said that this is people are saying, "Oh, tell me how this isn't about misogyny," when the only people being targeted are women like Jen Frank or
Hey.
Leigh
And
Alexander.
women like Anthony Birch, and women like Phil Fish, and
Aha.
women
And women like
Ben
Devin
Contreras,
Faraci.
like Stephen Totillo, and
Devin
women.
Faraci.
I could keep going.
Yeah, and
Can I say
women are-
something?
Yeah.
Okay. Great news. Starbucks just fucking pulled from Kotaku.
Oh
yeah,
my
yeah,
God.
they did.
Did you
You
read
said
it?
Starbucks
did,
just
yeah.
pulled their advertisement.
You know what, Starbucks? Offer me a job. I'm ready to work for you. There you go. I have a job in
Candace told
another.
me. Oh my god, I'm so happy.
I have a job in another industry, but I will gladly go work for you because you guys are stars. With the college thing and with this, I'm so happy.
College
They have
thing?
fantastic trans-inclusive
They
policies as
sponsor
well.
college students. It's really sweet.
Yeah,
Oh.
they're sponsoring people to go to college as long as they work there. It's
Oh.
awesome.
You have to
Meanwhile,
work, at least.
I'm just sitting here like I want to be a professional League of Legends player.
You have to work 20 hours a week, so.
Yeah, you
I
have
think,
to work.
There's like some
20,
requirements.
I mean, it's interesting, and you should look into it more. But just to go back to the original question, talk to them. I mean, that's all you can do. They may never really understand what's going on, but don't be disrespectful. Don't be mean. Don't cut them off unless they do it first. But tell them why you feel it's not misogyny. Send them information if they're open to it, and just have a discussion. And when the discussion ends, leave it where you will. You might have to agree to disagree.
And
You know,
I just want to bring up
Encourage them
here.
to ask questions and be suspicious, because that's really important. And also, I'm super happy about Starbucks.
I just want to bring up here that in all of this, 4chan has repeatedly been portrayed as the bad guy. 4chan has a reputation as the boogeyman of the internet, and it has that reputation for good reason, and it doesn't pretend that that reputation doesn't exist. But throughout all of Gamergate, I want to point out that 4chan has been so mature.
Shockingly.
Yeah, comparatively. Yeah.
They have been so mature as compared to the feminists on Twitter who you argue with and are met with blocked.
Ooh.
Ooh, that's
C.H.
interesting.
Summers.
That's
Yeah.
really interesting.
Sorry. C.H. Summers has just posted a new factual feminist. Go support her. She's my femme mom. I don't agree with her on everything, but she is awesome.
She's my base mom.
I think she
Our
took a
base
huge
mom.
risk in supporting Gamergate, actually.
She did.
I'm surprised. She even, I don't know how she learned about Gamergate, but, you know, I'm happy to have her on my side. I guess.
I believe people, I remember how C.H. Summers got into Gamergate, and it was because people on V were like, hey, you know what, we should get C.H. Summers in on this because she does that whole factual feminist thing and she might have some opinions on it. And at the same time, they were worried about Jennifer Hill and how she managed, by the way, how she managed to remain so neutral in that NPR interview,
Yeah, that was pretty good.
which was so loaded, is amazing to me.
Yeah, that was because the thing is, you know what I've noticed, like people like the voice actors, the celebrities, so to speak, the industry people, they have to remain neutral because they have to say they recognize that there's a problem and they think there's misogyny, but they think that this is for a good cause because if they support Gamergate, it's game over for them. The second they say they support Gamergate, they've lost their job, they lost everything, and that really sucks.
That does. We'd have a lot more people talking to us. Talking for us and talking to us if it wasn't that way.
Yeah, I mean, in fact, it's funny because the thing about Christina Hoff Sommers is, isn't it funny how the second this person, like an established scholar and a feminist, dares to criticize Anita Sarkeesian, suddenly she's newsworthy. All the other people who've criticized Anita Sarkeesian, Zoe Kuhn, or whatever, like they're just ignored, systematically ignored. But Polygon, Kotaku, all those other sites, when Christina Hoff Sommers does it, finally a feminist woman, suddenly it's news, and suddenly she's a conservative being controlled by American
it's really interesting because she's a registered Democrat. She's a registered Democrat. And the fact that you're calling a registered Democrat a conservative is so hilarious.
Well, the problem with social justice is like, okay, personal information, I have a 4-year journalism degree from a European university. I studied, okay, people call it cultural Marxism, but they're really referring to the theories of the Frankfurt School. And I studied the history of feminism and feminist theory. And the reason these people can't be argued with is because they don't understand feminist theory, they don't understand the history of the movement, and they don't understand any of the arguments they're using. So it's impossible to debate against them because they don't understand their own arguments. It's really scary.
It is, and I think what I find awkward, perhaps, about when people do anything, especially with gaming, like in the guise of feminism, I'm like, if you look at the dictionary definition of feminism, or at least what feminism is supposed to be, it doesn't have anything to do with browbeating male gamers over video games. I'm pretty sure that's not what it's about.
It has to do with equality.
Exactly. And
like
that's not what it's being used for.
The definition of feminism is wait, let me pull it up actually.
Emma Watson just, you know, the Hermione girl from...
Oh, yeah, the he for she thing.
Did she just do a speech or, like, some sort of written article about feminism?
She's a spokesperson for UN Women, so she did a speech.
Okay, so the dictionary definition of feminism is the advocacy of women's rights on the ground of equality of the sexes.
Right. That's perfect.
Yeah.
But that's not what people seem to be doing these days, and that worries me.
It's unfortunate because I think I said this before, like early in the stream, but there are places where feminism is important and it's needed. And again, for like context for like people who are joining, I'm half Indian, and I come from I'm half from India, as in the India and Asia, and that's a society where we have really
problems.
persistent patriarchy, really persistent misogyny, really persistent victim blaming. And doing this is it's not just affecting the gaming industry, it's not just affecting gaming journalism, it's affecting the image of feminism in places where it's actually needed.
Yeah, that's how I feel as well. That when people are going on these crusades, these tirades, saying that in the name of feminism we must reform gaming, it's like you're abusing something that's supposed to be good. You're giving the wrong idea to a movement that's supposed to be a force for positivity. You're using something that is supposed to make people's lives better to insult people and degrade them. Can't you see how morally corrupt that is? There's a saying that goes, "Evil, even the devil can quote scripture for his purpose," and you don't have to be religious to get what that means. It basically means that even somebody who's out to do wrong can take something good and use it for their own gain. And that's what I see happening a lot of the time. That people are using feminist logic, feminist rhetoric, and basically just twisting it around and using it on anyone who they see fit, including women. Including women who disagree
And
with
it's
them.
just like using misogyny as a curtain to do whatever you want.
I mean, here's the thing. They'll turn that argument around so fast. During my initial contact with Gamergate, I started playing, because I was trolling at that point, into the whole shielding thing where I'm like, well, I'm this, that, and this, and that, and that, and this. Because I knew how to play the social justice warrior game. And he said, well, stop shielding. And I'm like, when you stop using me as a shield, I'll stop shielding. So.
Oh, one thing. Does anyone have a link to confirm that Starbucks pulled their advertising?
I just
I do.
retweeted it.
Yeah, make sure we can spread some good information.
Fact check,
Okay.
fact check, fact check.
Yep, let me, whatchamacallit, just tweet it out to you guys.
I did see it.
By the way, if you could put
There you
Twitter
go.
in the description of the video, that would be great. So I can actually follow some of you brilliant ladies.
Oh, jeez. I'll try. At this
I love
point,
Canon so much. I'm so happy.
Canada, it's awesome.
Seems like a lot of people like Emma Watson because of what she said. I haven't read it properly, so I can't say I know 100%
I haven't either.
if what she said was good or not, but a lot of people seem to be giving her positive feedback.
I'm actually very ambivalent on her statement. It's very, I mean, it's nice. It's the type of feminism that I am fond of, but I'm not a feminist, so I'm fine with her inviting men to be feminists, but I don't think you have to be a feminist to be for equality. So her language kind of annoys me, but I know that she is well-intentioned, so I'm not going to hold that against her.
Yeah, I know what you mean. To be fair, the thing is that her original point about the whole what is it, he for she, I think it's called. Her original he for she statement did come off as kind of confrontive, confrontational. Sorry, it came off very direct, saying that guys need to kind of man up or whatever, and that was bad. This new statement sounds better, and that's great, but this new thing, this he for she thing, it happened dangerously close to the it's on us thing, and what this is it's what's known as a Kafka trap. A Kafka trap is when you intentionally set up a situation where someone has to agree to something, or you guilt trip them by association. You basically say that, oh, are you not a bigot? And are you, and you have to say, oh, yes, I'm not. But if they don't agree to say it, then you're basically saying, oh, so you're a bigot then because you don't agree with me. And that's what's happening here with this is on us thing, or perhaps with he for she. It's like saying, if you don't support this, then you're sexist, even though you don't have to support it. It's common sense that people should support this thing. And that's
It's what I like to call Kafka on steroids.
Kafka on steroids.
We hit 100 watchers, just so everyone's aware.
Yay!
Sorry, I'm trying to lighten things up. But yeah, it's definitely a Kafka trap, Kafka trap, and it's stupid, and that's not how you argue things, folks. It's just not.
Contesting your guilt makes you guilty. That's a catch-22. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of a similar argument to, I've seen it on Tumblr. There's the catchy post that's like, I can tell that we need feminism because people get so angry when they hear the word feminism, and I'm like, no, that's not logical at all. People get really angry when they hear the word Nazi too. Are you saying we need Nazis?
Yeah.
Yes.
Like,
Yes.
not to say that all feminists are Nazis. I'm just saying it's not good logic.
We just Godwined the entire conversation.
Godwin should be renamed after me because
Although,
I love Nazis.
in regards to Emma Watson, I actually think she's well-meaning, though, to be fair.
Yeah,
Out
I
of
think
all of the things that have happened recently, she doesn't come off to me as this kind of misandrist, misguided person who's trying to make a statement. She is Kafka trapping a little bit, but at least she's trying to get a nice point across, and that's okay.
I think she's
I've already
learning
seen
as she
posts on
goes,
Tumblr
and I think
about
that's really important.
feminists creator, so.
Okay.
I think she's learning as she goes, and that shows promise. Like, she doesn't have to be right, she doesn't have to do anything, she just has to learn.
That's great.
Yeah, she seems like a very open person who's like, you know, very polite and nice. That's just my image that she kind of personifies or whatever.
Personifies.
Yeah.
Personifates is an awesome word, though. It's like.
I mean,
Sorry.
definitely, I think that's a good thing in regards to that. So I think, that's why I don't fault Emma Watson for the whole he for she thing. It's still problematic though, but I wouldn't. Let's put it this way: like, I wouldn't confront her over it, considering she has got the right idea, albeit somewhat agenda-driven. But at least she's not being belligerent. Then again, we don't know. If someone were to ask her or confront her about this, her response would determine everything. I think that's what would change. Because one thing I've noticed about all these controversies, it's not what the person says, it's how they act afterwards. Because I've said that with Anita Sarkeesian, what bothers me isn't necessarily the message, it's the messenger. Because the way she acts, her dishonesty, and just her public persona is so unlikable that's what makes just her general spiel so frustrating. Because if she was a more honest person who said, well, I know what I say is somewhat controversial, but it's my opinion, I'm just trying to bring some, awareness to the issue, and I know it's not necessarily factual, but, I'm just trying to help people out, blah, blah, blah. No, she blocks people. She acts completely callous, says, ooh, look at all the misogyny. It's like, that's
if you watched, like, the investigative journalism videos on Anita Sarkeesian, it makes note of the fact that she keeps all of her comment sections closed I forgot the word I was going to use.
It's okay.
Unless they suit her narrative. So she made a video about being harassed, and naturally, because the internet is filled with trolls, as we all know, she was harassed on that video. And she left the comment section of that video and that video only open, and then she used that in her next video to prove a point.
Oh, it seems we were a little quick to jump. The original tweeter of our Starbucks has just tweeted back on my stream to Chobit. They didn't pull out, but it's encouraging, so keep up the emails.
Okay. What I'm going to do tomorrow is do the boycott goal of the day. I do that every day for Starbucks. So please, anybody listening or anybody in this room, please send the emails.
Yeah,
yes.
Definitely. And Jade, thanks for mentioning that, because this is another big point that I definitely want you ladies to give your opinion on. What do you think of the fact that what was it, the concept freaking community manager basically acted super belligerent to everyone? That was another shocking one for me. Because when I saw that happen, I'm just like...
When I was informed of that, Fart to Continue, if you know him, he emailed me or he DM'd me the image of it, and I a lot of people came to me and asked me, you have to boycott this game and concept. And some people, like very hardcore Japanese gamers, like, no, you can't, because concept, they probably don't even know about it. And I'm like, yeah, but what else do we do? Because they're not willing to reach out to us, and we can't do anything. And Dina, whatever, the community manager, she is a representative. She's acting in their name. And if they can't control her, then why shouldn't we boycott them? That's how I see it.
That's because I'll be honest with you. I felt conflicted about it too, because I really, really care about Mighty Number 9, and I really care about Azure Striker Gunvolt. I really want to play those games, but the thing is that this Dina person, she more or less just spit on her consumers, and in the most completely dismissive way possible. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm gonna link a paste bin that I think you guys should read.
Okay.
It's from the perspective of an indie game developer, and it's related to what we're talking about, so I think it's important.
We should put all the links in the doobly-doo when we do.
Doobly-doo.
Sorry, I watch Idea Channel, folks, so doobly-doo.
That's from Vlogbrothers originally, I think.
Is it? I picked it up
I think she got it from the Green Brothers, yeah.
Oh, cool. Well,
I love it,
I'm plugging Idea Channel, but whatever. So that everyone can follow along with us when we're done and read their own things. Going back to Dina.
Yeah.
Dina. I am not particularly involved in this controversy on my end, but when this woman is an outspoken feminist, when this woman is talking about changing gender for gender equality's sake, when she is disregarding the character that she is supposed to be representing, and she is put in a place where she is the linchpin of discussion between the creators and the people that they are answering to, that sends up a bunch of red flags, and she has just taken that red flag, run it up the tallest flagpole on the tallest mountain, and set the mountain on fire for me. She needs to go. I'm going to say that.
Yeah, she's like Leigh Alexander.
Yeah.
Well, I think it was in December actually of last year where they had this huge controversy, and it was the same controversy as it is now, but they kind of ignored it. And I think they try to do the same thing we're doing, but then because she started, I think there was one person who tweeted me, yeah, I didn't post any images on the forums, and I didn't even actually post anything. He wasn't really active on the forums. But one day he went back there because he heard that one guy got blocked, so he went back there to check if he had been blocked. He was blocked. And it was like, yeah, why did I get blocked? I didn't post anything. I didn't get any warnings or anything. And it's just like, why is she doing this? Just because she saw him tweet something about Gamergate, she looked up his Twitter information, or maybe he used the same Twitter name handle as his forum name. It's just like, that's not acceptable. And if they cannot control that kind of person, she is working for Concept, then it is Concept's fault.
Exactly.
You have to understand that she's just a person, she's not the organization. So naturally your organization should be able to do something about her and keep her in check.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, because I felt conflicted, but at the same time, from a business standpoint, it worries me. It's one thing if someone just made some offhanded comments, but it worries me when a company is basically ignoring what their community manager is saying.
Yeah,
it's not right. You shouldn't just you shouldn't just say, don't matter. It doesn't matter what she says. Whatever. Buy her game. That sends the wrong message to people. It basically says that you don't care what this person is doing to your consumers, and that is wrong, essentially.
This is pretty much my experience with social justice warriors. I quit my job a couple of years ago because they targeted me specifically at what I was doing. I had a position where I was attempting to advocate for trans people in the trans community, and social justice warriors absolutely trashed that. The pattern I've noticed is they get a job through fairly innocuous things, and the higher-ups think that they're doing a good thing. They're hiring a queer person, they're hiring a feminist. They think they're doing a good thing by hiring someone who, perhaps isn't that qualified, but they're doing a good thing. It's affirmative action. And then they get together a little cabal of other people, or they bully and harass people into submission, and then they take over the project. And it's not creative. It just turns any project into this zombie.
Yeah, it's like infiltration. I mean, the word might be a bit, it might be a bit of a harsh word, I suppose, but it's sort of like that. And I can see why you're saying that. I can see where that comes from.
That's my personal experience, anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. This blog you just sent me is particularly troubling to me, because it names at least two, and I'm going to go ahead and just call them out. White Wolf, which is my favorite pen and paper gaming company, apparently threatens freelance writers with dismissal or lack of work if they have anything bad to say about Tumblr. While those who work at Paizo creators of Pathfinder, which is an exceptional, I'm going to just say it right now, an exceptional D20 system, my favorite. I am part of the Pathfinder Society. Have complained that their new iconic character is a very ham-fisted attempt at pandering to the trans community. Guys, as a pen and paper gamer, as someone who grew up under pen and paper gamers, this troubles me. Gaming should not have politics involved in it. I should not have to worry about politics when I'm sitting down at a table with my friends.
Yeah, you really
Yeah, and the King of Poe stream a while ago was talking about this too. They mentioned that social justice warriors and feminists have practically infiltrated. I'm using the word infiltrated again. It makes it sound like a really, really weird spy drama. But the spy drama, the social justice warriors. But they have made their mark in a lot of industries, and gaming was one of the only industries we thought was untouched by it, right? And now it's happening to gaming too. It's happening to people that just want to play video games. That's literally all we want to do. We just want to play video games.
Yeah, I mean, and I think the thing is as well that like nobody's saying that there aren't certain issues here and there that don't need touching up or careful consideration, but these issues can be addressed without political agenda or bias. Stuff like adding female characters to games, that's a natural progression and a necessary choice if you want your game to sell well in a commercial way. But to politicize stuff and to make everything into an agenda is a problem. And when I read that article where it was all like, I don't remember whose article it was one of the Gamers Are Dead one, where it's like, games need to stop being about being fun, they should be about spreading a social message of inclusion. And I'm like, bull crap they do. No, they don't. That's not going to sell. That's not going to get people interested. Social inclusion and stuff like that, that's great, and that's something a game should aspire to if it can. But that should not be the standard that it's held to. That should not be a bullet point. Oh, are we going to offend minorities? Yes or no? That shouldn't be part of what you're thinking when you're making a game. And to suggest that that's the direction gaming should go in, it's lunacy. It's complete lunacy.
You can't march into a television studio and make these kinds of requests. You can't go down to Hollywood and make these kinds of requests. You can't go into an author's house and tell them what to write about. But specifically the indie gaming community is kind of tight-knit enough and small enough and like low-wave enough that you can go in and without having to be a game designer of any merit, without really having to have anything to do with the creative side of the project, without contributing anything, you can force your opinions onto a project and you can weaponize it and use it as an excuse for social justice.
It's literally stifling creativity that people think that they have.
Yeah, exactly, and I think it's wrong, because I don't know why we would, because I said, it's one thing, and we talked about this earlier, it's one thing to be offended by something personally, and it's another thing to say that this offends all of this demographic, and then use that as an excuse to say, please change it. I'm like, no.
Because that's silencing the whole demographic. If you say this is offensive to women, you're taking away their voice.
Exactly.
Milo just tweeted, 4chan is so last season.
That's pretty funny. But no, you're right. That it removes women's agency when you don't allow them to have an opinion on something that concerns them, and it certainly doesn't help the actual issue. When in all honesty, if a bit of gaming content offends you, you can choose to either ignore it, find a gaming experience that does benefit you, or better yet, make your own freaking game.
It's people who don't play games and don't buy games demanding the people who do make play and buy games make the kind of games they want and buy the kind of games that social justice warriors want, but the social justice warriors aren't involved in the creative process and they aren't involved as customers.
Exactly.
Yeah, they really aren't.
And here's the thing. It's going to the exact opposite extreme if we let this happen. Again, I am checking this out. It does seem that there are legitimate complaints on SJW. I'm going quickly. I'll see if I can link everything up in a post and tweet it, but does seem
absolutely.
to be some...
Like, I don't dispute that we live in a patriarchal society. We do live in a society with
I do.
but
No, I'm saying
I dispute it.
I'm saying the complaints are legit on White Wolf being because I'm devastated right now on being social justice warrior. It looks like their complaints are legit, and I'll take a couple hours tonight and I'll put up a Twitter long on this.
Becca, do you want to elaborate on what you were saying?
I'm sorry.
About patriarchy? I mean, I could get off on a whole thing about patriarchy.
Hey, ladies, we can agree to disagree.
Yeah, do it. I mean, we're all here, so.
Well, I mean, if anybody wanted to talk about that, like, we can talk about other stuff. I'm not like ready to go on a crusade or anything. I was willing to say I don't think that that's a thing.
Right, and see, that's the beauty of it. That just because you're women, it doesn't mean you all think the same thing. See, that's the point. That's the point, really.
I think it does exist, but I think it exists in the same way the Illuminati exists. It's like, okay, maybe there's some kind of way to validate this theory, and there are certain things that reinforce it, but it's not a conspiracy. It's just kind of the world isn't perfect, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment.
The way I would the problem that I have with the term is it doesn't really make any sense to me to call it patriarchy as opposed to something else, because you'll see the argument that, okay, patriarchy is a system of oppression of women by men, and then you ask them, well, men aren't doing like any specific thing, it's just cultural factors, and bad things happen to boys too, and they also have really strict gender roles.
Into the army.
Right, and people will say, well, that's just patriarchy backfiring on them because these are the standards that have been set for them. So the problem I have with that is then why is it not equally likely that there's a matriarchy and there's a system wherein we make men protect us and do all of the hard work, and it backfires on us by us being treated like damsels? Like,
Both of those are valid theories.
Both of those are valid theories, but I think both of them are wrong. I think both of them are an oversimplification or an exaggeration of the guilt of one sex over another. That's my problem with patriarchy.
Theories. They're just theories.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
I think
and it's okay to have theories, as long as you don't insist that, okay, this is right because I came up with this idea and I feel very strongly about it. You have to be able to justify them.
Yeah, I would agree.
But let's not go around proclaiming gravity is just an idea, shall we?
Some theories are more theories than others.
I'm an anti-gravitist, and I am offended by that.
Are you triggered yet?
I've been triggered this entire time. You have no idea.
I have a question, actually.
Yes, go ahead.
Talking about social justice stuff in games. I've seen a lot of people complain about BioWare. Do you think that BioWare's writing in their games more recently has been social justice-y, or do you think it's just good old, like, good inclusion?
No. My feelings on BioWare are very mixed right now, as far as it goes.
Sorry.
I think they have good intentions, and I think they want to be the LGBT games developer, but I think, they sided with anti-Gamergate for the wrong reasons.
Yeah, I like BioWare. I mean,
I like the BioWare games, but I get really annoyed that they keep trying to shoehorn every character as bisexual. It's like
that annoys me too.
No, I don't necessarily think that they're SJW minded. I think that, and this is a point I was going to make earlier, that what's happening with games, and people say that, people like Anita Sarkeesian are relevant and needed to change the conversation regarding women in games, and I think that's crap because the thing is, some of the best written female characters happen before SJWs ever open their mouths. So this idea that we need their input to make game content better is bullcrap, because games are getting more progressive and more inclusive without the SJW agenda. I mean, to give a random example.
I mean, I have a fairly strange.
Based purely on a stereotype.
I have a fairly strange example of a really good female video game character whom you might not consider female, but I still think she's a good example. It's Shodan from System Shock.
Oh yeah, Total Biscuit used her as his great women in games example.
Yeah, Shodan was an amazing character as far as women in video games were concerned, and System Shock is a really old game.
Right, and I think that's fine. And the example I was going to make as well is that in a game, right, in a given game, you might have certain characters of certain demographics. Like, to bring up Metal Gear Rising again, since it's one of my favorite games personally. That game, the main character is a white guy, as you do, but his boss is Russian. His tech analyst guy is black. The person who saves the game for him and gives him conversations about pop culture is a woman, and the guy who upgrades his weapons is German. So they just gave this diverse cast for no reason other than they wanted to have a diverse cast of interesting people for which the main character can interact with. So you can create diversity without an SJW mindset. You can say that, okay, for this game, we want to have people from all around the world working together. How do we do that? Okay, we have this person be this person be that, and not done out of the sense of we want people to feel represented, but no, we just want to make a diverse cast of interesting characters.
Yeah,
and I think
games reflect society.
And sort of related to that, I think you can put in these diverse characters without actually stifling the creativity of the developers of these games. Like, you don't have to push your agenda on them.
Mm-hmm.
You're precisely right. I mean, to use another example, because all I can say is games that I know. I've used this before. Like, when they finally added female characters to Call of Duty, with Call of Duty Ghosts, it's not like the game suddenly changed in any way. It's not like suddenly the game had to become more female-minded or anything. The gameplay's still the same. All they did was give female characters as an option, so you can customize them. They have the same armor, they can use the same weapons, they have the same everything. They're just a cosmetic choice if you so choose. The game didn't suddenly have to start thinking about SJW crap. It didn't suddenly start representing people. It just gave you a variety of options to choose either man or a woman and different races. That's all. Because that's just a logical choice that you're going to give to players. You know what I mean? Like, that's not SJW minded. That just makes sense.
And that does seem to reflect the changing role of women in the military.
Exactly.
Okay,
Like,
I have a question.
Go ahead.
I have a question, which is somewhat unrelated to what we were just talking about, but
No, that's fine.
the women and men part of it brought it to mind. I don't understand why what you call post-structuralists, I believe is the term for it, oppose gender binaries. Isn't that more of a biological thing than a thing that you define yourself? I mean, it's not as arbitrary as it seems to be, right?
Oh, boy.
Yeah, okay, I'll let you ladies handle this when I talk too much.
Oh, boy. Okay, I'm about to go psychological on this. Okay, what I've seen in the people I interact with in my profession and what I've seen with the people I've interacted with as an SJW is anything that they perceive as degrading their argument is going to cause a problem. My boyfriend is decidedly not SJW, and one of our earliest discussions before I kind of broke free of it was, can girls play football with guys? And
yes, of course.
well, yeah, of course they can, but I don't know what brought it up, but at some point he said to me, look, I weigh 260 pounds, you weigh 180 soaking wet. If I hit you with all my force trying to drive you backwards, you'd go flying.
Oh, you're talking about like the American football. Sorry, I was really confused. Like, why are you hitting someone in
American
football?
sorry, American football. I'm so American centrist right now. No, American football. If he said to me, if I hit you flying, I'd send you flying, you'd break bones. Women cannot play with men, and it's not anything against their skill. It's against the physical inability to do it. And me and my little SJW mindset saw that as misogyny, because clearly he was telling me that women couldn't do something, and that made him wrong. And that's the little mindset that you get into, is anything that differentiates me from men and anything that causes men to be better at something than me is inherently misogynistic.
I would contest his argument, but I would contest it on the fact that there are female rugby players and there are female rugby leagues, and that's just American football without the padding. So I would contest that, but on the basis of like facts that I know, not like, oh, you can't do that because blah blah blah.
Yeah, no. I'm not going to contest whether rugby or American football or whatever is or is not a gender-neutral sport. But what I'm saying is the thing that they hook onto is anything that can undermine their argument is immediately misogynistic. Does not matter if it's true or not.
Yeah,
I
people
feel
are
like that's
triggered into getting angry before they think. They're triggered into getting angry and thinking that everyone's out to get them. And it's this victim mentality where the entire world is against you, and there's this patriarchal structure that's organizing everything in the entire world directly against you and to attack you. And
So you sort of
where it comes from.
So you sort of get defensive really easily.
Yeah,
Next.
because the entire world's out to get you. That's what patriarchy means.
Yeah.
I think that the whole thing with biological differences is that I can see why people get quote-unquote triggered by it, but I don't see why they should be, because a lot of people say, oh, it's offensive when you suggest that there are binary biological differences between men and women, but just because there are some differences on average between men and women, that doesn't mean there's not differences between people on average. It doesn't mean every guy is 100% stronger than every woman by default, because that's obviously not true. So I don't know why people quite easily get offended by that, because that's like me getting offended because I don't have boobs.
I do know. I do understand.
Idea that came out of second wave feminism, that there was a flip. Again, there are these just things where like kind of the track jumps, and it was the idea. Initially, it was the idea that men and women should be equal, and that kind of shifted to women can be equal to men by being the same as men, and that kind of became a movement against femininity and trying to take on masculine power instead of, respecting women to be women.
I can understand where the idea of being offended by using really distinct, like binary gender descriptions comes from, but I don't understand why people would be offended by it. I know that it comes from a school of thought, and I understand that school of thought, but I just don't understand why it applies to people so much and why they take it so personally, because society has been using the system of language for so long that you think by now it would be rooted in a lot of people.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just because it's like this idea that hearing that you have some sort of biological disadvantage is meant to dampen you. And I mean, and to be clear, I'm a black guy. If somebody says that, oh, well, you're black, so you have a systematic disadvantage, I'd be like, no, I freaking don't. Sure, it's a cliche, and sure, in some parts of my life I will be shortchanged. But the fact of the matter is, I'm not going to let my being black define me. I'm not going to let that fact make me feel like my life is doomed from the start. So if somebody uses that, I don't instantly get offended like, oh, woe is me. I just think, well, that's an unfortunate byproduct of nature, but that shouldn't be what defines the rest of my life. And I don't think being a woman should either. And the fact that people use that as an excuse, saying that, oh, you're a woman, you're fucked, like, that's so bad. Why would you tell someone that?
It's a way of insulating. On my end, it sounds like the mothership just came to get me. Hold on. Sorry, it's a way of insulating a person away from the real world and implanting the thoughts and emotions and the ideals of this particular group into their mind. They label you to get you separated from other people. Other people use gender pronouns. I don't. And so I am better than other people. See what I mean?
Yeah, I see where you're coming from.
Yeah.
It's like what I said earlier, that in order to speak for a minority that won't accept you, first you have to silence them. So it's just a process of silencing people in order to claim that you represent them.
Okay, yeah. I guess that makes sense, yeah, definitely.
My theory.
Somebody is saying that Becca said the smartest thing I've heard all day.
What was that?
His name is the name is probably Iris. I'm not sure if it's a female or male.
Iris. I don't know why that made me laugh. Sorry. Terrible inside joke. Terrible.
I think I need to think a lot more on this. I've never applied it to the patriarchy, but I've always held that conspiracy theories are all, without fail, things that people make up to make themselves make them
Oh, we lost someone.
We
Yeah.
did.
I think
sorry. I was pausing because someone was talking and I didn't want to talk over them.
I thought the mothership got you.
Yeah, no, the mothership came and got me. I had to fight them off. Sorry. I've always held that conspiracy theories are all, without fail, things that people make up to make themselves feel better and hide the truth from themselves. That humans have the capacity to be monsters with complete impunity, and that's slowly making our world spin out of control with no checks. So, Becca, you made someone think. Congratulations.
That's good. I don't know if I agree with them though.
Okay, well, respond.
Yeah, in terms of conspiracy theories, obviously there's lots of conspiracy theories that I don't agree with, and I don't consider myself on average to be a conspiracy theorist. But we know that conspiracies exist. And we know that conspiracies exist because 9/11 happened. And if you are a crazy person, I mean, you could be totally rational and think this, just kidding. But if you're a crazy person and you think that the U.S. government perpetrated 9/11, that's a conspiracy. But if you also believe the actual fact that a group of terrorists did it, that's still the definition of a conspiracy. So theorizing on conspiracies in and of itself isn't necessarily a problem. You have to actually analyze the specific facts in a situation. So if you look at the conspiracy theory that something weird went on with 9/11, right? You can get a legitimate fact that we know that the CIA and FBI had information that they didn't share with each other that they should have. So most conspiracy theories in the end are going to point to people being incompetent or stupid rather than malicious. So but I do think that conspiracy theories are useful as long as you don't take a theory and just start spinning with it. You kind of work with actual research.
Actually, just to jump in there on a completely unrelated tangent, but I thought this was interesting, so I might as well pop in. The CIA did have information that there could have been a potential terrorist attack on American soil before 9/11 actually happened. And the reason that they didn't want to bring out that information was they were afraid that they would screw up again because they had been screwing up a lot before 9/11 actually happened. Like they had the Cuban Missile Crisis, and they had a lot of other public incidents after that that sort of led to their reputation being tarnished.
Yeah, that's what I kind of mean, in that there is an obvious government role to that, but it's not Bush had people plant bombs in the. It's nothing absolutely absurd like that. It's just a very simple situation of incompetence and overcautiousness and not being willing to share information with other groups because there's kind of a rivalry. And yeah, it's conspiracy theories can be real. It's just they're more boring than the popular ones would lead you to believe.
Hey, by the way, to bring up what we were talking in the chat for a second, because we have a private chat here. We're talking about how, obviously, to do with the whole gender binary thing. It's true, a lot of people push the idea that, oh, it's so great when women are breaking their traditional roles and doing stuff like playing with boy toys or getting into STEM fields or basically doing traditionally masculine things. But the funny thing is, on the other hand, society still has a way of criticizing guys whenever they do anything that's considered feminine or for women. That's why people are so critical of the guys who are into MLP and stuff like that. And that's why whenever something happens that involves women centrism, I guess, gynocentrism, sorry, people let it go unchecked. For example, what we mentioned was the fact that
Candace.
Yeah, Candace just joined. What we mentioned just now is the fact that I'm not sure if anybody knows about this. This happened a while ago, and it went completely unnoticed by pretty much the whole world. It's the fact that when the Sailor, what's his name, the new Sailor Moon was announced,
Sailor Moon
right?
Crystal.
Sailor Moon
Yeah.
Crystal. In Japan, they were going to have a premiere for it, like a really big premiere event where people get to watch the show. What ended up happening is the event made it female only, and they made this condition that a guy can only attend if he's accompanied by a woman.
Woman, yeah.
This was pretty crazy. And the thing is, I did some digging. I found out that part of the reason why it happened was because there was a previous premiere with an anime called Pretty Cure, which is just like Sailor Moon. It's a magical girl anime, right? And what ended up happening is they had a premiere which they let open to anybody, and obviously, women and young girls went there. And unfortunately, some creepy guys end up there. Some creepy guys end up doing some weird stuff, and it was a problem. Obviously, it didn't hurt the whole premiere, but there was a lot of complaints. However, what irks me personally, instead of them basically thinking, okay, that last event was nearly a disaster. How do we rectify this? We're probably going to need to increase security. We're probably going to need to put some guidelines, etc. Nope. Instead, they thought, let's just ban all the guys. That really bothered me a lot.
Yeah.
That really bothered me.
That's not entirely that's not their policy isn't great, but something that came up through the Gamergate discussion is that Japan has some of the lowest reported rates of sexual assault, anywhere in the world, like anywhere in the first world.
That's
So
partially to do
must
with
be
the
doing
fact
something that works.
that's like partially to do with the fact that Japanese society is a really respectful society.
Yeah,
It's
and they're very traditional too. They're very
Yeah.
traditional when it comes to a lot of stuff.
Japanese and Korean society.
That's part of why I don't really like Anita's early criticisms, because they focused on older games and a lot of them were Japanese. And you can't really apply the tropes that are in that to a broader gaming perspective necessarily, because they're Japanese tropes or they're Japanese influenced. So what you're seeing is Japanese culture, not necessarily some universal gaming culture.
And one thing I was going to mention regarding... sorry, what do you say?
Stephanie is particularly xenophobic.
I'm sorry?
Huh?
I didn't hear that.
Her early Bayonetta review, Anita Sarkeesian did a Bayonetta review kind of before her
Oh,
fundraiser.
yeah.
That
Oh,
really
the
was stupid.
super uninformed one, yeah.
Yeah.
Against Japanese culture and not understanding it.
Yeah.
Pretty much. And the thing I was going to mention with the whole Sailor Moon thing, the thing is, I get it though. As I said, while I wouldn't go out of my way to 100% say that they were being sexist or stupid for it, I still think it was bad, and they should have just thought about giving a security buff. That's all. But
Exactly.
the way people handled it on the internet is what concerned me more. People were very dismissive with it, saying, "Oh no, but it's for little girls though. There shouldn't be creepy guys there anyway." Blah blah blah. And I'm like, okay, how about let me turn that around for a second. What if for a premiere for a different anime, it was flipped on its head? Let's just say that when there's the premiere for this anime called Fate Stay Night, right? What if the premiere for
You
Fate
can't ban women from Fate Stay Night, I'll kill you.
I don't know, but that's what I'm about to say. What if they said that at the Fate Stay Night premiere, they're going to make it guy only? And what if the excuse they gave is, oh,
I'm gonna
Fate
break
Stay
in
Night.
dressed as Saber because Saber is the king and I'm allowed in because I'm a man and I'm going to support my waifu.
No, like, listen. So what if
Sorry,
they said
go on.
that... No, that's fine. What if they said that the Fate Stay Night premiere is open to only men because Fate Stay Night is a male-dominated fan base and they don't want any of those ill-tempered women ruining all the fun? What if they said something like that? What if they banned women from the Fate Stay Night premiere off of something stupid like because, oh, it's an anime that's meant for men? Who would accept that excuse?
No one.
Yeah.
I would. I think it's okay to have gender-exclusive events. Like, just because there are some things that, like, if it was something I really wanted to attend, I would probably be there protesting, but I am not explicitly against the idea of segregating certain events if you have a reason to do so. Like, people can do what they want. If people don't attend, they don't attend, but if people do, then you're catering to an audience.
No, I mean, I guess, no, you're right. In that sense, I'm not saying specific events for specific genders are wrong inherently. I'm just saying that if they gave an excuse like that, or if people just brushed it aside like that, it wouldn't go down as well.
It would be outraged, yeah.
Yeah, with the Sailor Moon thing, people pretty much just said, oh, who cares? Guys shouldn't be there anyway. That was what really struck me as, like, double standardy.
Well, I think I agree. I mean, we all have ladies' nights and guy nights, and there's an explicit contract where you want to get away from the other gender, and I can understand public events being gender specific. But he's absolutely right. I can see every single woman from here to the worst possible social justice warrior saying, that's not cool. If there are women that want to go, they should be able to go. But yet he's right. I remember this being brushed off, and all my female friends were like, well, good for them. They got away from the creepy, creepy guys. I was like, whoops.
And also, Candice,
Yeah.
we haven't heard from you yet. I think her mic is muted, though. I'm not sure what happened.
Yeah, Candice,
Yeah.
there you go.
My mic is muted.
Hello.
Oh, hello
Hi,
there.
Candice.
Okay,
Welcome.
on this note, I am leaving. It's
Oh,
been
okay.
lovely talking to you all.
Yeah, thanks for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for your time.
Pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you all too. You are all lovely ladies, and keep fighting the good fight.
Will do.
See you all later.
Don't worry about it. All right.
We are.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
We're getting a lot of positive feedback. People saying keep fighting the good fight. Unfortunately, it seems we kind of accidentally mashed up against another stream, so people are making
That is
choices.
true.
But we're getting good feedback, and I just want to keep that going. Thank you so much for supporting us, guys.
Yeah. And okay, Candice, I was going to ask you. So obviously, just the same question I asked everyone. That what your experience of Gamergate has been, and the stuff people have said to you for being, a woman who supports Gamergate, because that's the whole point of this stream, to give people a chance to share their experiences. So, like, how's it been for you, basically?
It's pretty. I'm sure that my answer is probably going to be typical because most of the time what I hear from the opposition is either, I can't tell you how many times I've been told that you're not even a real woman, and I'm like, yeah, even though I joined Twitter in 2009, but sure, not a real woman, or, it's like, come on, guys, I talk about my husband all the time on Twitter and everything else. I've gone that far to fake it, really? Or I've been called some very choice words I'm not going to repeat, but when it comes to Gamergate itself, nobody really sees like, token check or anything like that. It's more like, all right, you're with us. So it's really obvious that it's the opposition that has created this whole narrative of how they're trying to use women or something like that. Of course, once the emails were leaked, we know that narrative was there, and the gaming media didn't do anything to stop it. But for the most part, I never hear anything on Gamergate's side of being a woman. It's always from the opposition. Or a lot of people that don't know, kind of neutral or uninformed will be like, well, how do you feel being a woman supporting it? I'm like, that's the problem. You don't understand. Nobody really cares except for the opposition cares, because this seems to be this narrative they're clinging to because it can't possibly be about a problem with the gaming media.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely it. And thanks for our input. That's really good, because that's what a lot of people have been saying. That a lot of the gamers and the Gamergate people, they don't care who's supporting. Everybody's working together. It's the anti-Gamergate people who can't fathom that women would support the issue. And I got a question a couple of minutes ago from someone saying, do you feel that Gamergate's association with controversial Adam Baldwin and 4chan hurts the legitimacy of the movement? This is a common question, in fact. So I'll leave that to you, ladies. What do you think about that?
Adam, sorry, I really don't know who Adam Baldwin is that much. How is
He's
he
an
controversial?
outspoken conservative personality. Is all I can figure out.
Okay, I don't really know much about American politics either. So.
Has conservative viewpoints. If I remember correctly, he has compared homosexuality to incest.
Wow, has he?
Or some other similar gross comparison that.
One of those guys.
Yeah.
One of those guys.
Well,
So he's kind of ignorant on those types of issues.
I've found this is something I found through Gamergate, was that we've ended up siding with a lot of people who I don't agree with on a lot of different points, but we do agree about kind of the integrity of the press and about Gamergate specifically. And what that's proven to me is that Gamergate is not a hive mind. We have a lot of people from a lot of different backgrounds coming together for a collection of reasons with hopefully in the end a common goal. And I think that's really powerful that people are coming together who don't necessarily agree politically on a lot of issues, but they're still getting together.
Yeah, exactly. Doesn't that reflect the inclusiveness of gaming? That we're a melting pot. We're not an echo chamber. We are people from all walks of life, different ideologies, different genders, sexualities, etc. But we're people who can agree on something because we've all come together for that purpose. I think that's a great thing. I think people don't understand that. They think that if we have an outsider, quote unquote, we'll just lynch them. No, that's not how it works. If you're a person who supports our cause, then we don't care who you are. That's the nature of gaming itself.
What
And
really struck me about Not Your Shield is that what happened was, Gamergate happened, and then they were attacked for being cis white men, and then the people who were in Gamergate, who are, women and gays and trans and people of color, stood up for the gamers. So then you have these conservative, the neckbeard side of Gamergate who suddenly have to rationalize with the idea that, okay, a bunch of women just stood up for me, they start thinking, and they start maybe treating you more as an individual and as an equal than, just harassing them to be feminists, which is what the anti-Gamergate have done with the people who side with them.
And I'm going to just say that having grown up and dating a conservative despite being a liberal, I find that I don't agree with Alex Baldwin. Homosexuality is in no way equal to incest or bestiality or whatever he may want to equate it to in my mind. But I can agree with him on other things, and I've had a discussion with Alex Baldwin, and he is typical conservative, and that's okay. And that's the beauty of this. I'm going to agree with NYS. That is the beauty of this. That we don't have to care about the politics that another person espouses outside of our cause.
Yeah, because gamers, our first response to somebody who doesn't agree with us isn't "shut up, you don't exist, you sock puppet." Our first response is, "Okay, that's cool," but we try to find a middle ground. We try to talk to them and reason with them because we're not.
We don't have to agree. We just have to respect each other.
And that's a big deal, definitely. Okay. By the way, I just got a message on Twitter that said. Correction regarding Baldwin. He said nothing was in place to prevent gay marriage within families for tax evasion.
What?
Hmm.
What?
I'm not sure.
mean,
It seems
yes.
very
Well,
That's some
Okay.
crazy uncle shit.
I mean, I have a
Correction.
slightly more nuanced position on gay marriage, but that one sounds really silly.
Yeah, I mean, and to be fair, whether or not he said anything completely controversial, it's a bit like with Nero. The thing is, Nero, as in Milo Yiannopoulos, he's doing so much good for Gamergate. And look, the thing is, I could be honest with you, even I didn't necessarily like him before this because he said some pretty nasty stuff about gamers. He wrote that article about the GTA 5 thing with the whole, rape mod or whatever, and I admit that did put me on edge. And I can say that, yeah, fair enough, Nero has said some choice words about gamers in the past. However, because of what he's doing and he's doing for us now,
And
that
I think
says
he
a lot.
kind of recanted on those.
Exactly.
And let's
yeah.
be
He's basically said he spoke out of his ass. He didn't really know anything.
Yeah, people are learning, and that's great. If a conservative person comes into Gamergate and starts to, think differently about, the Not Your Shield movement and the people it contains, that's fantastic. Why wouldn't we want a conservative person to side with us if they're going to learn through siding with us?
Yeah, being
Exactly.
open-minded is the key. Being open-minded is 100% useful in general, because I think that better they act that way than how some of these game journalists have acted, AKA I have no regrets and so on.
But let's all just acknowledge that we are correcting what we said about Alex Baldwin and apologize.
Adam Baldwin.
Or Adam. Jeez Louise.
Yeah, don't
Sorry,
worry.
Mr. Baldwin.
Sorry, Mr. Baldwin. We talked out of our butts for a second, but that's okay.
Everyone
still
makes
don't
mistakes.
Yeah. Thank you for the correction, by the way, everyone. Yeah, but that's what I'm gonna go into the corner now.
No, don't worry about it. But I think that's the beauty of it, though, the melting pot that is gaming, where we are not defined by any kind of lines in particular. We're defined by what we can contribute and what we can do together. I mean, because people have said that for ages, the gaming community's problem is a lack of self-policing. It's a lack of diversity. It's a lack of giving women a voice. Yet Gamergate has done all of these things, but people don't want to admit that because that would be to lose the narrative they've been peddling for so long, that the gaming community can self-police, that the gaming community does involve women. They don't. They want to admit it. They don't. They want to keep saying that. Well, you sided with 4chan. You harassed a woman. You did this and that.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the lack of diversity thing is a little, like, kind of silly, though, because when you look at, if you're playing Call of Duty and somebody's on your team, are you really going to ask them, you know, are you a girl or a boy? Or are you going to ask them, what's your race? You're not going to do that. You're just going to play the game with them. And I play a lot of MMOs, and I'm not going to ask everybody in my guild, you know, are you a guy or a girl? What race are you? Where are you from? It's just not something that typically comes out. So I think a lot of people are trying to use that by saying, well, there's not enough diversity and there's not enough women. It's like, but we don't care because all we're doing is playing a game together. Nobody really looks at that sort of thing when we're playing a video game together. Yeah, there's a huge amount of diversity.
It really appalled me when people attacked Gamergate because when we play games together, we forget our differences. Like, that's really powerful. How could anyone see that and think, okay, well, actually, I understand how people could see that and think, okay, this is a perfect vehicle for my stupid fucking opinions, but I was outraged by that. Like, where did they get off? Attacking my fucking hobby, which brings people together.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I mentioned earlier that with games and gaming, it creates a situation where you are not what you were born with. You are not what society seems to think you are or want you to be. All you are is what you do. And in fact, that's why within games themselves, when it comes down to it, your gender, the gender either of the player, the gender of the character, that disappears. It becomes what you're doing. Like when I was playing Tomb Raider, the whole time I wasn't thinking about how I'm a girl and how that must feel and, you know, the social implications of being a woman. No, I was enjoying the game for its gameplay, for the experience. So when I play with other gamers, be them female or otherwise, I just consider what it's like for, you know, the collective experience. I don't think about who's who and, you know, how does that make them feel and if they feel triggered or represented, etc.
Yeah,
I
I
have a
think
question
on top
to
of that, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Well, if you want to respond to that, then go ahead. I'll ask my question after.
Okay, well, say if you take a room full of 50 men and 50 women and have them play a game where they can choose a male character or a female character, some of the men won't choose a man, and some of the women won't choose a woman.
Exactly.
And I think that's fucking revolutionary. Like,
Exactly.
that level of gender exploration doesn't happen in any other media. And, you know, for trans people, for young trans people, video games were really their only outlet for kind of, you know, any kind of role-playing as the gender that they are instead of the gender that the society casts them as.
Absolutely. I know there's statistics out there. I studied that particular study about that in my psychology class. And it's something like, and again, this is off the cuff, but it's something like 40-something% of gender flips are male to female. And females only do it because they're sick of, you know, they're sick of playing. They're sick of playing just girls. That's what they were asking is are you doing this so that they'll stop harassing you? And the answer was no. We just want to play a guy for once.
That's really curious. Like, that deserves further investigation, and I don't think Anita Sarkeesian is investigating.
I think that's part of the reason why it bothers me personally, that when people say stuff like we need more girls in games because of women. I'm like, no, you freaking idiot. We need more girls in games because it's a logical choice for men and women, and it's a logical choice for diversity within a game. It's not like women need something in it to enjoy it. How patronizing is that? That's so stupid. Like, that's not the way you should be marketing
people
something.
To support you, they'll support you, but they don't respect you.
I've talked with some people who think that if the main character of a game isn't a woman, then it's not a game targeted at women.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah. Yeah. No, or like, or women, no, or perhaps the best one, that women can't relate to it unless it's not done from a female perspective.
Yeah.
That's what my question was gonna be.
Oh, okay.
It's probably
Sorry
This
about
is
that.
probably gonna be a hard question to answer like off the cuff, but just your immediate kind of thoughts. What game protagonist would you say, like playable character, would you say you most related to?
Ooh. Are we going to put out self-made characters? Because that might help.
I would say that you should probably exclude anything where you kind of make the character. So something like your shepherds in Mass Effect or your wardens in Dragon Age. That one is kind of hard to deal with. But like when you have a set character that you're working with, it doesn't have to be like the end all be all. Because
I want to say, like the way the story was written, Max Payne. Like
Ooh, yes.
when I played that game, oh my god, his whole like the way it was told, I was just experiencing everything.
Virtual high five. I love Max Payne.
I
My
really
answer,
strongly.
I
Oh,
think-
sorry.
oh sorry, but my answer I think would be Lee Everett from The Walking Dead, Telltale's The Walking Dead. Just because like you got a really good feel when you're playing that game about like Lee's perspective, and it was really good at getting you into making decisions based on what Lee prioritized, which was naturally Clementine, and it was just really good.
I play a lot of RPG-esque type stuff, so this is a little more difficult. But the one person that brought me to tears was it was a Call of Duty game, and I'm forgetting which one, but it's the really popular scene where you literally die from a nuclear explosion.
Oh, that's Call of Duty 4. Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare, where what's his name? Jackson dies of the explosion, the nuclear explosion.
Yeah, for me, and I play Call of Duty to blow off steam. That was a slap in the face because
Yeah.
I went in there just expecting guns blazing, people dying, we were going to win, America, But instead, I watch not just my main character, not just the helicopter crew he was with, but hundreds of people who are out there, in my eyes, doing the right thing. And we could have a politics talk, but I'm going to say right now, that game I felt was good at exploring it. So you should just play Call of Duty Modern Warfare.
Yeah, like the entire
one.
Marine squad died in that in that explosion. Fun fact: did you know that the pilot you rescued in that level was a woman?
Yes, I did, and that was super interesting too. But that one person made me cry like a baby.
Fair enough. Who else wants to say the character they most relate to then? Because this is pretty interesting. This is pretty interesting.
I have a couple of examples, if that's okay.
That's
go
fine.
for
Go
it.
ahead.
Marsh in Final Fantasy Tactics Advance.
Okay.
I thought their Advance specifically, I thought their narrative was really interesting because ultimately it was like, okay, this dream is beautiful, but it's just a dream, and I have to destroy it. I thought that was way too complicated a theme for a Game Boy Advance game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love that game. That game is awesome.
Also, I love it too. Also, there's this it's not Ico the game, but there's a moment in it where you're in the antechamber where the Horned Boys are sacrificed, and you get mobbed by these smoke monsters, and you have to start defending yourself. And as you start defending yourself, you realize they're the souls of your people who were sacrificed before you, and you started killing them before you even had time to think what they were, and that made me bond to the character more strongly than anything else in the game.
Hey, you know what's funny? Someone made the comment that said, what was it? Woman who wants to play a man. Obviously, it's because they want to oppress people with patriarchy.
Well, the reason why I asked the question is because, like, I really do like playing women in games whenever there's, like, a choice. Like, I played FemShep when I played, no, you're not bothering. Whenever I played Mass Effect. But I think that it's kind of narrow-minded, and it shows a lack of, I don't want to say a lack of ability to empathize, because I don't want to be too critical of people who disagree just because they disagree. But it shows me that you kind of have difficulty empathizing if you can't play characters that aren't like you. Like, I am not, a 30 to 40-year-old black history professor who went to prison or was going to go to prison for killing his wife. Like,
Yeah.
that's not who I am, but I still really empathized with that character and
No, I
related to.
mean, yeah, obviously I'm not a girl, but I guess I can also answer the question about the character I relate to the most. The character I guess relate to the most is one of my favorite fighting game characters. His name is Ragnar the Blood Edge from the video game series Blaze Blue. The reason why I relate to him so much is because like he represents everything I like in a hero. He started off kind of all innocent and had his convictions and stuff, and he went through a horrible traumatic experience that basically changed his outlook on everything. He became a person so volatile and so angry that he was angry at the world, but his friends taught him how to harness that power for good. And even though he has a dark power in him, he's trying to use it to be a hero, but he still struggles with that. And that embodies what I like in a lot of different protagonists. But at the
That's a
same time,
strong
it's
narrative.
great. It's what do you say?
It's a very strong narrative.
Yeah, and what Becca mentioned, that's really important to me because that's why I think that being able to relate to characters, that's something that transcends gender, and that's why I don't like this forced idea that we need a certain gender for a certain gender to like it. Because in the Dead or Alive games, right? Uh, Even though there's an equal amount of male and female characters, I don't just default to the male characters because I'm a guy. No, in fact, most guys who play any game with male or female characters, they'll find a female character they like. In DOA, myself, my main character isn't one of the guys. My main character is actually Helena Douglas because what I like about her, she embodies values I really appreciate. She's strong, smart, she's a little bit aloof, but she's somebody who really cares about her friends. She's really business-minded. She's somebody who will put, honor and fairness above everything else. And those are values I really respect. That's why she's the character I play, and that's why she's the character I respect. And so her being a woman doesn't alienate me from liking her. That doesn't make me feel awkward like, oh, I should be playing a guy character instead. These are things that make characters interesting. And that's why I think that while it's good to have female character options for people who want them, I don't think we should force it as an idea that it's because the women need it, necessarily. I don't really think that's right to say. It's kind of patronizing, anyway.
Has anyone played Mighty Switch Force?
Mm-mm.
Don't think so. What is that?
For 3DS, it's a game by Way Forward, and in the first, the main character is female, called Patty Wagon, and she's a cop, and you basically go around arresting people who've broken out of jail. You have to, it's like a search game. You have to, there's a switching mechanism, and it's like a puzzle game, but you have to go and find people, and I've had run-ins with the police in the past. I don't think of them very positively, but kind of playing a game where, even if it was just a 2D platformer where I was an authority figure, I think I kind of opened my eyes a little bit to kind of, not to hate someone just because of their profession and just because you've had run-ins with them in the past.
Yeah, exactly. That's good. And in fact, you kind of just gave me an epiphany. See, one thing that's great about being able to play as someone different other than yourself in a game is that it opens your eyes to an experience that is something you've probably never felt before. But what I hate about the SJWs that they're doing, they are trying to reinforce what people are and make that the only important thing. They're trying to say that, you should have to or want to play as a black person or a woman because that's what you are. Basically, they're not trying to give you experiences where you get to be other people and experience new things. They're trying to give you experiences that reinforce what you are. And that's just wrong. It's like they're trying to remind you that you're a woman. They're trying to remind you that you're a minority. Like, why is that a good thing? Come on.
Well, like, if you can play as a female character and that helps you relate to a female character, and that, maybe it doesn't help you understand the female experience, but it certainly gives you more of a perspective and it makes you think. And that's the important thing. If you are locked into your little world and you can only relate to other men and you can only relate to male experience, then social justice warriors have more power. That's the source of their power. They can, sorry to use the word, but they can henpeck you and they can berate you into doing stuff because they can claim that they're the representatives of women or minorities or whatever community, and that you have no experience that could possibly help you understand any other person other than your own specific group of people, and that's the source of their power, is this assumption that people can't understand each other.
We have a question. Sorry, that kind of ties into this. What about all the female characters in fighting games from SF4? Okay, I don't play fighting games, so you're going to have to fill me in. UNIB?
UNIB. UNIB is under night in birth. It's anime style fighting. Okay, I see the comment. Basically, I'll just read it out. It says SF4, Street Fighter 4, UNIB, under night in birth, AH3, Arcana Heart 3, Melty Blood, which is Melty Blood, etc. What are your thoughts? I guess none of you guys have played
Tekken and Marvel vs. Capcom, so I don't know.
I haven't played those specific games, no. I was raised on Mortal Kombat, which I recognize to people who actually like fighting games. It's not a real fighting game.
No, it is a real fighting game. No,
yeah, but I've heard that it's kind of poorly balanced.
No, it's balanced. Trust me, it's good.
But I love it. I love fighting games. I think
really
the
question's a bit too open-ended, though. It just says, "What do you think of the female characters in the fighting?"
I think
game?
they're cool.
I'm not sure if it means what do you think of their their looks or outfits. I'm not sure what it means.
Yeah, maybe something like that. We could talk about that, but I'm gonna like all of them.
All right. Okay. Fair enough. Let's phrase it that way.
It was kind of a revelation that you could play a character like Blaze Fielding in Streets of Rage or Chun-Li in Street Fighter, and you could be powerful and you could beat up men, and that was really cool, and that really appealed to me, and that still appeals to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
It's empowering.
I can't say anything about those games or really any fighting games because my grandmother was strictly anti-violence when I was in her house. But what I can say is a similar character to Chun-Li, I think, is Sakura
yes.
From Naruto. And yeah, I'm pronouncing it wrong.
No,
Sorry.
that's fine. Don't worry about it.
And she was very much like I was as a kid, and I found strength in her arc. And I think it's gone a little off the rails lately.
It has.
But the original, when she started learning medicine ninjutsu, I was so happy, and she really inspired me. So I can only assume that female fighting games have female characters in fighting games have a similar thing.
No, they definitely are. The thing about fighting games, to me personally, I'm not sure what you ladies will think about this, but what I like about fighting games isn't just the fact that there's awesome, strong female characters. To me, fighting games, specifically fighting games, sure, but also MOBAs and RPGs, any really competitive game that involves both male and female characters. What I like about it is it recreates that meritocratic system of gaming where men, women, level playing field. Nobody gets special treatment. Nobody gets any leverage. Everybody has to prove themselves, and I think that's fantastic. Because in fighting games, women aren't given unfair advantages, and they're not given unfair disadvantages. They're just as strong as their male competitors. They get beaten up and destroyed just like their male competitors, and everybody gets to prove themselves. Sometimes a male character is stronger than a female character. Sometimes a female character is stronger than a male character, especially in Street Fighter. I'm looking at you, Cammy. Jesus Christ. Anyway,
I love Cammy.
And
I've heard of her.
The fact that in these games, fighting games, they don't baby female characters. They don't treat them like children. They treat them with respect as strong, capable people, just like male characters. And when you enter the fighting game arena, all that matters is how you throw down and who wins. And I think that's a great thing. That's why fighting games, I think, are really important as a genre, because they really teach you about that meritocratic system of gaming, where your gender doesn't matter, but what matters is what you do. So I think that's, to me, the amazing thing about fighting games. Obviously, I can't comment too much on what the way the girls look and stuff like that, because hey, I'm a guy, whatever. Fair enough. I'm gonna say that I like it, whatever. But,
well, can I can comment on how some of the girls look, because I've seen art. It's hard not to at least be able to identify it. If I remember, Chun-Li has pants under that little thing. Or tights or something.
Yeah, they're tights.
And that's not sexualized in the least. That's a fighting outfit from China. That's it. And when they are sexualized, and sexualized to a gross extreme, then we can have a discussion, but I have yet to see any that are really sexualized to that extreme.
Well, the
There's a
common
lot of that
example
in
is Ivy
Mortal
from Soul
Kombat.
Calibur.
I was gonna say
Yeah,
Soul
Ivy.
Calibur. If you
But
look at like
I love
Ivy's
Ivy.
characters.
Like, I respect people's, personal opinions because she's got the whole gigantic boob thing going on, and not everyone likes that, and I think that's totally fine. I think the problem is whenever you tell people that there's no way women can like that, and it's oppressive to them, and it's not, because
Yeah,
I
because
think she's
Ivy
cool.
cosplay isn't a thing. Because people never cosplay
Yeah,
as Ivy. What are
nobody
you
would
talking about?
ever cosplay as Ivy.
I know, but the funny thing about Ivy, because I don't remember who. I think it was like Movie Bob or something, who was talking about how if you look at a character like Ivy, you don't really understand anything about how this is an important character or whatever. I'm paraphrasing, of course, but there is a general narrative that characters like Ivy and Soul Calibur are a problem because they're sexualized to a gross point. But the thing people don't understand is these are people who haven't played the game. Ivy is one of the deeper characters in Soul Calibur. Her story is really extensive, and she's a really important character to the central narrative. If you just look at her and say, ew, gross, what a slutty-looking character, that says more about you than her, because if you play the games, Ivy is more than her looks. Yeah, she dresses like that, and sure, it is over-sexualized, but guess what? Soul Calibur, everybody's half naked anyway.
I mean, there are some nice guy tests. Oh, sorry.
Well, I don't think I agree with him because I think her design actually says a lot about her, and yeah, it's super sexualized, but like you can tell by even what clothing she is wearing. You can tell by the way it's designed and like the fabrics of it that she's obviously really wealthy. And then if you know her story, she's part of a noble family, and she's obviously kind of a foreigner. And if you know the story, then you know she's English. And like I think her character design may be sexual, but I don't think that doesn't tell you something about the character.
Well,
so yeah, that's kind of silly.
What's wrong with sexuality in games used as a character point? Would be my question off of that.
Yeah, I think there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, I can see what people mean. I heard it said that there's nothing wrong with it, but variety is a good thing. And I'm like, okay, I agree. Anybody would agree.
But I think we have variety. I think people that tend to overstate the amount of.
That's exactly it. That is exactly it. Because like, I'm gonna give you a real quick story. Because I was having an argument with somebody I know that if people would just settle for the fact that diversity is needed and variety is needed, we wouldn't be having this argument. Because it's not like every female character is over-sexualized. I bet you if you took every female character in gaming and compared them, I'd say it's half and half. The problem is people will not rest until there's not a single sexualized female character. And I'm not sure if you guys have heard about this, but do you know what happened to Smite? Because this kind of pissed me off personally. Like, do you know
weren't the gods sexy, and then someone got really angry that the gods were being portrayed sexily, and there was a blasphemy? Yeah.
Basically, no. Basically, people complained that the character Kali's like a Hindu goddess assassin. People complained that Kali's basically next to naked, that she's over-sexualized and stuff like that. And here's the disturbing thing: the developers ended up censoring her. They put more clothes on her and they changed her look completely. When in fact, the original look for Kali was more like what it looked like in the original art for the goddess. In fact, Game Theory made an excellent episode on this, saying that the original art for Kali was exactly what the Smite creators made. But when people complained about it and they changed it, they made her look more generic. They made her look more like a Valkyrie than a Hindu, goddess assassin. So essentially, Smite got censored because people complained, and it wasn't even like she was over-sexualized because they wanted to. This was an actual Hindu goddess from mythology. This is what she actually looked like. But because it pissed people off, they had to censor it. Like, that really bothered me.
Yeah, as best I remember, Kali is just like, she has a skirt made of human arms, and she has like a necklace made of human skulls, and she holds dozens of weapons with her hands, and that's it. She doesn't wear much clothing.
Yeah, you're right. You're precisely right about that.
There is one thing that I don't like about like the women in fighting games thing. I remember there was Watch Mojo does all their top 10 videos for like various different subjects, and they had top 10 men in fighting games, and they had a top 10 women in fighting games. And the men in fighting games was like, oh, we like this character because we like this character. The female one was literally a top 10 of female characters that they want to have sex with.
Yeah, I can see how that's very
Was
like.
really
Oh, that's
annoying.
great, boys.
Yeah,
That
I
is
can
an
see how.
annoying aspect, yeah.
It's
I
more
mean,
annoying than like outrageous because it's too silly for me to get actively angry about. Like, I'll correct it if it's bad enough to affect me, but really, I'm not gonna spoil like a bunch of guys who wanted J/O over some characters. Like, that's too silly for me to get involved with.
What they do in their own time is what they do in their own time. I mean,
yeah,
Exactly.
exactly. I think that's fine. So, I mean, in regards to fighting game characters, as I said, I think that, or no, not even just fighting game characters, just any game with competitive characters or competitive aspects, sorry, that has male and female characters, it creates a system where the men and the women are on a level playing field, and nobody's given training wheels and nobody's defined by their gender or whatever. And the thing is, people like to create those kind of nitpicking where they say stuff like, "Oh, but this character is next to half naked," when in fact the male characters are, pretty much just as naked, if not more, in some cases. In fact, there's a character from Street Fighter 3 Third Strike named what's his name? I'm about to misquote him. No, I forget his name. But basically, there's a character. Oh no, Urian. His name is. His name's Urian. He's literally this guy, like this ethnic guy. I'm not sure what his origin is. Who has like blue hair, and I'm not joking. All he's wearing is a diaper, like literally just a diaper. He's completely naked from top to bottom, except for like a diaper for underwear. That's it. Like literally,
Dalsim
that's
says that.
yeah. Dawson's very similar.
Yeah.
And it's funny because I watched a video by this person called Nuts versus Guts. They're a person who this sounds very random, but basically Nuts versus Guts is a YouTube channel that has videos of men and women from games getting punched in the balls, or at least in the groin. And it's really random, but it's quite funny. And they made a video basically saying that how come a character like Urian, who's basically just wearing nothing but a diaper, is considered a normal character, but a character like Cammy is called a slut because she's wearing, little clothes, even though she's wearing more clothes than Arian. And that kind of pointed out the double standard to me that, what, it's true. Why do people criticize the female character for showing skin, but not the male character for showing skin? That is something.
because I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. In fact, it was a question more than anything, so go ahead.
Okay, because and I'm going to say this right now. There's this sense that women have to be both sexual and virginical, virgin-like. And if they are showing off too much skin, that's too sexy. But they have to, there's this fight between the idealized kind of non-sexy woman and the idealized sexy woman. And even within third wave feminism, I'd guess this is a pull-push thing. Someone else can talk about that if they want to. But it's a pull-push where it's like, well, what's too sexy, what's not sexy enough, that sort of thing. So.
Yeah, but would you guys agree? Because I brought this up earlier. Another question. Would you guys agree with the notion that too many female characters are over-sexualized? Would you agree with that?
No.
I think if you put them all end to end, I can judge them, but I won't be able to tell unless I think of every single character I've ever seen.
Well,
You
the
know,
thing
I
this
would-
made me think of was a post that I saw on Tumblr a while back, and I had to go find it, so I found it. And this was the person's statement. Apparently they were in an argument. Cheers for assuming feminists can't play video games. Also, basically every female character is sexually objectified to the male gaze. I have no problem with characters that look like society's idea of attractive, but the problem is there are never any characters that are outside the slim but big-boobed, long-legged cookie cutter. And then in response to that, someone said they're never... And then they have Zelda, and then they have Ellie from Last of Us, and then they have Samus in her suit, and then they have Alex from Half-Life, and then GLaDOS, and then Chell, and then Princess Peach, and then Big Boss and Meryl from Metal Gear Solid.
Yeah, and
And
all
then-
these characters made before SJWs came around. Remember that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and like there are so many that are not that, and it's kind of silly. It's just silly. I'll show you.
Actually, have you guys seen that video?
Personal
The guy
security.
listed off all those female characters, like in a song. I'm not sure what it's called, but he.
Yeah, I saw that video.
I saw that.
He scratches not even the surface.
Not even. He did a good job.
Here's the thing: if I play as Bayonetta, who is like a 6 foot tall dominatrix, like teacup witch with superpowers who beats the shit out of angels and torture devices and has gun shoes, I find that really empowering. I'm like, I can identify with that, even though I possibly should. That might not be entirely healthy for me. It's a fun diversion. It's a fun fantasy for me. I think if a social justice inclined person sees this idealized vision of femininity, they're going to be like, well, I don't look like that. And they have such low self-esteem that they can't accept a fantasy.
I don't think they get it. I think that's why they always make these arguments about, like, it's not realistic or whatever. Like, for example, somebody said, oh, how can she wear heels? You can't run in heels.
But
that.
it's a game about witchcraft and
Seriously, no, but that's what I'm saying.
angels
When they announced that new Tekken 7 character and people were complaining about how she's not realistic or whatever, I'm like, this is the same game with assassins and demons and shit, and you're complaining about boobs.
Yeah. And you can run in heels. You just have to be super practiced.
I swear I saw there's like a sport where they do 100 meters in high heels.
Is there?
Yeah, there is. There's a sport where they put on high heels and they do a 100-meter run in high heels.
It takes some ballet training. You have to do points, so you're placing most of the weight on your toes and the ball of your foot. But yeah, it's possible. It just takes a little bit of work. You can do pretty much anything.
But for me, I couldn't make the blanket statement about women in sexualized games. I mean,
I don't think women are any more sexualized in video games than they are in novels or comic books or movies or television or any other form of pop culture. So, really, I think this is an issue that deserves to be addressed, but I think it should be addressed in society, not in the culture that represents society, because it's in everything.
Yeah, why isn't there more outrage over like music videos? And
I think that there is, but it's become so insulated by the fact that it's become so insulated by how big music's become that people don't think about it as much. It's because gaming is such a new medium, and people feel like they can try and control it. In fact, that's going to lead to my next question for you girls, and that's: do you agree with the idea that not every game, but perhaps every game should have the ability to play as a woman? What do you think about that?
No.
Nope.
It completely robs the narrative of a story. If it is happening to a man and it is having male reactions, then putting a female in it just is useless.
That's like going through Harry Potter books and insisting to replace every instance of he with he or she, so you can decide the gender of Ron and Harry and Hermione, because...
Have you been on Tumblr?
Yeah, I've been on Tumblr.
Because there are real people on Tumblr who are like that.
I wouldn't call them real people. I think that's giving them too much credit, but there are definitely Tumblr posters like that.
Oh, I mean, there are also people who want to go through Harry Potter and replace every instance of the word wand with wang. I mean, we could always do that.
While.
Social justice.
I mean, it's nice to hear that response, because I think while I don't think the gender always matters, I feel like it. When this is quite a while ago, when I kind of stepped out of the whole gender debate was when people began to criticize GTA 5 for having 3 male protagonists. That's kind of when I was like, I'm done. Like, why has it reached the point where just having male protagonists has become a problem? It really just made me realize that this conversation has gone down a very ridiculous road. Or when what was that game? Like Puppeteer or something? I'm not even sure what it's called. Where the main character was like a young boy, but there's no option to have a girl or anything, and the creator got criticized for that. They asked him, why didn't you have the option to play as a woman? And he said, because when I intended to make this game, I wanted to make it about a young boy. That doesn't mean I'm trying to, be sexist against women. It's just that's what I intended to make. And people didn't accept that reason. And it's just like, I get it. In certain games where the gender doesn't matter, having a female option would be great, but does it mean that just because they didn't do it, that's bad? As I said, I can't speak for everyone, especially not women when it comes to that. That's part of the reason why I asked it to you guys, because do you feel that if the gender doesn't matter, we should have an option for male and female? You feel like that should be a thing?
My battery's about to die, so I'm gonna leave you guys with a comment on that, and then I'm gonna skedaddle.
That's okay.
Something I've noticed about the social justice warrior rhetoric is there's this enormous hostility not just towards men but towards boys, and no acknowledgement whatsoever of kind of how vulnerable young boys are and how much violence they face. And I think that's really, really, really troubling because children are vulnerable regardless of their gender, whereas we see boys being attacked by this movement, and that's, that might just be my maternal instincts kicking in, but that kind of concerns me.
Well, that's fair enough. Thanks for that input. That's a fair assessment.
Okay, thanks so much. It was fun. I'll hopefully catch you guys on another chat. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Bye.
We're really popular. There are people commenting, so this may happen again. I would like this to happen again.
Yeah, I can do this again. As I said, I know not everyone managed to get in this time, so I said if this is successful, I can definitely do this again.
Okay.
Have to time it so all the dozens of streams that keep coming up.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. My timing was a bit off. I suppose I was a bit too eager.
I support Mundane Matt's idea of a Gamergate radio channel.
That's such a good idea.
We can tier this.
Yeah. I mean, this is something that, making it serious for a moment, not that it hasn't already been, but I think that the biggest pushback I've had from the anti-Gamergate people is I'm not a real person, that I'm just using myself as a shield for men. And I think that I want to thank you, NYS, for asking us to come on because I think people need to hear us.
Yeah, you're welcome. I mean, I definitely had to because, like I said in another stream, that what really drove me to do this is that I didn't want to just, because I'm not saying that's bad. It's just I didn't want to just be another, binary voice based on some sort of bias. Because I know basically the person that I am, my personal account on Twitter, I'm a really biased person. I just talk about games like everyone else does. And I noticed I couldn't really do much with that. But then when I saw this happening, when I saw this, narrative being pushed about women and minorities, I'm like, I can't not do something about this. I can't pretend like this doesn't bother me. And I thought the only way to do that is to start giving people a voice. Because even though some people are tweeting out and making statements and stuff like that, people are spreading information, and that's good because they are the people who inspire others and they're the people who others can look up to. But I felt like there needs to be a way to direct all the traffic, give people a voice, give people a chance to say what they want. So the point of the Not Your Shield account was to be able to, to tweet out the news, retweet people, listen to people, see what they have to say, and represent everybody's voices. So I definitely think something like this was necessary. That's why I felt that whereas I could just do a stream talking about Gamergate like everyone else, I thought I have a part to play. And that part to play is giving people that opportunity to speak, specifically the women of Gamergate who have basically just been completely ignored, because that's why I made that Not Your Shield video, and that's why the hashtag is so important. So it's good to hear that you benefited from this. I'm glad this got so much positive reception.
Going along with that, I've been doing game stuff online since like 2006. I have never heard so many people discount women who are playing games and minorities than I have since Gamergate started. It's like before, nobody really bothered. It was like, okay, you're a woman and you're talking about video games, not a big deal. I was never somebody's token chick or anything like that. And once Gamergate came around, all of a sudden it's like suddenly you're discounted just because you're a woman. But as long as you're, on the other side, and it's like, wow, where did this even come from? I'd never heard anything like it in the past few years, and I've been playing video games. To most of you guys, I'm, like ancient, but I've been playing video games since the 1980s. And there was never any kind of thing of, you're a girl, you can't play games. That never happened. I played with my brother, I played with our friends, girls and boys, and it just didn't matter.
It's funny because, and you're right, because the thing is, the cliche actually isn't that guys created a boys club where we're like, no girls allowed. The cliche is actually the other way around. That guys always wanted girls to play games. That guys loved girl gamers, even though that was a cliche. And a lot of the time, guys felt downtrodden by society because people called them nerds and weirdos, and girls wouldn't like them because gaming was dorky or whatever. And that's why guys actually wanted girls to play. So to suddenly be accused of being misogynist and not wanting to invite women, that shocked a lot of people because it's like, no, we actually wanted girls to play this whole time.
The only time I ever got no girls allowed was from my brother, and that wasn't because he didn't want a girl playing video games, it's because he was my brother. And so it's just, siblings being siblings.
Yeah.
The only time I've ever gotten a guy was actually my ex, and he made me take stat decreases because I played a female character in his game. Needless to say, that didn't work out too well. But that is the only time I've ever been legitimately oppressed due to gender.
That does sound kind of strange, actually, thinking about it.
Part of it was his group didn't want me to didn't want me to have special treatment. And so in order to show his friends that he wasn't treating me special, he went to the opposite extreme and treated me wrongly. So that was his issue.
Yeah, that's dumb.
Right, but it's nice to see that you didn't, start a Twitter hashtag campaign over it.
Oh, no. I want everyone to understand that it was him being dumb. It wasn't gamers being dumb. Just throwing that out there.
Well, I know I had an annoying thing that there was a group near me that they run like a gaming night, and they did Marvel vs. Capcom tournaments, and there would only be like a couple of girls there. But anytime a girl beat a guy, it would be like, oh my god, you beat my girl, oh my god, you're so bad. And it's like, can you, I just beat him, can you just not bring my gender into it?
Yeah, that is quite patronizing. I mean, unfortunately, that is still one of those things. It comes kind of from, in real life, that if you beat a girl, everyone's like, oh, why did you beat a girl? And if you get beaten by a girl, then it's like, oh, you got beaten by a girl, haha.
Yeah.
Either way, both the guy and the girl in this situation are made to look bad, and I've always hated that. Because it's funny you mentioned fighting games, because being a part of the FGC, the fighting game community, this sort of thing happens where we're getting better with it, and to be fair, there are definitely women within the... And in fact, one of the top players, her name is Kayane. She's a French player. She plays Soul Calibur mainly. She's pretty good. And sometimes there's this idea that it's like, oh, if you beat the girl, when a girl comes on a stream and at a tournament and people play her, and when you beat the girl, there's always this awkward air like, he beat the girl. Now she won't want to play anymore. I'm like, no, don't do that. If you treat her like that, you're patronizing her, and you're basically saying that we should take it easy on her. That doesn't help her either.
Yeah.
She is a competitor like the rest of us. She shouldn't be made to feel weird. We either one, we should lose to her, or two, we should feel bad losing to her. I think it's not going to help anybody in the long run to do something like that. I think so. It's good to know that people are you're all able-minded when it comes to that. I think I asked a question before. A game where the gender is arbitrary, that there should be an option of male and female. I did ask that question. I'm not sure if you guys answered it.
By arbitrary, you mean it doesn't
It doesn't matter.
affect the story, it's not directly referenced.
Yeah, it doesn't affect the story or the gameplay.
No, I think they should still have a choice. For example, you could theoretically have, I'm just going to use Telltale's The Walking Dead again. You could theoretically have a situation where you swap in, instead of playing Lee Everett, you can choose to play Leah Everett, who killed her husband, and then they just change one word, right? You could do that, but it's just more resources to serve nothing. I think it's fine if they had wanted to do something like that, but there shouldn't be pressure on them to have to do something like that.
I don't know if you could, because then you'd have like, because Lee, as a man, is also bonding with a young girl, and it kind of adds to their relationship.
Yeah, I think it would be a different dynamic, but I mean, you could kind of say that for almost anything. Like, I'm trying to think of something where, like, you play as a man, but it is, like, pretty arbitrary, and I don't, I need to think of an example of a game to apply this to other than that one.
Well, talking about The Walking Dead, and I haven't really played that. I don't have the money to purchase many games, so I'm very narrow in the games I do purchase. But you'd also have a vastly different character arc, because I feel that in this day and age, having a tale about a murderess would somehow catch more attention than a murderer, and that's a sad point that I'm making. I want to make that clear.
I see what you mean.
It's a sad point, but there you go. And I think it would also, like she said, it would change the dynamic between him and Clementine. It really would. Or her and Clementine. I can't actually think of anything where the gender is arbitrary either.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of something, and
I know what you mean.
I mean, it's not a bad question. I just can't.
Oh, come on.
I'm having trouble thinking of like an example.
Well, I mean, the obvious answer would be like Fallout, or games where you build your own character, where that's completely arbitrary anyway, and that's the point.
Well, I think in RPGs it's kind of valuable because that gives you more depth in how you want to roleplay the character.
Exactly. So even that can't be applied to this.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of something.
Well, while you're thinking about that, there's another aspect to do with that whole thing. And that's, what do you think of the idea that, I mean, because I mentioned, and I agree to an extent, but what do you think of the idea that we need a quote-unquote female perspective in order to make women feel more at home with games? What do you think of that concept? And Betty, what is the female perspective?
There's no such thing. That's not like a thing. If you talk to all like four of us and the women who were in here earlier, does Deathfire go through Yasuo's wall?
Sorry, my boyfriend was just asking a question. I don't know.
I don't know.
I'll ask my boyfriend.
No, there's only like one or two projectiles that actually go through Yasuo's wall.
Oh, we're talking about Low.
That's one of them.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're off subject on League. Yeah, I don't think so. I know there's only one or two, and I don't think that's one.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Side note.
I forgot where we were. Sorry, I wanted to answer that, but I don't play League enough to know exactly.
But no, yeah, we're talking about the female, like, if there is a female perspective, if it's needed for games, that is.
Well, I would respectfully disagree that maybe there is a female perspective in that we all have common experiences in our life to some extent, and therefore we have a common kind of ability to understand the world. But do we need it in video games? Not really. And I'm going to respectfully disagree on Becca, but at the same time, not really. No, it isn't needed. It could be welcomed, but it's not needed.
Okay, that's fair enough, because I think for me, I can only ponder about it from a third-person perspective, because when I hear that, I think, okay, but if by a female perspective, are we trying to suggest that more women or more female characters should become more stereotypical? Because when you say female perspective, what do these things have to do with interchangeable character traits, such as bravery, honesty, kindness, and friendship? These things are interchangeable between men and women. These things are things that protagonists usually have. So what female perspective could we inject into a character without it becoming stereotypical, i.e. a motherly figure or feminine quote-unquote traits? You know what I mean? Like, how relevant are these things to a game? I'm not saying games can't have them. In fact, if we create more games that have specific feminine things that appeal to that kind of perspective, that's great, but I don't know if that should become a general trend across games as a whole, because as I said, as a concept, it just sounds like you're trying to inject more stereotypes in, because that's like saying you'd want a masculine perspective, but what does that mean, really? I don't know how.
You're asking 3 questions, and I'm going to give you 3 answers. First
Oh,
off,
sorry. Go ahead.
no. You are asking perfectly good questions. First off, I don't know how to answer you in any way other than I agree with you. I think that there wouldn't be anything you could add into a video game that would really add to the game without causing stereotypes to happen, because you're right. That is basically what would happen. You would have, I don't remember the name of the law, but there's a litmus test for whether women are written well, and that's if you can have a conversation between 2 women.
The Bechdel
Bechdel
test.
test.
The Bechdel test. That is really hard for me to grasp, because newsflash, I talk to other women about men and feminine things all the time, so that doesn't mean that just having conversations about that is somehow stereotyping them. I can't answer that question because I ultimately agree with you. We may have a feminine perspective, but I don't really want my games focusing on anything I would consider a feminine perspective, because I really don't want to have a discussion in my video games about those types of things. Does that make any sense?
That makes sense, yeah. Does anyone else want to comment?
Another answer to that, because my problem with the whole thing of like you need a female perspective is, especially the way video games are being made these days, a lot of them have a story, and somebody has created that story. And if you're sitting there yelling about what's in the story, you're basically trying to force somebody to change their story for you, and that's ridiculous. That's not the way it should be. If you really want to see a different female perspective, then you need to be able to get together and create your own story and your own game and make a darn good game, because your audience needs to like it. But just saying like we need a female perspective is like, okay, but how are you going to go about doing that? Because you can't just sit there and say that and force somebody else to do it when they're trying to create their own story. And I know that could get into the whole conversation of video games being art, which is a completely different thing, and there goes my dog.
Right. I mean, I think that's a very good point, because in fact, it may not happen as much with games, but I feel like it happens a lot with anime, and I'm going to use this as a good example. See, when people say that we need more female developers for games or need more female perspectives, I think, but to assume that that's going to make women like it more is absurd, because not everything made by a woman is something women will like, and not everything made by a woman is necessarily going to target women either.
Have you played Depression Quest? It was made by a woman. I didn't like it.
Right, and because with animes, right? For example, the anime Code Geass, that's made by a group of women, but that's what's known as a shonen anime. It's directed at guys with guys in mind. And there's another anime called Dead Man Wonderland, which is also made by a woman, and there's nothing female perspective about it. It's just an action anime, right? That's why I find it a bit strange when people say that if more women developed games, then more women would like them. I'm like, that's a very weird thing to say. Also, in terms of that whole female perspective thing, once again with anime,
that's kind of a sexist thing to say, actually.
It is. That's what
and really, it's sexist. Like, I don't care who made the game. If I don't like the game, I don't like the game. I'm not going to be like, yay, support this game just because a woman made it. I'm going to support it because I like it.
Yeah, exactly. And in regards to the whole perspective thing, there was, I guess, a kind of instance where I can see where there was the input of like a female or feminine perspective. And that was in this anime called Total Eclipse. It's got a much longer title. I'm just going to abbreviate it to Total Eclipse. In Total Eclipse,
watched that.
Oh, really? No crap. That's awesome. Anyway, in Total Eclipse, there was a character, I can't remember her name, who was like this Russian lady who, she was pretty cool because she was like the mentor / I guess mom type of character, and she was like this army general who was like really stern, really strict. And when she interacts with the main character, she gives him these really important life lessons and kind of tells him about how he needs to find his own way and he needs to figure out what's important to him and stuff like that. And she acts like the mother figure to several other characters in that anime. And I thought that was interesting because, not only was she feminine, not only was she like a mom figure, but she's also quite strong and she's also quite smart. So in that instance, I could see how they created a feminine, quote-unquote, perspective. But at the same time, that character is also a trope. She's the stern mother type. And that's why I feel like when you create a perspective, you run the risk of becoming a trope, and that's not bad in and of itself. But who's to say that if we don't start, if we start, creating female perspectives, we don't start creating tropes at the same time? Because I think that's what happens. You create cliches, you create stereotypes, you create tropes, and doesn't a certain someone have a problem with tropes?
Yeah, I don't understand what's the bad thing about tropes. Like,
exactly.
It's a storytelling device. Like, everything is a trope. You go on TV tropes and everything is a trope.
Absolutely. I mean, I challenge Anita Sarkeesian here and now to find me a piece of writing that does not use some kind of trope about women. If she can do that, I will issue a public apology for not liking her. But I don't think that exists because tropes are part of the storytelling tradition of humanity.
Yeah, definitely. And it's why I find it... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
If there's a tropey character, is the male character also tropey? Which is yes. Like if you look at Peach, for example, Mario is not a particularly in-depth character. You don't learn much about him. He's just a plumber dude, and he's gonna save stuff. Like, they're all equally shallow, so it's not... I don't understand the claim of sexism there.
Yeah, definitely, because there are male tropes, and it's funny that a lot of people, especially if we're talking about like Polygon, Kotaku, and that minded people, they're basically saying that, like, oh yeah, she's pointing out all these bad tropes and stuff like that. Here's the honest truth, because I'm not sure what you guys are going to think about this. Here's the honest truth. People don't understand that even if Anita Sarkeesian may perhaps know these people and there might be some cronyism involved, that woman is on no one's side other than her own. Who's to say that she's not going to make a video down the line criticizing the very characters that some of these developers who supported her made? Like, who's to say she's not going to make a video about the, woman with a father complex trope? Who's to say she's not going to start taking aims at Elizabeth from BioShock, Clementine from Walking Dead, and Ellie from The Last of Us? Because I bet she would. What's to stop her from doing that? Because that is a trope, to be fair. And I can see Anita Sarkeesian not stopping until she's identified every female trope in a game. Because she's going to do it. She is going to do it. In fact, if you read her Kickstarter list, she pretty much listed every type of female character there is. So she's basically going to say that every type of female character in some way is inherently wrong.
Yeah, she is, and I agree with you. Anita is... No, I'm going to be more nice than this. I feel that Anita is very much in this for what she can get out of it, whether that's fame, popularity, money, whatever. More so than she is having a legitimate discussion about games and their tropes and the feminism therein. Because she has shown time and time again to be intellectually dishonest. And I agree with you. I said it, finally.
No, that's perfect. That's perfect. I mean, what the rest do you think about the possibility that she might just take aim at every female character imaginable? What do you think of that?
I think there's a lot of room for criticism in video games. I think when you are using your platform to specifically try and paint people as sexist or misogynist, it is eventually going to backfire on you, because eventually you're going to do that to the wrong game or the wrong developer, and there's going to be a big problem. And also that's pushing an agenda. And instead of pushing your own agenda, why not just go in for criticism? Another problem I have is there's no dissent. There's nobody else doing that type of criticism, and anybody who tries is kind of shut down. And there's got to be another side to it too.
I think that's the primary problem, is that it's not necessarily... Obviously, there's serious problems with her Kickstarter and the way that she conducts herself, and the fact that she's terrible. But aside from those slightly minor issues, it's not necessarily just that she's doing videos. Whatever, crazy people can make videos all they want. The issue is that she is promoted as the paragon of the great feminist.
Aha, yes. She's
And
the
she's a
voice of
specific.
women in gaming.
Yes, she's the voice of women in gaming. She's not even the voice of feminism. She's a specific type of feminism that many feminists do not align themselves with. So it's really kind of annoying when she's the only one presented. As far as like games being political, the problem that I kind of have with her stuff is that her supporters will say, well, she's not saying that you can't do this, she's just criticizing it. But if you're telling people that the way that they're writing currently is literally causing misogyny, then yes, the natural thing that you would derive from that is that you need to stop doing what you're doing because you're a terrible person and you're making people hate women. So no, I know she says you can be, you can still play games even if you're critical of them, but no. If she legitimately believes these things, she should not be supporting, and no one who agrees with her should be supporting any game that they think contributes to misogyny. So that's basically painting themselves as useless activists. Like they're not even good activists because they apparently support not even standing up for their own cause. And that is really disingenuous because they actually do. So it's kind of gross that they try to play both sides on that.
Right, and I think I should also mention that a lot of what people, and not necessarily myself, but a lot of what people are bothered by the whole Sarkeesian thing is how people have then said it's just her opinion. And that would be true, but the way this woman talks doesn't sound like she's just giving opinion. If you watched her videos and you just thought, oh, it's just her opinion.
She also describes it as educational resource, and there's no education in it.
Yeah,
I don't care if that's her opinion, but she needs to present it like that. One of the biggest problems with the gaming media that Gamergate has is because they're presenting their opinion as news and facts. I don't care if it's your opinion. I don't care if you write an editorial. That's not what bothers me. What bothers me is when you're presenting your opinion as a fact.
Yeah, exactly. And oh, by the way, we just got a spike in viewers because Internet Aristocrat tweeted it out. So we jumped from like 100 to like 280
wow.
viewers.
Oh,
thanks a lot, IA.
We just hit 300 viewers actually.
No, I'm all shy now.
One of these days, I want to talk to that dude. I'm such a huge fangirl. Now I've talked to Total Biscuit and Mundane Matt, so he's next on my list. If I could talk to JonTron,
oh my god, JonTron,
I'd go nuts.
Internet Aristocrat, I want to tell you that you make me and my boyfriend sit down and talk about things and bond. You are a critical part of our relationship, so thank you so much. Your stuff is great. I hope you're out there listening.
I think we may or may not have a new entrant in a second because I think someone just expressed wanting to join.
Yay!
Oh my gosh, awesome! I'd love to hear someone else.
At least I hope so. We'll have to see.
Guys.
Definitely.
Oh,
for all our new viewers, who joined because of an Internet Aristocrat, what we've basically been talking about, the point of the stream was to give a chance for the women that support Gamergate to voice their experiences, talk about how they are as gamers, to voice their concerns about, I don't know, the narrative that's been spun against them, even though they've come out in support of something of their own free will. The way people have reacted has been completely immature, saying stuff like they're sock puppets, that they have internalized misogyny, or they don't understand, or whatever, stuff like that. And that's why we've been giving them a chance to talk.
You just don't know, honey, how bad things are for you.
Oh yeah, you're just excusing them because guys.
You just want male attention, and that's okay. Okay, I don't want male attention. I'll take some female attention, though. I'll do that. Let's do that.
Want to know the worst insult that's been flung at me? Mm-hmm. Worst insult. You're a fake gamer girl because you just want attention.
Isn't that ironic?
That is ironic.
Gamer girls finally stand up and show that they're there, and you call them fake. Real classy, everybody. Real classy.
I actually, this was a discussion that went on over Skype for me because they found my Skype a couple days back. And it wasn't harassment. I easily blocked them. You know, the magical spell called block. But they said that to me, and I immediately pulled up my gamer score and just went, yeah, totally a fake geek girl.
I mean, but think about it. These are the same people who we gave them photo and video evidence, and they still didn't believe us. What's that? I mean, come on.
I got so frustrated when I went to the video, the Not Your Shield video, and I look at a comment there, and there's some stupid idiot who links the Ars Technica thing saying, haha, look, these people are all fake. And I'm like, okay, if you're making this argument on Twitter, fine, you can be an idiot there. This is literally a video where you are hearing literal people talk and hold up signs explaining why they feel this way. You have no excuse for your ignorance here. There's no excuse.
Exactly, and especially when people are still saying that, but it had Gamergate had misogynist origins, but it started by 4chan, Adam Baldwin, blah blah blah.
I think Nero just tweeted us out as well.
Did he?
Nero has also tweeted us out. We are getting some attention.
The stream's gonna crash, guys. Hold on to your seat.
Down we go. You know, that whole thing with, like, the origins of Gamergate, I think so many people don't understand that, let's say for a second, it did come from a bunch of Anons who wanted to get their rocks off and laugh about it. You know, oh, can I say that? I can say that. Never mind.
Yeah,
and
don't worry about it.
Even if that is the case, everybody now, especially a lot of people I see on Twitter and stuff who supported Gamergate, they've taken control of it away from them. And that's the thing. Even if that is how it started, the supporters of Gamergate now has completely taken that control away.
Yeah.
And 4chan isn't necessarily all guys either, so that is an invalid point to begin with.
No, it's not. Says former 4chan user. Though I'll admit I only got into it fairly recently and only so I could look at my magical girls on A.
I have been an X-File up until the takeaway of 4chan a couple days ago. So it is deep sadness. I loved just sitting there and watching all the Nope threads go by. Yeah, 14 years on that place. I'm so sad. But what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Yeah, the one that annoys me more is the beginning of the Not Your Shield tag, which is from 4chan. But like I've seen, like even in that Ars Technica article, they use like the screen cap of the guy who came up with it. And if you actually read what he read instead of just being like, oh, this looks like 4chan, this is obviously fake. He's like, I'm really tired of being spoken for as a minority person, and I'm getting really sick of it. And someone's like, dude, you should tell them that. Do something like, you know, Not Your Shield or whatever, and tell them that that's how you feel. So, yeah, it did come from 4chan. It came from a black guy on 4chan, and good job, you got him fired for daring to be black and not agree with you. You did a good thing there.
Yeah, and I think perhaps what is so important about this stream, and definitely the Not Your Shield movement, is that at some point, someone's going to have to take notice. The media's going to have to take notice and stop spinning this idea that it's misogynist. See, even BBC News, for as impartial as they should be, they basically covered the story in a very blasé way. When they responded to someone in that email, I remember it said that, like, they basically said, oh, we know that there's more to the issue, but we don't want to cover it, so whatever. And I was just like, I can't believe that. It's like, how much proof do you need? And clearly people need it to be spelled out to them in bright colors that, look, this isn't misogyny. There are women who support this. Stop trying to make this sound like it's guys versus girls, or the only reason why Zoe or Anita got criticized is because they're women. People need to understand that this is more than just that. And I don't know. That's why I definitely feel like this needed to happen. And by the way, to all our new viewers, if you want to ask a question, it's better to ask it on Twitter at NotYourShield because the Twitter chat unfortunately doesn't live update. I have to refresh the page. So if you got a question, tweet at the Twitter handle, and I'll ask it to the ladies here, and hopefully we can get more of the conversation going.
You know, I could be wrong, but I kind of feel like Not Your Shield has kind of... It's still very close with Gamergate, but it almost seems like a separate thing. It seems like Not Your Shield has taken on kind of like its own thing. And while it's a sister movement, I guess you could say, to Gamergate, it just feels like, to me, it's a completely separate thing.
Yeah, in a way it is, because I think that if this had happened without Gamergate, it wouldn't have the same impact, but it would still exist. But you know, I don't think it's a bad thing that we're separating because we're still in it together. We're just starting to figure out why we're doing what we're doing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel, actually. It's, you know, it's like I said, I'm repeating myself. It's a sister movement, but it's there because of what Gamergate has brought up. But it's kind of like gone on its own thing with its own issues.
Yeah, most certainly. You're definitely right about that. And I think I'll check to see if anyone's got any questions in the YouTube chat. If you guys can see any questions as well, that'd be great because we can definitely keep the conversation going that way.
They are mostly pouring love on Becca, calling her a QT, and my new waifu. So, half Chan is dead. 8chan is where it is at now. Yeah, I'm on 8chan. Infinite
okay,
Chan.
Somebody just asked, did the person who created #NotYourShield actually get fired? I think he did.
Yes,
I actually think he did.
I believe he's the guy behind Polar Roller.
Yeah,
and I think
Polar Roller.
he linked the screenshot of his email of them saying goodbye. So,
Yep.
Yeah.
They gave him a closeout date and told him to pack his things. So that's a thing.
So just to clarify that, because I was talking to him the night that it happened, he did say that it was a temporary job. It wasn't like his only source of income, and he knew it was going to be a temporary thing. But it seems to me, and I don't know for sure, it seems to me like his boss just didn't want the drama, because that's what was happening, a lot of harassment and problems, and his boss was kind of like, you know what, we're way too small of a company to deal with this crap.
Mm-hmm. So it might not have been all the opposition's fault, but I did hear that it was a temp job too. So.
Okay. Oh, by the way, new question, and I'll definitely give it to you guys. It says, "How can we win this war? Obviously, the tags are still going, emails to pull ads from Kotaku, but what else can be done?"
More people.
Actually,
we need more people.
That in mind, don't just be like, but this is the first place I saw that had news on the new Metal Gear Solid, so I'm gonna click this Just, no, stop it. Go to a different place. Just do it. Actually boycott, and don't do the, well, I'll just use ad block, because no, they then get your view, they know that you're still watching, you gotta make their Alexa ranking tank. Just don't go. It's not worth your time to listen to the drivel of these people.
And ultimately, it's the same way that you win at a difficult level in a game. We just keep going. Trust me, it's tiring. I'm tired, and I've only really been in the spotlight for a few days, but you know, it's been a tough few days. But if we stop now, everything we've done will be reversed. We need to keep pressuring and keep talking and keep speaking. And if we can get some more media attention that isn't completely biased, that would be nice. But the ultimate thing is just keep talking.
Yeah, you ladies keep talking for a second. I'll be right back. And also, can you answer the next question? Is that, do you guys think that the journos have achieved the opposite and actually united the gaming community? So if you can answer that, give me a second, I'll be back.
I think they've united a part of the gaming community. And it's unfortunate that the part that they've united is sick of their crap. But going back to the previous thing, these are companies, for the most part, they're in the Bay Area. And for the most part, they have parent companies. Their parent companies don't care what their employees do as long as their pockets are lined. But the more money we pull from them by emailing advertisers and getting advertisers to pull, the more they're going to pay attention, because that's less money that they have in their pockets. I mean, that is absolutely the best way that you can fight back. And I'm not saying like, well, you're doing that to silence them. No, I'm not doing that to silence them. I'm doing that because some of these people have been unbelievably unprofessional. Nobody in their right mind would let an employee keep a job acting the way these people are acting.
I'm trying to remember the question because I just got caught up in listening to what she was saying, which was awesome. What was the question again?
The question was if the journalists had united the gaming community.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yes, absolutely. It's fairly clear they have.
Yeah, so obviously I just got back, so I didn't hear what you guys said. But yeah, so you guys think that instead of trying to kill gamers, they instead united us and made us fight for a common cause. In fact, they showed our diversity more by telling us we weren't diverse. We proved them wrong.
Yeah, that's how I agree. The nuance to what she said before was at least part of the gamer community, and unfortunately, it's the part that is sick and tired of them because, yeah, they act more like bloggers than they do journalists. And newsflash, guys, you can't be both. If you're going to be a blogger, be a blogger. If you're going to be a journalist, be a journalist. You can't switch out the names interchangeably just because you feel like being one or the other at that particular time.
Well, I think one of my favorite little screenshots from like way early on was somebody saying that it was really unprofessional for them to act this way, and then literally who responded with, they're just, game bloggers. And then I think it was Stephen Totillo responded back to her and said, no, we're journalists. And was obviously offended by that. And I'm like, even the people who are supporting you are falling back on but we're not real journalists. So which one are you? Just decide.
All right. New question says that, would you say this is a public opinion war?
Yes.
Yeah.
We have to get people to see that we're serious, or else we're never going to be listened to.
All right, that's a fair assessment. All right, another question says, do you ladies see Gamergate becoming an industry fixture, like its own ecosystem? And then he says, are we the Watchmen?
I think in a sense I see it. I don't know if it would be like under the umbrella of Gamergate, but I mean, I didn't even get involved in Gamergate until I saw those Gamers Are Dead articles, because I remember reading them on the same day thinking, this is really insulting. And I saw a bunch of discussion on Reddit about it and, kind of traced the paper trail from there. But I think that since that started, we've seen a lot of new websites come up, Tech Raptor, Games Nosh, things like that. And so people are moving to these other websites, and people are starting to see, okay, this is what a lot of gamers actually want to hear about. So I think we're going to see like a new community pop up because of it. That's just my opinion.
All right. Anyone else want to?
I agree.
Simon?
As for Are We the Watchmen, I'm no Watchman. I couldn't be Samuel Vimes. I can't be a Watchman without being watched. So I wouldn't feel comfortable being the Watchman, but I don't think we need Watchmen. I think we need to do what we're good at, which is be a meritocracy.
All right. The next question, and this is perhaps a very deep one. Have any of you seen the King of Pole stream this morning? Specifically that, I guess, anti-Gamergate person who was talking to Sargon of Akkad? Like, did any of you see that stream?
I didn't.
I did.
I keep hearing things, but I'm not really sure what actually happened.
Okay, I came in halfway through the guy, so I'll give a quick summary of what I heard. He basically was on there, and he was talking to the group, and I really suggest you guys go give a hit to the video that's up. It's very interesting. But basically he was saying that he was giving all the old social justice warrior standby discussion points. Some of my favorites were comparing, saying that ISIS represented all Muslims in the same way that Gamergate, people who are acting wrong, represent all gamers, and in making it seem as if those were equivalent. He seemed to think that if he said no, reality would change, which was hilarious. And a couple of... really, honestly, I can't do it justice, guys. Go watch it. My response to that was, I want to get in there and talk to him, because this is the kind of SJW baloney that I don't like, where they try to control other people's thought patterns because those thought patterns are problematic, which was his entire argument, is you guys need to elect a leader and get on cracking down on people who are problematic in your movement, and only then will we take you seriously. Only then can we have discussions with you. And at one point he said, well, Nero can't be your leader because Nero is this horrible journalist, and then they got Nero into the stream, and Nero's like, okay, well, what's wrong with my journalism? Because Nero was being very polite, and he's like, hey, what's wrong? And the guy starts saying, well, it's on this site that was founded by this guy who wasn't a very good person. And it was hilarious, because they're like, okay, well, why isn't he a good person? Give us facts, give us articles that prove he was a conspiracy theorist. And the only thing he could pull up was one highly biased left-wing article. And at one point Nero's like, hey, are you guys like candid cameraing me? Because this guy is a stereotype. There's no way someone thinks like this. And then at the end, as they're trying to wrap up and they're trying to get past everything this guy has said, he goes, I'll be listening. And they're like, whoa! Dude.
Yeah, he did seem like a troll. Like, when I was listening to it, I was shocked. I was like, this can't be happening. Like, surely this guy is a troll.
Unfortunately, I would disagree. I think he is legitimately believing that his viewpoints are true. And that it's okay for him... That it's okay for him to say that your thoughts are problematic, you have to change your thoughts.
Alright, moving on from that crazy person. The next question is, and I think this is a nice one, what is the opinion of you wonderful ladies about Christina Hoff Sommers, aka the Based Mom?
Based Mom. That's my opinion. Based Mom. Somebody, I saw that there was a comment where someone was like, Becca's my waifu, and then someone responded, no, CH Summers is Gamergate's waifu, and I completely agree with that sentiment, except that your waifu can't be your mom. Come on, guys, that's creepy. So yeah, Based Mom, I love her. She's great. Like, I completely understand her reasons for calling herself a feminist, even though I don't. And I support, like, she's just so, like, charming and, like, really well-reasoned, and she's not belligerent at all. She's great. I could
watch her new video
I could fangirl for a while. Yeah, I haven't seen her new video. I really want to watch it. But, like, I went back, like, she was linked on some subreddit at some point, and, like, I watched almost all of her factual feminist videos from, like, way back. And yeah, she's a cool lady. I really like her. Sorry.
No, I would gush equally. So everything she just said, and I may not agree with everything that Factual Feminist says, but I consider her my fem mom. I think she is absolutely spot on in how she views the current third wave feminist, and I think that I have found a new role model and hero in this woman.
You hear that, Christina Hoff Sommers? Everybody loves you. Ain't that great? All right. Anyone else want to give their opinion on Based Mom?
No, she's just
All right.
amazing.
All right. Okay. So the next question is: do you feel there is a lack? And I think it's a good one. Do you feel there's a lack of positive, inclusive, non-antagonistic writing on the topic of women in gaming? And by that, I guess he's trying to say that: do you feel that too much about the writing surrounding women in gaming is often negative in general?
Well, yes, but I kind of understand why it's that way. It's like kind of one of the fundamental problems of any journalism, right? Like news stories are negative because good news isn't news. So, I mean, like for example, we were talking about, we were discussing the fact that a lot of people think of BioWare's more recent writing as being social justice warrior, and we don't tend to think that. Um, you can't really write an article saying, by the way, BioWare wrote another really cool chick. I mean, you can. It's just not super interesting. So I guess it would be good if those people got more just like simple positive press. But I don't know if it's really feasible.
Okay.
I could point out that there's plenty of scientific psychological studies about this that actually try to be good about what they're writing, but out there in the blogging area of the world, no. It's either all one way or all the other. So I've never seen it, but I hope there might be out there. So.
All right. That's a fair assessment. Really interesting question from someone. I think this is actually one of the most pertinent questions everybody has, especially since this has gone on for 6 weeks. And it says, some people view this as a war with an end state after, which the movements will dissolve or peter out. I disagree. I think the movement is something that should be continued in some measure forever, else we risk the same problems cropping up under a different banner. Thoughts on the long-term prospects of Gamergate and hashtag Not Your Shield? So essentially, do you think that this movement needs to kind of become a long-term thing that will crop up whenever necessary? Do you think that's what this has become?
Yeah, well, yes. If you're talking about the primary aspect, right, the journalistic ethics aspect, in terms of that, as long as we're having games press, then yes, there's going to be people who need to keep looking out and making sure that they are acting appropriately. So even if like we get to the end game, if you will, and you have, every single one of these websites updates their code of ethics, you then have to make sure that they're actually adhering to that code of ethics. And then I think Total Biscuit has talked about this a little bit, but they're kind of dying anyway. Even like the good sites are going to have a lot of problems. So YouTubers are kind of the new hotness. So with them, then you have to make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to do, like how I think there's actually FTC regulations where they have to demarcate if a video is like paid promotion or something. So you have to make sure that people are still doing that. It may not be like under the tag Gamergate or on Twitter. It's probably better if it isn't, frankly. If whenever it kind of calms down, we can move to other platforms again, because Twitter kind of sucks. It's cool, but not for this necessarily. Yeah, as far as journalistic ethics, yes, that's going to go on forever. The social justice aspect that's kind of gotten pulled in will also go on forever.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good. For me, yes, the ideals of journalistic integrity have to be applied consistently to all forms of journalism, and since gaming is here to stay, gaming is not dead, it will not die, it has become part of our culture and our way of life, as it has for thousands of years. This is here to stay. We need to demand and continue demanding, even long after our hashtag is dead, that there is something of a journalistic integrity within within gamer society, or else what we've done here is just useless. And it's the same with Not Your Shield. There are always going to be people who want to take your voice away, to use you as a puppet, and you have to deny them that, and you have to keep denying them that. And to stop would be to let them win.
Well said. Well said. Okay. Now, this question is, I guess, slightly complicated to answer, but hopefully you'll be able to extrapolate. It says, how much does social justice tie into the problem? How should we address that without taking a stance on gender issues?
I'm going to recluse myself because I have other opinions on this.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
It says that how much does social justice tie into the problem, and how do we address that without taking a stance on gender issues?
Why would you not take a stance on gender issues? You mean like the movement as a whole shouldn't take a stance, I assume.
Yeah, I think we would need some clarification.
I think that one needs a little more clarification.
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, it sounds like a good question. I'm just not quite like getting it with the way it's phrased. But they're saying, because social justice has kind of been brought into it, how do we handle it without like saying this is the Gamergate position on this? It's pretty simple. Don't do that. I mean, that sounds really like simplistic, but I mean, people kind of have to understand that the opinions of one person are not the opinions of every group they belong to. The Gamergate consists of people who are from Pol. It consists of people who are like super progressive. It consists of people who are just conservative, like American conservative. Yeah, it's just people are going to have separate opinions. And if someone wants to say, well, Gamergate said this about, women, well, Gamergate isn't a person. So, no. You can say the majority of people on Gamergate seem to support, I don't know, like egalitarian gender politics. And that's probably a fairly accurate statement. But you can't say that's like it's not the goal, so it doesn't really matter. Does that make sense? Okay.
By the way, we got a new contributor, Katie, just joined. Say hi, Katie.
I've never done this before. I'm not sure if you can hear me or not.
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
Cool. Okay.
Hi, Katie. I'm Shield.
Hi, I'm Katie.
Yeah, nice of you to join. All right, now that you've joined, I'll ask you the same question I asked all the other ladies, and that's, what is your experience with Gamergate, and how have people reacted to the fact that you're, a woman who supports Gamergate? And have you had any experiences where people have said stuff like, if you're a sock puppet or internalized misogyny or any such like thing?
All right. Well, for the first part, I got involved in Gamergate because I actually have a good friend of mine is an indie game dev who is he's very successful, and I'm not going to disclose his name, but so I have kind of like had a sneak peek into the industry and everything, and then when I saw this going on, I'm like, oh, this could affect my friend. This affects people that I know and that I care about, and so I kind of got into it that way, and I started looking into it. I mean, I myself am a gamer, and I'm someone who actually is an artist, and one day hopes to make my own games. But mostly, I got into it just because of the friend I knew. I have not had any experience with anybody telling me that I'm a sock puppet account or anything like that. Mostly because on my YouTube channel that I've started recently, Arwen Media, I have videos with my face, and so you can see me. You can see that I'm a real life person. I'm an actual woman. So I guess that they have looked at those and then said, well, obviously she's an actual person. As for the misogyny thing, I've heard that a couple times, but it was a very weak argument, and it just kind of trickled out. It was on Tumblr and. Just a personal anonymous message thing, but yeah, so that's kind of my history with the whole thing.
Okay, that's definitely good to hear. So you feel that the experience has been mostly positive overall, aside from a few things here and there. So you feel like it hasn't been any okay, let me ask you this. There's been no problems from the pro Gamergate side then. How about that?
I've seen no problems directed at me, but I have experienced and seen, watched a lot of people kind of who are like really, really strongly for Gamergate, but they're going about it in a really rude way, and they're voicing their opinions against other people, and like this, I just they have really bad attitudes. And anytime I see that, I always try and speak up against it and say, hey, we should try and be polite, because that more than anything is going to be what convinces other people to come onto our quote unquote side. Is if you're polite and if you present facts and say, hey, this is what's going on. I've had a lot of people talk to me and say, hey, why are you for Gamergate? It's this bad thing. And I'm like, well, no, it's actually this and this. And if you talk to people calmly and address them in a polite way, personally, I've actually brought a lot of people from the other side over for Gamergate.
That's good to hear. That's good to hear. And how do you feel, since obviously you joined kind of later down the line? How do you feel about the? No, because we were talking about this earlier. How do you feel about the general depiction of women in games? Do you feel like the hysteria about it being incredibly negative and that it needs to be changed? Like, what do you think in regards to that?
I feel like it's a discussion that everybody should definitely be aware of, and I'm glad that it's actually been something that in the recent years has been more noticed and talked about. However, and this is actually something I discussed recently. I did an interview with Matt from the Fine Young Capitalists, and I discussed with him this same question. And basically, I said that lately the media and a lot of society is focusing on making women in games and the women depicted in games to be more diverse and varied and stronger, more intelligent female characters, which I think we definitely need. However, if that's the only thing that we're focusing on and we're not changing the stereotypes that are prevalent for male genders, then in a way we're only fixing half the problem, because women who play the games will see good role models, but then we still have this overabundance of male characters who are just big, buff, dumb guys, or like the snarky, cool dude with sunglasses. I mean, those are the role models that men have. And I always try and look at it from both sides, because I have a younger brother, and so I always kind of have him in mind, like when he plays these games, what does he see, type of thing. So I think that yes, it is something that is an issue, but I don't think that it's such a big issue that like it deserves this huge hysteria, like you said, And I think that we also need to not only change the women in games, but also change the men and just have more diverse characters all around.
Right. So it's a matter of wanting better writing for characters overall, and this isn't a gender-specific issue. And I agree. I think that wanting better written characters should be something that we apply to both the genders, and it shouldn't mean that games should either be censored or lose artistic creativity, but rather we should strive for decent writing without anything having to be ruined in the process, and it doesn't have to be specifically on women. So I'm glad you shared that. And we just got a new entry. We just got a new contributor. The name is Mr. Foxhound, although I'm not sure if they should be a Mr. but say hi.
It's just an old name.
That's okay. That's okay. Thanks for joining. All right. So same question I've been levying to everyone. What has your experience been with Gamergate, and how do you feel? Like, how do you what have people said to you because you've been a woman who supports Gamergate? Like, what has your experience been in general?
Well, I started way back whenever the Zoe post first went up. I saw a link to it on 4chan like the day after. And I read all of it, and that was pretty much it. Ever since then, I've been involved. It's just been crazy seeing all the dumb stuff that's gone up ever since. And as far as stuff that's happened to me, what was that one person's name? A girl, IRL or something. I saw her tweet something, so I thought I might respond, try to tell her that not all women who are supporting Gamergate are fake. Her response was basically to patronize me for being brainwashed by the patriarchy. Basically, the whole internalized misogyny thing. Yeah.
Internalized mahogany.
I am now popular. I'm now wood. I'm a tree.
Wow, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, and it was her and her followers. I got like 3 or 4 responses from them, and they were mostly like gifs of people laughing or saying, "Oh, you poor child," something like that.
Wow. So I mean, even if they're doing it in jest or as a joke, it sounds like these people just don't care. They just don't care at all, and that's bad in the first place. So
Yeah, it doesn't
sorry to
matter
hear this
though.
happened. Okay, got a new question for you, and it says, what do you guys think? And this is a good one. What do you guys think about some of the devs on the anti-Gamergate side, like Gearbox? You know, Randy Pitchford and the like, or perhaps Anthony Birch. Like people have been saying stuff.
Man, those guys.
That sums it up.
Yeah, that dude needs to be fired just because of how he's acting. I mean, if
Yeah,
the
that is
developers
the
don't
most
agree,
unprofessional
fine. But don't let your employees act that way in public, for Pete's sake.
I disagree on that point, actually. I cannot stand Anthony Birch, and I have no desire or no plans to buy any game in which he is writing again, so I will not be purchasing the Borderlands pre-sequel. And I have Borderlands 2, and I started playing the Tiny Tina DLC and got kind of, like, it's a pretty solid DLC from what I had gotten to, but there were, like, at least, like, 3 different quests that just made me, like, hold my head in my hands and want to scream. And I'm like, I know this is Anthony Birch. I know that this is his work. So as much as, like, I personally will not support him, I've never really supported people losing their jobs because of their personal opinions. I think that you definitely have every right to boycott a game, especially when he's, like, lead writer, so obviously his ideology is going to influence the game. But in terms of, like, him getting fired, let them, employ him. That means that I know where I don't need to spend my money.
Well said.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I think I need to clarify something. Someone has just, in capital letters, said, gamers have had it hard with the news pushing down on us, and you guys can go F yourselves for trying to push us down. I'm done. We're standing up for ourselves. Don't even try to compare us to ISIS. Okay,
He's probably watching the recorded stream.
I did actively use the word ISIS and gamer in the same sentence, but the context thereof was, we are nothing like ISIS. Somebody came on to another...
That was another guy who tweeted it out. It was quite a while ago. I know Mundane Matt addressed it in one of his videos. Or
Oh, did
a few of
he?
his videos. Yeah. I can't remember who did it.
Devin Faraci, the Badass Digest guy.
It might have been him, yeah. He was saying that we're worse than ISIS.
Yeah, that was the first guy who started saying ISIS stuff.
Okay. Apparently, I'm misreading this, but considering it has the tag, the hashtag #FGamergate, I'm feeling it's directed towards us.
Uh-oh.
I in no way believe that we are as bad as a terrorist group who beheads people.
Well, I don't think
And
we'd have to do
I
a
have
lot to
to
get that
say-
bad. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I am sad I have to clarify that, because I would think that they would listen to the context of that statement, but I am clarifying it now.
Yeah,
Sorry.
all right. That was fair, actually. Okay, new question. The question says, how do you feel about, I think you're going to have fun with this one, how do you feel about the cult-like atmosphere of the anti-Gamergate people / SJWs, a.k.a. the XOXO panel picks? You know, listen and believe and all that?
Oh.
It is insane.
At best, hilarious. At worst, horrifying.
I have an interesting viewpoint on this, because on the one hand, listen and believe, in my opinion, is something that I think that is relating to believing women when they say that they've been harassed in some way. And on the one hand, it's like, well, you can't really have actual evidence of that. I remember a while ago, a couple months ago, there was this controversy in the animation industry where there was this woman who was sexually harassed by one of her coworkers, and she came forward with it and said, hey, this happened, and a lot of people are like, well, where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? It's like, well, you can't really actually have evidence. If somebody tries to grope you, you're going to look for fingerprints? I mean, what are you going to do? So on the one hand, I can kind of see what they're going for, but on the other hand, it's become such a huge cult thing with almost brainwashing kind of mindset, and it's kind of scary because it's like, okay, yes, believe the woman, but give the man a chance to defend himself should the woman be lying. Because yes, that does happen. There are women who will take advantage of that system if it was put in place. But yeah, that's my opinion.
Me, it reminds me of 20th Century Boys. With starts off with Friend making his cult. Well, not even a cult. It's just Friend hanging out with a bunch of people, and everyone loves him because he's a nice guy. And then it escalates, and then next thing you know, UFOs are going to spray a bunch of a horrible bioweapon over everyone and kill everyone.
Yeah. As a former SJW, I can tell you that is probably all true. I've seen some Photoshops floating around, which are hilarious, and I love them. And yeah, I'm with her. Listen and Believe has a place. I mean, if you immediately discount a woman's experiences because she cannot give you the evidence that you need right off the bat, then there's a problem. At the same time, you should not listen and believe to the exclusion of other people's viewpoints. And when I say viewpoints, there's got to be someone who can speak for this woman, who can say that, yes, this happened. So it's scary for me. It is absolutely scary because I remember being in it. So, yeah.
I know there was a comment I read on Reddit about it that someone quoted "Listen and Believe" and they put, "My version is trust but verify," and I think that's much better.
I like that.
Yeah,
That's pretty good. Yeah, trust but verify.
That's much better.
That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, let's go with that. Let's anti-trust and believe. Let's go anti-listen and believe, and let's trust and verify.
I love that. It's perfect.
That's really good.
All right. By the way, some guy, I think his name is @WhiskeyGrenade, asked me to give him a plug for a stream tomorrow.
Oh yeah, do that. Apparently, I'm gonna be on there.
Yeah. Basically,
Look at me.
Dragonall and Irabrise are both going to be on it. It's going to be another. What is it? Another Kotaku in Action stream?
No, I don't know. He's not a Kotaku in Action person.
Oh no, it's not. It's a live stream with Brad Wardell. Is what it says.
Which I'm so excited because he made a good game, or he's CEO of a company that made a good game.
That's pretty good. I'm not sure if this next one's a. Yeah, I'm not sure if this next one's a question so much as it is a statement, but this person says, "Where do we draw the line? I hate what."
You broke up for me.
Yeah, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, same.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Yeah. What I said is, where do we draw the line? I hate what some devs have said, but I think we should support good games overall. What do you guys think of that? Like, does that make sense?
You mean focusing on supporting good games as opposed to getting angry at bad games?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think the positive outlook is always good. I just, in doing that, I want, and it's less the case with games because it's not so much of the issue, but especially in terms of outlets, yeah, I think there should be way more focus on getting word out there for good websites. I know that there's a ton that I just forget the name of, and I'm like, oh, what was that website that I know is really good? Which is why I tried to make my subreddit thing, but it's going kind of slow right now. But when you do that, you also have to continue to boycott the bad people. And maybe not, yell at them constantly for being the worst website in the world, Kotaku, but, make sure that you're not, giving up on boycotting and saying, well, it's good enough because I also visit the good sites.
Okay, that's fair. All right, anyone else?
I agree.
That?
I'm just going to add to that and just say that yes, you do need a balance of both of those because then it actively shows and demonstrates what the consumer wants, and they want this thing and not this thing. If you just show that you want one thing, or if you just show that you dislike this other thing, it's not. You got to give them the whole picture. So yeah.
I
I'm
think a
gonna.
small part of Gamergate is already coming out, trying to really heavily support, good games and good indie devs. I know a lot of indie devs have kind of started speaking up, which a lot of us know a few of them. But I do think there needs to be a bigger emphasis on that, but not just the indie devs, like good games in general.
Yeah. I'm gonna say that you have to choose where you draw the line. Understand that if you give bad game devs or game devs who are in this mindset that we have seen from some of the bad game devs money, you are supporting them, and we don't want that. But I can't tell you where to draw the line. I can only beg you to consider
Agreed.
before
Yeah.
purchasing.
Me, I think if they do good work, support them, and if they don't, don't. Like Denatun Games, they are two Swedish hipsters, but I'll buy all their games.
All right. Let's see. Where's this question? Okay, this question it was kind of indirect. But I'll see if I can turn it into a normal question. It says, "Can we get some big celebrity with credibility to back us up in gaming dev and outside gaming altogether?" And while that's kind of a vague statement, perhaps what it's asking is, do you think that we would get the support of a big celebrity on this? Do you think that's possible? I mean, other than Adam Baldwin, obviously.
I
It depends on
mean,
how the public views it.
yeah, you certainly could. I think the closest one right now, it depends how big you consider him. I consider him pretty big. Is like Joe Rogan, who I know has expressed some interest in having Adam Baldwin on. Like, that would be something. But really, if you're trying to go for, like, winning by authority by just having the coolest kids in your camp, you're not gonna win. Especially because they have an established setup already. Like, a lot of industries have already kind of fallen to this, so they already have a broad base of support. You're never going to kind of beat them on that. You have to beat them on actual arguments and not supporting their crappiness in our, um, uh, sector of the economy, I guess.
I think
The
another
thing
thing is
with
that
the
well,
celebrity,
if they like are pro Gamergate or anti Gamergate, like their PR person probably wouldn't even let them wade into the debate because it would just look bad from any angle which they join.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So
that's
you have to
exactly.
find someone who's kind of social media big, which is why someone like Joe Rogan would be. He doesn't have like a PR person. I don't think he just does his, pot smoking, MMA loving thing.
I could think of one person I could possibly get involved, and not I personally, but who might actually get involved with this, but I don't think having him on our side would do us much good. Which is probably Glenn Beck, because this is right up his alley.
Oh,
oh
God.
yeah, it is.
Yeah,
please.
but
As
getting
a
him
former
involved.
fan of his, I say no.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying we should. I am saying
Yeah,
that
but I
is the
understand your point of
only
view.
big name I could think of
Yeah,
that
Fox
would latch
News would
onto
have a
this.
field day with this.
Yeah, but that would just be bad. If I could get
Yeah, it would.
If I could get anyone to comment on this, it would be Jon Stewart. I really, really respect the man's opinion, and I'd want to hear what he has to say about it. But really, we've got to focus on the internet right now.
Yeah. The thing I'll add to that, though, I know that I was reading a comment, I think it was like on Reddit, where someone was like, I really wish that John Oliver would talk about this. And I was like, have you watched John Oliver stuff? Like, I like John Oliver, but he's a very, like, down the party line liberal, and he, not that I'm saying that's a bad thing, but he definitely, like, errs on the side of caution when it comes to, like, feminist issues.
Mm-hmm.
So he's not going to be on the Gamergate side. And I appreciate that you'd hope that he'd, like, listen to the actual facts, but I don't see that happening. So don't focus on that kind of thing. That's not really the strength of the movement.
Yeah, I think if we're going to get into a celebrity contest, we've got all of Hollywood versus us. So,
Yeah, and it's just a waste of time. Plus, the end result is honestly this: you just lose a lot of respect for your heroes, and that's already happened to a bunch of people. Because a really big one is like Tim Schafer, right? Like, a lot of people are really big fans of him and really like his work, and then he comes out against them and doesn't even like kind of tackle the issue. Really, he's just like anti-Gamergate without any real thought to it, and that's kind of something you have to deal with, is that people that you really admire for their art or their opinions on other stuff are very likely to just kind of disappoint you in this kind of aspect.
That's the thing with celebrity involvement. We can't really rely on them because if they do get involved, it will be because they have their own goals. Like, look at Adam Baldwin's involvement. I'm glad he is, but at the same time, he's kind of trying to push his views.
Well, I don't know if I agree with that in that particular case. Like, I think he's definitely reaching out to sources that agree with him politically, but I think that's because that's the sources he knows.
Yeah, I'm not
like he'll
gonna
talk
rag
about
on him
art,
for
but
it.
like, yeah. But I think I haven't seen him be like, by the way, since you support Gamergate, you should agree with me on politics. Like, I haven't seen too much of that. Like, I can totally understand being worried about that, but at least in this case, I haven't seen too much of it.
Yeah, if it was someone bigger than him, like,
I can totally see
full
him
on.
doing that, though.
Yeah.
Someone like your Glenn Beck might be like, well, if you believe this, then you need to help Israel not be murdered by the terrible Palestine or whatever. I don't know what he's going on about these days. It's
Fox News in general, if they found out about Gamergate, they'd be pro Gamergate, but only because it means ragging on the liberals.
Yeah, and as much as, because I come from a sympathetic background there, as much as I support their ability to do that, that's not really the point.
Yeah, my
That's
entire
missing the
family
point
is.
entirely.
Oh, looks like we got a new person. Tara Elizabeth is what it says. Hello.
Hooray!
Oh, I was just about to say that. I saw you
Hi.
YouTube comments trying to get in.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yep.
Awesome. Yeah, my name's Tara Elizabeth. My Twitter handle, I don't use it. I just started using it again. It's Sophia Eris at Hidden Tranny. I am a ghostwriter for Girlfriends TV, and I work with Aria Scalia on all her YouTube channel stuff. So maybe some of you have heard of it. We've got about over 200,000 subscribers to Girlfriends TV right now, and her personal channel has over 300,000 subscribers. We're actually one of the largest LGBT networks on YouTube right now.
That's awesome.
Yay!
And I'm very, very pro Gamergate.
Yay!
It's good to hear. All right, so thanks for the introduction.
Excuse me.
Oh, sorry.
I am starstruck. I really respect you, ma'am. Thank you so much for coming.
Oh, thank you. I've been listening to this conversation now for probably about a month, ever since the big leak from the boyfriend, and the conspiracy theory all went down. So I'm glad to finally be able to throw my voice into the conversation.
No, that's good because, and as you said, you represent a lot of the LGBT side. So how do you feel like that comes into it, especially with this whole Gamergate thing, with people saying that this is just about misogyny, that gamers are just straight white males, and this is us trying to lock out minorities from the gaming industry? What do you think of that notion?
I am absolutely and totally completely infuriated that the SJWs and radical feminists have hijacked everything on the internet. It's like, and we've seen this on our channels because we're not trans enough. We're not lesbian enough. We're not gay enough. And it's just like, what do you special snowflakes want from us? It's like we have trans people featured in our videos and trans people writing the videos in which trans people they're featured in. So it's like, when I saw all the new uploads from Anita Sarkeesian and all this attack on video games and just everything's anti, women are just freaking victims and everything's about cisgendered white males. It's like, for crying out loud, cisgender didn't even enter my vocabulary until the last 6 months.
Yeah, me
Oh
too.
gosh, yeah, no.
So it's like, to see what's going on right now, like, for me, the Gamergate was the straw that broke the camel's back for me, because it's like, I deal with this stuff and these people, these radical idealist ideologues with their toxic bigotry and hypocrisy on a daily basis in the gay community. But then they went after my hobby, and it's like, I mean, I'm 28 years old. I'm almost 29 years old. My first game system was an NES and an Atari 2600, and I've been playing video games ever since. In fact, because of this whole Gamergate thing, I was like, how many video games do I own? Because I own so many, I don't even know. And because right now a lot of them are in Connecticut and a lot of them are in LA, I can't even count them. So it's like, for them to start attacking my hobby, I was like, end of the line club.
Yeah, that's
I'm
good.
just
Because
glad
I think
that gaming is big enough to actually try to fight back against it.
yeah, because I think the thing they didn't reckon is these people legitimately thought we weren't as diverse as they actually thought we were. They legitimately thought that we were all straight white males, and they thought, yeah, let's just insult them. There's no women here. What are you talking about?
Yeah, they underestimated both the diversity and the size of the gaming community.
Yeah.
Their biggest mistake by far. And also, we just got a new. Somebody just joined. I think they did. They disappeared. Where'd they go? Oh, there
No,
she
they're
is.
back.
Yeah, hi. My name is Isabel, and I kind of started following this whole thing a while ago when it first started. But for me, it kind of took a personal hit because I want to work in the gaming industry and anime industry when after college, because I'm going into school for music production and sound design, and also I want to do voiceover. So all of this has just kind of piqued my interest. So, yeah.
Okay, that's cool. And what has your experience been with Gamergate? Do you feel that, I mean, have you had that experience like some of the other girls here where people have said that, you're not real or your opinion doesn't matter, etc.?
Not really. I just kind of understand the frustration of I feel like as gamers right now with this whole Gamergate thing, we don't really have a voice because of all of what the gaming journalism is doing and trying to move this into more of a hate thing than what Gamergate is supposed to be about, and attacking the issue. So.
All right, that's good to hear. So, and you definitely feel that do you feel that you found that, or do you think that the gaming community is more diverse than the journalists would have us believe?
Yeah, I definitely do. I mean, I didn't grow up playing video games, sorry. But I kind of fell into it in 2010. So for me, I've also worked at GameStop, so I've had firsthand and researching a lot of games besides my time on the internet, in first person, since I've been able to check out all the different games and stuff, whether it's indie games or mainstream stuff from Nintendo and other companies. So.
All right, that's good. That's really good to hear. Oh, okay. So this isn't a Gamergate question. This is a general question, and why not? Since we haven't had this question in a while. It says, It says, okay. Let me ask this one. What was the last game you played? This is just to all of you guys. What was the last game you played?
Well, I'm currently playing World of Warcraft right now, so that's the answer.
I thought only straight white males played that, though.
Oh no, my entire guild, well, not the guild that I'm in on this character, but my entire guild is there's only one straight person, and that's my boyfriend. We've got a lesbian couple, we have a trans guy, we had another trans guy, but he was a jerk. We had a couple other gay guys. It's the gayest guild in the world.
I like that. That's good.
Go ahead.
I am actually currently playing Fallout 3 on a self-challenge in which I cannot in any way, shape, or form imbibe any performance-enhancing drugs, so that includes alcohol. And I am waiting for my gay friend from Britain to get online so that I can run him through a couple of World of Warcraft things to level him up. So I may be switching midway, but that's what I've played.
Nice.
Me, last game I played was Super Brothers Sword and Sorcery EP because it's in my backlog and I figured it would be short enough to clear it out. I don't know what the hell just happened. But I think I'm going to have to play Dark Souls 2 again. Just to rid that. It was fun, but it was hipster Zelda.
Well, yeah.
That's a good way to put it. I like that.
Yeah, it's hipster Ocarina of Time with Zelda 2's playstyle.
Interesting.
Nice. Who else? Who wants to go next?
I'll go.
Okay.
Sorry. I am currently playing through Silent Hill 3. It's probably my absolute favorite game of all time. And I decided that this run of it is going to be the kill every monster in sight run. And so that's been fun. But yeah, that's what I'm playing.
What, you mean you don't usually do that?
Well, normally I have a friend over and then they're like, no, you're gonna die, King, you gotta run past. I'm like, gotta fight him, dude, you don't understand. But yeah, no, so this time I'm like, no, all of them are going down.
I'm actually just playing Street Fighter Ultra recently a lot, so yeah, I'm on PS3.
That reminds me, I've got Silent Hill 4 on my PS2 that I haven't finished playing yet. Should probably plug that back in.
Good. Anyway, there's some people that haven't gone yet. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, with all the talk of the Master Chief Collection, I decided to go back and finish my achievements for Halo Collector's Edition and Halo 2 Windows Vista. So I now officially have 1,000 points on both of those games.
Cool.
And then in anticipation for Hyrule Warriors, you know, a game about empowering a princess of Hyrule, I am playing Gundam Destiny Warriors as I count the days to Hyrule Warriors.
I really need to get Hyrule Warriors. I forgot when it came out. I know it's in a few days, but...
I think the street date, I want to say, is 9/28.
I thought I saw people saying that it... I thought I saw people on 4chan saying that it was coming out, like, days ago.
Well, it's already been out in Japan for a month, I believe.
That might be
No, it was like a few days ago they said that it was coming out in 3 days. So I have no idea. But I gotta get it before BF2 comes out.
2 more days. I couldn't, it's like, because I've been so busy lately, my days are all running together. Yeah, it's the 26th.
Yeah,
alright.
Is anyone yet to say what game they're playing?
Cadence, I think.
Oh.
I was
Yeah, Candace, I think, is going to
I was going to say, my name's always mispronounced. I am forever playing Rift, and currently I am playing through Banner Saga because a friend of mine recommended it, and it's a lot of fun, and I've also been stuck on Age of Wonders 3, which is an absolute blast.
Nice. That's pretty good. That's good to hear. Okay, now here comes the question of the night. Are you guys ready for this? I shouldn't be laughing. I'm trying to be professional here.
Oh boy.
Okay. What do you guys think of Liana Kay?
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I saw her in the Sargon of Akkad stream a few days ago, and she seemed pretty alright then. Not derailing anything at all, but then King of Pole streams happened, and everything went wrong.
It's an interesting question because I'm actually going to be interviewing her on my YouTube channel coming up, I think maybe Friday. I have no problem with her personally. I think that everybody is allowed to speak their opinions, even if they're ones that I don't agree with. I think that they have the right to just say whatever they feel, and they're allowed to do that. So I'm fine with her personally, but yeah.
I don't know who that is.
She's a Polygon contributor. She's not like a writer, but she's contributed articles to Polygon
She's a
before.
freelancer and she's contributed to them. She's kind of touted herself as a moderate or like formerly anti-Gamergate person who kind of since streams tend to want to get an anti-Gamergate person, which is a good thing. She's kind of been the go-to one. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't want to talk too much about her because I think she has a really bad habit of kind of inserting herself into situations, and I don't like her behavior. So.
Yeah, that's what I got from the
curious.
poll screen.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Basically, what Becca said, that's what I got from when she was on the King of Poll stream. Because when it was just one-on-one, it was fine, but whenever she was in a group, it just didn't work.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was wondering because I was at work when that I was doing something when that happened, and I was not able to listen in on that, and so I kind of missed that whole thing, and then I came back on the internet, and it was like everything blew up, and so I was like, okay, well, what happened? And there's kind of different reports all around, and so actually I would appreciate it if any of you guys were there, if you could kind of summarize like what was the problem, like what did people think she did wrong, I guess.
Well, I can mention, I don't think it was a King of Pole stream that I saw her on, actually. It was, Teak the Gamer or something? It was also
have there been multiple ones?
I don't know. If somebody knows that that's what it was called, it's been a while, and
it was Teak something.
Yeah, Teak something. And, yeah, the problem that I had with her there is, first of all, she is really not good at a I wouldn't say a debate format, but kind of a group discussion format, because she had a really bad habit of talking over people.
Yeah, that's what I got from it, too.
And she would get really up in arms about the strangest things. Like, the thing that I've been kind of joking about for a while now since it happened is people were talking about the terrible things that have been said about gamers, right? And one of the things was Devin Faraci, and I'm probably pronouncing that right, but wrong, but Devin Faraci's tweet early on that gamers are worse than ISIS. And I think it was Matt from the Fine Young Capitalist, or maybe Jade, who said that. And she freaked out and was like, don't say the word ISIS, just don't talk like that, don't make those kind of comparisons. And they're like, no, we're not saying that they're like ISIS. We're explaining to you that that's the kind of language that was used against us. And she just freaked out and demanded that nobody ever say this terrible, dirty word. And I was just like, get over yourself. That's completely unreasonable. So yeah, she's really bad at approaching things in kind of a rational, good way to actually get conversation done.
That's interesting. Well, I'll have to see. She's been quite polite to me talking on Twitter.
One-on-one, I think she's probably much better.
Oh,
I haven't heard the Sargon of Akkad one, but I've heard that she sounded good there. So.
Yeah, she did. It was one-on-one, so it was both of them discussing back and forth. Him usually asking questions, and she responded politely and was overall very well the entire time.
Yeah,
well, people
can kind of change their. People sometimes get uncomfortable if it's like a really big group, or their personality can kind of almost do a 180.
There's only like 3 or 4 people in the King of Pole stream.
Well, still, I mean, to some people that's a big group, I don't know. I always try and put myself in the other person's shoes and try and look at it from there. Yeah.
That's a good thing to do.
Yeah, but thank you guys for explaining that to me.
Yeah.
Thank you for explaining that to me also, and I can say is maybe she should learn to debate a little better. That's my thought.
All right, I got another question. I guess this is a general question. It says, how can women gain a stronger voice in this? Seems like everyone is speaking over us and telling us we're victims. I guess it's basically saying how can the women who support Gamergate get the word out, basically? Like, what do you suggest?
Get loud. Get really freaking loud. If somebody's talking over you and telling you you're a victim, get louder than they are.
You might have missed this, but early on in the stream I explained that I got involved in this because somebody said that the way that women who were interacting with Gamergate were acting was problematic, in that they meant that the fact that women were agreeing with Gamergate is problematic. I had a day and a half discussion with this person, and you know how I won by being louder than them and talking longer than them and demanding that they stop using me, and that's pretty much the only way you can get through to them. So.
Tweet it out. Use the hashtags. Yeah, I also throw in like GamerChick for Gamergate if there's enough characters left. I mean, Tumblr it out. Make your own YouTube videos. It's like I really don't like being in front of the camera, so I might actually take a mundane Matt approach and just certainly when Hyrule Warriors come out, I might do my own Let's Play footage and then talk about Gamergate over it. So it's like, because I feel like there need to be more women on YouTube, like Christina, going out there and saying, look, 10 and 2, like, this is the radical feminist approach, and this is what practical feminist and other women have to say about this topic.
Yes, thank you. That's exactly what I was going to recommend too. All of us here, we have voices. We can use them to help spread a good message about what Gamergate is, and as women, what it means to us. We should use our voices, and like Tara said, I mean, if you're shy about being on camera, you don't have to be on camera. I mean, if you know an artist, you have them doodle something for you, like just a piece of cover art that you can have in the background of your video as you talk. I mean, use your voice. You have the power to do this. It's so easy these days to get the programs to make these things. I mean, it's just been within the last few weeks that I made my current YouTube channel, and I'm doing stuff, and I'm getting feedback, and I'm having discussions, and I want to see more of that. I'm not the only person who should be doing this. I want to see everybody else doing this too, so that there's a more positive voice representing Gamergate.
For the YouTube videos, I'd say take the 3Dog or Epic Name Bro approach and record yourself playing a game and then talk over it. That's it. That's all you need to do. Make some post-game commentary, talking about whatever issue you want, and just combine the two.
Yeah, that's really good for... Oh, go ahead. Yeah, well, that's good for Gamergate.
Not viral yet. I actually made a video called Anita Skeezian. So Skeezian doesn't like video games remix, and basically I took the whole video clip of her at that Santa Monica college, and I went through and I watched the whole video, and I realized that it had a lot more treasure in it than people have seen on like the busted video, and I decided to splice it together, and I made a vid/video about her. So it's like I took what she did and turned it on its face and highlighted the fact that you don't even like video games, you had to research this stuff, and you know, there's this line I found of hers from another talk that she gave, and it was impossible to find a download for, so I actually had to turn on the internal recording device of my computer, like twisting how you record instead of from a microphone, so I could record the audio and throw it into the end of the song. And basically it's like, it was my way of going, I know she's not like a part of the journalist part of it, but for me it's like, she's one of these people that have like infested the ideology of the people in the gaming community and in the journalistic approach, and they gave her a voice. They propped her up and said, go watch this person. So it's like, I made this video to put out into the world and really send home that message of like, look, this is your hero, this is your heroine, this is the person you're looking to. And while some of it may be old news, it's like a lot of people coming to Gamergate, you know, now, or who didn't even know who she was until Gamergate. I thought it was a great way to go, this is the person that we're dealing with.
I'd like to see that. I'll have to go and look at that. It sounds interesting.
I put a link in the chat bar.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I see it.
Thank you. Also, I've got no link to support this, but someone has commented that said, according to BuzzFeed, you're all angry white men.
Oh
Angry
no.
white male nerds. System
We've
the
been
most
CM.
hearing
manly
that for
men.
weeks, though. That's like nothing new.
Yeah.
We've been angry white men for weeks.
Oh, look at BuzzFeed being irrelevant as usual.
Or we have
Yeah.
internal misogyny that we're dealing with.
Wait, what? Hold on.
because
What happened?
we've been so
I think this is a
socially
new.
twisted to be what men think we should be.
Obviously. I think this is a new thing, though, because I spotted a BuzzFeed on Internet Aristocrat that I was focusing on this stream too much to go look at it.
What?
But-
I want to.
yeah.
I want to see that.
Let me find it.
BuzzFeed Internet.
It says BuzzFeed is worried, was what I remember reading. So I don't think it's specifically aimed at us, but wouldn't it be funny if somehow it was specifically aimed at us?
Yeah, that would be.
But also, I've kind of linked some fine young capitalist to our video. See if they come in.
Oh, cool. That'd be good.
I think the next question I have is, it's funny you mentioned BuzzFeed. What do you, because we've been talking about the game journalists, people like Polygon, Kotaku, Destructoid, etc. But what do you guys think of how some of the more, I guess, general social media sites have treated it? Stuff like College Humor, Cracked, BuzzFeed, etc. How do you feel like they've handled the issue? Because some of them have posted about Gamergate, and they've said some choice words. I'm not sure if it was College Humor or Cracked, but College Humor made a rather sarcastic post saying 10 tips on how to be a gamer or something, and it said like, don't be misogynist douchebag or something like that. I don't remember what it was.
Didn't Zoe Quinn write something for
Zoe
Cracked?
Quinn wrote for Cracked.
So,
yes.
yeah.
I saw that. Actually got it. Let me again. So, yeah.
College humor has always been bro dudes doing bro dude stuff, and I enjoyed it because of it. So I can't blame them. The more disappointing one for me is Cracked, because I actually really liked a lot of their contributors and their work, and I'm sad to see that they've blatantly gone to the feminist, the anti-GG side.
Well, I think it's important to remember, though, that it might not be the whole entire site that is doing that. It might just be the one person who wrote that article who, is trying to get attention with this whole thing to cause drama. I can't remember which of you guys was talking about it earlier before I joined. You said somebody said that the best news is bad news. That's what everybody wants to report on all the time. So of course they're going to go with the bad side of Gamergate because that's what's going to draw everybody in.
In the case of Cracked, I wouldn't say that.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
They've kind of gone in that direction. There's been it's to the point where the subreddit that kind of deals with social justice stuff, Tumblr in Action, you're not allowed to link to Cracked anymore because they have obvious kind of clickbaity social justice stuff, and they have for a couple months now. So it doesn't surprise me if they're all pretty much on board that one, except for someone like Sean maybe I don't know.
That's interesting. Thank you for letting me know.
This seems to be the article. This seems to be the article. Somebody edited the Wikipedia about Gamergate.
Yeah, I saw something on GG over at 8chan about it, a thread about it, but I didn't actually really have a chance to look into it yet.
Okay,
The sad thing is, positive messages don't go viral. Not typically. I mean, maybe if it's a funny cat in a suit or whatever. It's like when you look at most YouTube channels, whether it's the ones I work for or just like Amazing Atheist, Monday to Matt, or whatever, it's like every video that hits the million views spot, it usually has some kind of controversy. Naked chick is the thumbnail. 2 girls making out, or somebody saying something extremely offensive, or like the ass pinching video, and shit like that. It's like that's where the clicks go, and it's like because I think what we see is I have a degree in business and marketing, and that's that they're targeting the most primal part of the human brain, and it doesn't matter whether it's male or female. It's just that very animalistic side of the brain that's just like, ooh, I gotta get on that. I gotta hear that. I gotta see that. I gotta know.
Yeah, exactly.
If I were to ask for however much Anita Sarkeesian asked for, and I did a show based solely on the good news of the day, like a la Russell Howard's Good News. Do you think it would get anywhere near the clicks that the bad news
It
would
really
get?
wouldn't. It really
It
wouldn't.
wouldn't. And I wish it would, because I like good news.
It wouldn't, and you wouldn't raise the money to do it. It's like we talk about positive LGBT messages, and we have a hard time finding sponsors because we don't get the multi-million clicks because we don't do clickbaiting videos.
Ugh.
Yeah, because it's like somebody saying that I want to raise money to do something positive for women in games, like the Fine Young Capitalist. They'll just get ignored. They'll just say, nobody wants to talk about that.
That's sad. It really is.
Okay, this seems okay. This question's interesting, and while I don't want to use this as some kind of way of making everybody look oppressed or anything, but I think this is an interesting question. It says, can you ask what the worst abuse these people have suffered at the hands of anti-Gamergate? Like, what's the worst thing someone said to you regarding Gamergate?
I was threatened to be murdered by somebody tweeting from the Middle East, allegedly tweeting from the Middle East, that I should die, that he'd kill me, that I should kill myself, and that how do my parents feel about the fact that I'm trans, like I'm this disgusting human being. And it's just like, you get this kind of crap all the time, even before Gamergate. So it's just kind of like, I'm just like, whatever. I didn't even block the guy because I'm just like, I don't care. Like, I'm so used to hearing this kind of stuff that I'm just like, whatever. I don't need to play the victim and raise money to try to, be a professional victim.
That's good.
I've seen a few people, like me personally, I've just been called a bunch of names and stuff, and that it was just like, okay, I mean, typically I just retweeted it for a laugh and blocked them. Yesterday, somebody was on an anonymous Twitter account. I mean, their profile was an egg, and they were physically threatening some of the women for Gamergate, and that was pretty bad. I think the other one was the other evening when a lot of people were getting threatening phone calls. Somebody was blackmailed. That was also the same night the guy who helped create Not Your Shields got fired. And this girl on Twitter, her name is Liz, she said, you know what? I just got threatened, so it's customary to ask for donations. So a few of us agreed and turned it around and realized that whenever we're getting harassed or something, we're going to start asking for charity donations to just kind of flip it on its head.
Yeah, I thought that was quite noble of Liz when she said that, because Liz has been quite vocal in this, and there's been a lot of people saying to Liz, in fact, we wanted to get her on the stream, but she couldn't make it. A lot of people saying to Liz that, she's a fake gamer girl or a sock puppet or whatever, and it's funny that she
proved that.
tweeted
She
out an
put
image.
a picture of the white lacy sock. I saw it.
Yeah, she tweeted out an image of herself, like it was just a picture of herself, but then she drew in paint eyebrows and a mustache or whatever.
Yeah, that was great.
I thought that was hilarious but fair enough. What about the rest of you ladies? Has anyone said anything very shocking?
I'm kind of new. Oh, go ahead.
The worst I got was, see you next Tuesday. You know what I mean?
No, or is that kind of like
I don't want to say the word.
That's actually a lesbian event in LA.
Okay.
He's saying, okay, do you care if I cuss?
No, you go ahead and cuss. I'm just not
saying
cussing.
cunt. She got called a cunt.
I see.
Next
Oh, okay, I get it. Sorry, I didn't get it.
I didn't get it at first either. I thought it was like a veiled threat, like they know where you are or something, which would be way worse. But okay,
no.
Yeah.
I'm going to. I want to become a teacher, so I'm trying to use less vulgar language.
I also want to become a teacher. So you're doing better on that front than I am.
But I mean, it was on my cell phone. Someone called me, and then there was mouth breathing for about 5 seconds, and then the word, and they hung up. And the problem is my grandmother also shows up as a withheld number, so I have to answer it in case it's my grandmother or something.
Oh my god.
So I've been getting that on and off, but nothing really bad. I'm surprised that it hasn't been worse.
Yeah,
I typically tweet back Bible verses to people that get that aggressive.
Yeah. I'm just like, they don't give me enough time to start quoting the Ten Commandments at them.
Yeah, I guess I've been lucky. I haven't really. I mean, I got like the one like semi-aggressive thing about the internalized misogyny or whatever on Tumblr like a while ago. I can't even remember like the entire tweet what it said. It was just very brief and. But that's the worst I've gotten. But I think it's probably because I'm very new to it. Honestly, I've gotten worse threats when I was doing this this Warrior Cats fan animation on YouTube a couple years ago. That like people would like, no, I would get death threats for that, and like that's something that people don't realize. That it's like, oh well, they're being targeted because they're women or because they're standing up for games and stuff. It's like, no, that's just the internet. That's just kind of what it is a lot of the time. It's the internet does that. But yeah.
Oh yeah, my fan fiction got a couple of those too. So.
Oh no.
What ifs?
I haven't gotten any threats. Surprisingly, like I haven't really. I followed this since the beginning, but I haven't like made YouTube videos. I've just been tweeting about it and posting on one of my Facebook pages. That kind of generates a lot of hits, and I haven't like. Luckily, I've been on the side where it's kind of been supportive. So I've had people that are the people that are reading are also gamers, and they're just like part of the movement. So yeah.
All I've really gotten so far is the whole internalized misogyny thing and insults claiming that I am both a sexist and misogynist, which is always fun.
Amazing.
Isn't it interesting that, these people completely ignore the sexual empowerment of women? It's like, and they definitely completely walk away from the lesbian issue because it's like, we find women sexually attractive and we like to have sex with them. So
yeah, I know.
They're not even going to touch that issue. And it's just like, I mean, I go to the club all the time, and it's just like I have to push girls off of me sometimes because they're getting too grabby. And it's just like I am, all for the sexual revolution. And I think that one of the greatest things for the real feminism is the fact that the female orgasm, is the public dialogue. And it's just like, you see it in women's magazines now. It's not just, oh, please your man. It's like, how he can make you come. And it's like, once the dialogue switched to, hey, the clit does exist, women can have orgasms, and men, you need to please your women, and, certainly lesbians too, it's like, all of a sudden, whoa, oh, you mean women are people?
Yeah, that actually brings up an interesting fact. It's like something about that movie ratings. When there's a male shown like orgasming or something, it's like, oh, that's PG-13. But if it's a woman, like even if it's just showing her face, like it's R. That's they rate them differently. They really do, because for some reason, females enjoying sex is like this big secret thing that, oh no, people can't see that. I don't know. Just wanted to put that out there.
Hey, I got a couple questions. I'm going to go with the lighter one first. Who are you guys going to main in Smash 4? Or Smash? I'm assuming it's Super Smash Brothers Melee 4.
Yeah, Dog and Bird. Dog and Bird forever.
Yeah, if I get it, I'm going to play Duck Hunt Dog.
Yeah.
The full title, I believe, is currently Super Smash Brothers 4 Wii U and 4 3DS. Like,
okay.
Do you get the joke?
I get the joke, yeah.
I think they were being clever, or trying to be clever. It didn't really work.
I am not exactly a fighter person, as has been put forward in this stream prior. So, sorry guys, no answer.
I am going to play either my beautiful daughter Lucina, who is my daughter because female Robin is best Robin, or I'm going to play Robin because female Robin is best Robin. So yeah, Fire Emblem characters.
I love that explanation.
Well, I guess I'll either play Shulk or Duck Hunt Dog. It depends.
It's funny you mentioned Shulk, because I remember there was that whole controversy over Samus's high heels, whatever. But then...
I dislike them because they look really stupid.
And then there was...
That's it.
What's his name? They released the fact that she's going to get her alternate costumes from Metroid Fusion and Metroid Zero Mission. And there was like a mini controversy over that. People, even though they expressly said that this was designed by a female designer, they said that just in case. And yet there was like this whole mini controversy over people moaning about her outfit, saying she's so sexualized. But people were saying, but no, these are from the previous games.
Yeah, people do that about Bayonetta all the time too, and she's been designed by a woman who is also a fashion designer.
And then it's funny because down the line,
I Did It Again music video never happened. Never happened. No, it wasn't a big thing. Wasn't all over MTV for months on end. It never happened.
Yep, and the funny thing is that down the line, when they announced Shulk randomly has like an outfit where he's in just like boxers.
That's because in the game you can get a skill that makes you have really crazy agility and basically dodge every attack if you go naked.
Nice.
And also there are swimsuits for armor that give you pretty good stats.
That's pretty funny, actually. I think
you can have. There is someone who did a speed run of the entire game wearing nothing but swimsuits, I think, or maybe nothing. I can't remember which one it was. Just any character.
I got the Nintendo Platinum Rewards pre-release download for the Smash Brothers, so I was playing as Pikachu because I love Pokemon.
Yay!
I actually have my original Pokemon Red box in mint condition.
I've got one somewhere. Of course, I have used the missing number glitch, so the cartridge isn't in great condition.
Yeah.
I still have
Funny
my.
It just
my
completely
red,
destroys the game.
My crystal and silver are dead though, and it makes me upset.
Yeah,
there
the battery.
are really great YouTube videos on how to change out the batteries for old Game Boy games.
But my Pokemon are dead.
And one of the best things you can do, I saw this trick, was where you take a ballpoint pen, a plastic one, you heat it up with a lighter, and you create your own screwdriver to remove the Nintendo safety pins.
Wow.
I'm that big of a nerd.
That's like a MacGyver solution. That's pretty awesome.
I guess I'll be me as Ike, and probably I like
Guts Mode Ike is pretty cool.
From Kid Icarus, she's cool.
Nice. Not that anybody asked me, since I'm the only guy here. The characters I'm going to play in Smash are, I guess the three characters who I always play. Marth, Captain Falcon, and Fox. Since they're all OGs, they've all been there since Melee, so I'm glad they brought them all back, which is pretty cool. And now that they've added Lucina, I think that's pretty cool. And I also want to try out Zero Suit Samus, especially after the guy won the tournament with her. That sealed the deal for me personally. I thought that was pretty funny because there's that whole controversy over the high heels, and people were moaning about it, blah blah blah. So when he won the tournament with Zero Suit Samus, I immediately went on Tumblr and started making fun of everyone. I was like, "Ha! The over-sexualized character won. How do you feel?"
Good response, good response. I'm sure that's endeared you to many an SJW.
I still wish Ridley or Dark Samus was in, though. It's playable.
Yeah.
If Ridley was, I'd play him. That would be so neat.
It would be nuts.
Definitely. Okay, cool. So with that all out of the way, I imagine this stream has gone on for a long time, and I don't want to keep people here forever, since I know this has been like 6-hour stream or something ridiculous like that.
We have one.
Oh, sorry.
We have one more question that we've been looking at that I think we should do just to finish it up. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's perfectly fine.
Do the ladies have any straight white males in their life, and how do they feel that the target has been painted on them? And in general, do they have to take the hits to an extent?
Do we have to take the hits for them, or?
I think what he's trying to ask is, do you guys have to take the hits, or how do your straight white male counterparts feel, basically?
I mean, my husband's actually right here if he wants to answer that, because he has voice support of Gamergate. He's sitting beside me right now, but he's a straight...
I am a straight white male.
He is a straight white male.
Male voice, go away.
Oh no, I'm being oppressed.
No boys allowed.
NYS sits uncomfortably in silence.
Yeah, that kind of did get me a bit. I'm a bit.
Oh, but can't you tell from his voice? He's black.
Ugh.
Oh god.
This is true. This is very true.
I've only been accused of like, I mean, because I am married, and you know that's pretty obvious. I've had a few people tell me things like I'm fitting cliched gender roles, or I've set women back, because I'll mention things like I'm gonna go cook dinner or something like that. Like, hey, you're sitting women back, and you know, of course, because the whole like internalized misogyny thing for games.
Wait, hold on.
Other than
So
that, it's really
being a wife to somebody sets women back, really?
Yes, apparently just
Yeah, I've
being
heard that
someone's
argument
wife
too.
has set me back.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Marriage was the first feminist law.
It was.
It was designed to prevent women from being thrown aside by men when they could no longer bear children, and that's why they made the men in the Hebrew faith make an oath with God that they wouldn't just throw their women out on the streets when they were no longer of utility. So it's like this whole notion that marriage is oppressing women is just absolutely absurd.
It is. I'm going to just quickly say it because actually my straight white male counterpart is poking me and he wants to talk to me about a game character we're playing with. He supports me. In fact, he was the one who eased me into how to respond to the people because at first I was incised to the point of just being completely angry. He has not stepped forward to take any flack because he believes that I'm an independent woman and I can deal with my own shit and wading into my own shit. But he has been incredibly patient for the last 3 days listening to a lot of the anger and rage I have felt. He's a wonderful man, and I'm very lucky. And he hasn't oppressed me in any way. Sorry, folks.
I actually got a message from an old friend of mine because he saw me playing Halo, and that's about the only time he messages me. And he didn't even know what Gamergate was. It's like, because he's married, he has a full-time job, and it's just like, you know, he doesn't really stay on social media. So it's like, here I was educating him, and he's just like, his response was, well, we all know gaming journalism's a frickin' joke.
Yeah, that's really not new.
Alright.
Okay.
All right.
Has everybody gone? I was waiting.
Yeah, well, the only people I know who play video games are a bi guy and 2 black guys and a half black guy, so it doesn't really have any effect on them.
Yeah, I think I don't have really anyone that has effects. Like, actually the only male gamers, white male gamers that I like. I'm not really that close with. We're just kind of like co-workers, sort of, and they just play like Call of Duty. And I have like my own opinions about that and why. I think it's a terrible game, but I'm not going to get into that. So, yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
I am dating a straight white man, though sometimes Tumblr decides arbitrarily that he's a person of color because they want to claim Italians and other Mediterranean people as people of color so that they get all the Roman accomplishments. So I am occasionally dating a man of color, but most of the time, to real human beings, I'm dating a white dude who's straight, and he's been very helpful. It doesn't really bother him that people attack straight white